the game of the true apocalypse. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story and all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 176 Flame Demon Xianghongda. Finding crystal tablets in the wild is no easy task. Their appearance is limited, typically lasting between a week and a month, before disappearing. In the early stages of the apocalypse, hidden classes were mostly unclaimed. Finding a crystal tablet in the wild generally meant obtaining a class transfer certificate for a hidden class, even if not for personal use. It was a valuable gift to friends and family. Many starving and desperate scavengers found crystal tablets in the wild and, leveraging the uncanny power of hidden classes, soared to fame. Fortunately, central China is currently occupied by the Silver Empire, an alien power not considered a professional. Even if they discovered a crystal tablet, they wouldn't be able to use it. Therefore, Lin Mingyuan confidently assigned the Silver Knights to search the wilds for the tablets. He also specifically asked the Spider Duke Freya to help dispatch her Silver Knights to expand the search area, further increasing the chances of finding a crystal tablet. Lin Mingyuan estimated that he could search the entire wilderness of Luoxia province in a week, and he doubted that a single crystal tablet would be found in the entire province. After helping Li Tuong solve his problem, Lin Mingyuan went to visit his other right-hand man, dispel across the training grounds, and even though it was winter, the Amazon warriors, perspiring profusely as they rode horseback, constantly firing bows and arrows. Imitating their queen, the warriors painted their exposed bodies with a turquoise-green oil from the beasts they had hunted. This oil paint wasn't just for concealing their movements in the jungle, it was also a primitive ritual, imbuing the beasts with their power. Learning the good stuff meant learning the bad wasn't necessary. Take, for example, Yan Qianxue's breast-cutting and face-disfiguring ritual, a necessary step to connect with heaven and earth and honor the ancestral spirits in order to advance to the hidden class, the Amazon Queen. After completing the ritual, her damaged body was repaired upon reaching the second level, Legendary. She still wore a bronze mask to conceal her face because it was an epic item she had dropped, and naturally, she kept it with her at all times. I just heard you reached Legendary. Congratulations, but you're a step behind me, Yan Qianxue said calmly, folding her arms. Yan Qianxue ascended to Legendary status half a month ago, awakening the same legendary skill from her previous life, Star Plucking Arrow. After activating Star Plucking Arrow, Yan Qianxue's next arrow is blessed with the power of the stars. This power is temporarily borrowed, making it invisible during the day. However, if the arrow is activated at night, the stars disappear, dimming the sky and earth, leaving only a single stream of light to pierce the enemy. Someone once ranked the legendary skills awakened by ranged archers, and Star Plucking Arrow ranked in the top 10. Its initial damage is low, but its growth rate ranks first. Upon ascending to true godhood, one can draw upon the power of billions of stars, piercing planes with a single arrow. It's no shame to be slower than you. You're the queen of the Amazons, Lin Mingyuan boasted, looking at the Amazon warriors undergoing rigorous training. How is the training going? Currently, Black Rock City only has 2 established units, the Silver Knights, led by the legendary Silver Knight Captain Aiden, and Yan Qianxue's Amazons. Lin Mingyuan has considered forming a demon army, but it won't happen soon. The output of demon essence is only 1 unit per week, which is still too slow. Some time ago, we joined the Silver Empire coalition to capture cities. In actual combat, the Amazons performed well, but the enemy was too weak to demonstrate their strength. The only formidable foe, the Brotherhood of Steel Branch, was easily defeated by the powerful sanctuary warriors of the Silver Empire, Yan Qianxue said with some regret. Overall, the Amazons are quite capable, but they haven't encountered any strong opponents, so their true strength hasn't been tested. There's one more troubling matter I need your help with. The female warrior's strength is increasing rapidly, making it difficult to ride horses. The warriors are faster on foot than on horses. The Legion needs new mounts, and the most suitable are Shadow Panthers or Wargs. Do you have a way to get them? Shadow Panthers are jungle beasts, while Wargs are grassland predators. Central China lacks the conditions for either. Lin Mingyuan rubbed his chin, Briefly pondering, and an answer came to mind. He said, I have no idea about wargs, but Shadow Panthers are certainly achievable. When the Nature Cult and the Brotherhood of Steel clash, I'll join the Nature Cult and strike a decisive blow against them. I'll also recruit some Nature Cult talent. It won't be a problem for me to bring back a few hundred Shadow Panthers for you. The Nature Cult is rooted in the forest, and Shadow Panthers are a forest specialty. If Lin Mingyuan is willing to help the Nature Cult, already desperately selling off their elven dragon eggs, they won't be reluctant to part with their Shadow Panthers. This gives Lin Mingyuan another reason to intervene in the decisive battle. You're truly never free for a moment. You've been quiet for barely 2 months and you're already stirring up trouble, Yan Qianxue said, her eyes flickering with resentment. From Yan Qianxue's perspective, Lin Mingyuan was always busy with countless things, making it difficult to even see him. I don't want to cause trouble, but someone always tries to. After all the turmoil, the Brotherhood of Steel and I are irreconcilable. If I don't seize this golden opportunity to teach them a lesson, they'll really think I, Lin Mingyuan, am worthless. Lin Mingyuan raged. He'd been repeatedly plotted against, the most egregious incident nearly killing Xin Ai. Even the vast oceans and rivers couldn't wash away Lin Mingyuan's hatred for the Brotherhood of Steel. If it weren't for the Brotherhood's constant persecution, Lin Mingyuan wouldn't be so desperate to improve his strength. As long as you have confidence, don't forget the Shadow Panther, keep your heart in me. Leaving the training grounds and entering the street, Lin Mingyuan heard exclamations. Looking up, he saw a fire demon approaching him. He stood 2 meters 3 inches tall, his rough skin a dark red, his demonic horns twisting skyward. His muscular body was incredibly dense, weighing over a ton. With every step, the gravel on the ground trembled, and the outlines of his features vaguely reflected Xiang Hongda's presence. During Lin Mingyuan's retreat, Xiang Hongda had successfully completed his bloodline transformation, becoming a pure-blooded fire demon. He had awakened the A-level talent of Flame Apostle and the B-level talent of Toughness and Strength. He had also deeply explored his bloodline and mastered a vast array of fire-related spells. Upgrading from a musket to a cannon is an understatement. Before becoming a fire demon, Xiang Hongda was a skilled but not formidable professional, barely a top-tier figure in Black Rock City. However, after his bloodline transformation, Xiang Hongda, only in his early 50s, easily defeated the 75th level martial artist Fang Daoshan. The bloodline's impact on Xiang Hongda was truly transformative, opening him to a whole new world he had never seen before. Upon learning that Lin Mingyuan had emerged from retreat, Xiang Hongda, guided by his bloodline, came to Lin Mingyuan to express his gratitude. He owed his current status to Lin Mingyuan. Such overwhelming power, such a terrifying aura. Hey, why are you all so calm? No one cares if a flame demon takes to the streets, the uninitiated newbie to Black Rock City shouted, earning a chorus of scorn from passers-by. What a fuss. The flame demon is Xiang Hongda, a cadre under the Lord City Lord. At this moment, the flame demon, Xiang Hongda, the center of discussion, knelt on one knee before Lin Mingyuan and said respectfully, Welcome to the Lord City Lord, I have been blessed with a new life. Please accept my greeting. In full view of the crowd, Xiang Hongda bowed deeply to Lin Mingyuan, instantly becoming the center of attention, with many recognizing him. You've done yourself a favor. I only wasted a little blood in essence. It's nothing insignificant, Lin Mingyuan said, helping Xiang Hongda to his feet. Lin Mingyuan, rarely seen in public, suddenly appeared. Word spread quickly, attracting more and more onlookers. Unwilling to be treated like a fool, Lin Mingyuan pulled Xiang Hongda along, activated the Heavenly Gate, and headed straight back to the City Lord's mansion. Wow, what a fantastic experience. I feel a bit dizzy, like I'm drunk, exclaimed Xiang Hongda, who had never used a portal before. Haha, it'll all be fine once you get used to it. How has the change in bloodline changed you? Lin Mingyuan asked, sitting on the sofa and sipping his red tea. The biggest change, of course, is my strength. I can beat 10 of my former self. A single drop of your blood essence has transformed me from a mediocre professional into one of the strongest warriors in Black Rock City. Xiang Hongda's eyes were filled with admiration. Lin Mingyuan had made him what he was with just a single drop of blood essence. Xiang Hongda couldn't even imagine how powerful Lin Mingyuan must be. As for what you said earlier about demonic bloodline transforming into a brutal and bloodthirsty personality, I've noticed that. It's actually quite easy to overcome. All you need to do is diligently train to master your bloodline's abilities and completely master it, so you won't be dominated by its power. The key is to train relentlessly, until you have no energy left to think about anything else. Xiang Hongda primarily discussed strength and personality issues, but in reality, there were still many challenges in daily life. For example, his increased size made his previously spacious villa feel a bit cramped. Furthermore, due to his excessive density and immense weight, Xiang Hongda often collapsed stairs, making it impossible to reach higher floors. Elevators were overloaded, and stairs couldn't support him. Except for heavy trucks carrying several tons, ordinary cars couldn't carry him. This was inevitable as his strength increased. After all, demons aren't good at precisely controlling every ounce of their strength, and they need long periods of training to achieve the ability to lift heavy objects with ease. Xiang Hongda was relatively well off. With only a single drop of Lin Mingyuan's blood mixed into his demonic blood, the energy was severely insufficient. After the bloodline transformation, there wasn't much left, only increasing his height to 2 meters 3. When Lin Mingyuan transformed his bloodline, he consumed the entire essence of a saint-level demon prince, raising his height to 6 meters. Without the transformation ring, Lin Mingyuan, now a giant, would have struggled to integrate into human society. Having the transformation ring didn't matter to Lin Mingyuan, but Xiang Hongda's strength would continue to increase his height, necessitating the acquisition of the demon transformation technique. Lin Mingyuan also had to plan for the demon transformation technique in advance. If the transformation ring were damaged, his current height would exceed 20 meters, and walking the streets would resemble a city-leveling monster, forsaking all human entertainment. While Lin Mingyuan had prepared himself to be not human when his bloodline was transformed, he didn't expect to be truly inhuman, forced to live in a cave. Chapter 177 The End of Mijing Town. Xiang Hongda's success had convinced Lin Mingyuan of the feasibility of forming a demon army. However, two pressing issues remained. First, the production of demon blood essence had to be increased. Dungeons yielded only 1 bottle of demon blood essence per week, which only amounted to 52 bottles per year, far too little. The demon armies within the abyss often numbered in the hundreds of thousands or millions, making it difficult for Lin Mingyuan to build a massive demon army without the necessary resources. Even if he chose to employ elite troops, the demon army would still need to number over 1,000, requiring 20 years of dungeon production alone. 20 years. Who knows what the wasteland would look like in such a rapidly changing landscape? Even if a demon army was formed, it would be useless by then. He had to find a way to increase the production of demon blood essence, or perhaps purchase it from other sources. Besides the severe shortage of demon blood essence, Lin Mingyuan also needed a sufficient supply of high-level demon blood essence to ensure the transformation of the demon army's cotters into high-level demons, giving them control over the demon army. He couldn't rely solely on Lin Mingyuan's bleeding to produce high-level demons. Blood essence is the very essence of demons. Granting it to subordinates once or twice is fine, but excessive use can cause irreversible damage to one's own essence, a decidedly undesirable outcome. In short, Lin Mingyuan lacked a stable source of demon blood essence, aside from dungeons. Without resolving this issue, forming a demon army would be difficult. Building a legion isn't a one-day undertaking, and Lin Mingyuan had already made long-term plans. As time passed, Lin Mingyuan closely followed the news, watching television daily to learn about the battle between the Brotherhood of Steel and the Cult of Nature, ensuring the war's progress remained consistent with his previous life. He would be stunned if the final battle were moved forward or postponed, or if the Cult of Nature simply surrendered and the battle was aborted. It turned out that Lin Mingyuan had been overthinking things. The battle for northern hegemony was exactly the same as in his previous life, unchanged. Even the phrases in the press releases sounded familiar to him, having heard them before. The butterfly effect was certainly present, but Lin Mingyuan, like this tiny butterfly, hadn't yet fully grown, and his influence hadn't even reached central China, let alone the entire country or the world. Lin Mingyuan's obscurity wouldn't last long. He had already prepared a grand entrance ceremony. Everything was progressing as planned, with just over 200 million experience points missing. Lin Mingyuan needed 6 more levels to reach level 100, and then he could enter the fray. 10 years after the cataclysm, earning 200 million experience points would be a simple matter of a stroll outside the city for a skilled professional, as high-level monsters were teeming. But in the first year of the cataclysm, the prevalent monster levels in the wasteland ranged from level 30 to 60. This meant that average professionals in that first year were likely around level 40 or 50, with only the most exceptional reaching level 60. Those above level 60 were undoubtedly the pinnacle of professional proficiency. Indeed, of the first 7 members of the God Creation Project, considered by the United Council to be top-tier talents with a potential for deification, aside from the top 3, Bai Chongming, Lin Mingyuan, and Yi Zhao, who were transcendental monsters, the others were around level 70, with relatively weak individual abilities. Yu Qingqing, ranked 7th, was only in the early 60s. In the early stages, hunting high-level monsters to gain experience was the only option. The only way high-level monsters appeared during these disasters was to venture into the 4 great disasters, a region most ordinary people avoided. Of course, if one were to relentlessly attack a powerful force like the Silver Empire, a force that had descended from another world, one could still gain a significant amount of experience, but the question was whether one could survive after acquiring that experience. A week had passed in the blink of an eye. Just this afternoon, a silver knight searching the wilderness discovered a crystal tablet in a desolate valley. They immediately reported this to Lin Mingyuan, and the artificial gout devouring project, which had been stalled for a week, could finally proceed. Upon receiving the news, Li Tong and Liu Qi took a helicopter to the target location. Over the past few months, the United Council has invested heavily in Blackstone City. The entire infrastructure, including railways, urban power lines, and underground pipelines, has been built to Hejian City's specifications. Internet coverage now covers the entire city, and bulk food and daily necessities are now available on the shelves of United supermarkets. The living standards of Blackstone City residents have largely returned to pre-disaster levels, which is why professionals in Luoxia province are proud to own property there. In addition to infrastructure, the United Council also shipped in large quantities of military supplies, including firearms, armored vehicles, and attack helicopters. The helicopter Li Tong was riding in was sent by the United Council. Just as his Hao was being executed and Liu Qi obtained the God Devourer class certificate from the crystal tablet, beginning the difficult transition to hidden class, Lin Mingyuan received a sudden news report. He spoke to Zin AI and hurried through the portal to Hejian City. Zhao Sisi, the speaker's secretary, was waiting for Lin Mingyuan at the portal in a black office lady uniform. Knowing Lin Mingyuan's decisive personality, she spoke bluntly, "I just heard from the floating city that the great prophet Luo Jin has predicted a blood moon will descend on Mijing Town tonight. The speaker asked me to inform you, Luo Jin's predictions were always correct. He predicted that Mijing Town would be struck by a blood moon, one of the 4 great natural disasters." The United Council had always maintained a good relationship with the floating city due to Bai Chongming's connections. It seems Luo Jin's predictions were made at the request of the United Council. "Where is Mijing Town?" Lin Mingyuan asked, suppressing his excitement. If nothing unexpected happened, he would reach level 100 tonight. Zhao Sisi pulled out a map on her phone and pointed out Mijing Town to Lin Mingyuan, a town in Pinghe province to the southeast. A text note explained that due to the arrival of Omega Biopharmaceuticals in Pinghe province during the early stages of the apocalypse, a horde of zombies completely overran the province's human habitat. Only Mijing Town and Hongfeng Mountain remained as ghettos. Pinghe province was devastated, lacking resources and personnel. The ARC group hadn't bothered to conquer the local forces, leaving them to languish in hell. Not only had the Silver Empire descended on Earth from Apocalypse, but forces from other timelines and dimensions had also descended on Earth. The most powerful was the Pantheon, which had descended on the European continent, almost completely crushing and absorbing its native professional forces. While Omega Biopharmaceuticals was relatively weak, it was also one of the most powerful forces on its home planet, responsible for the creation of the primary monster zombies. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies were sighted across the globe. Over time, these low-level monsters gradually became obscured, leaving only Pinghe province where large-scale zombie infestations persisted. There, zombies had developed a unique evolutionary system, constantly spawning powerful variants to establish a foothold and establish their own stronghold. Lin Mingyuan had no interest in the story of Omega Biopharmaceuticals. He went to Mijing Town for 3 main purposes: kill monsters, and damn, kill monsters. A wizard activated a directional portal, and through it, Lin Mingyuan arrived on Mijing Town. Chapter 178: The female leader who offered herself as a reward. The sky was gloomy and dark, and the air held the scent of impending disaster. Before Lin Mingyuan could get a clear view of his surroundings, the half-man-high grass nearby stirred rhythmically, and 3 armed men swiftly emerged, pointing their guns at Lin Mingyuan and ready to interrogate him. Lin Mingyuan, who remained where he was, vanished from their side in a fleeting shadow. "Calm down, I'm here to help, not your enemy," Lin Mingyuan's lazy voice echoed behind the 3 men. Even a cannonball couldn't penetrate Lin Mingyuan's skin, but he still didn't like being pointed at. "Oh no. We've encountered a master." Having spent so much time in the wasteland, the 3 men's strength wasn't particularly impressive, but their judgment was evident. The man who suddenly emerged from the portal was clearly a master they couldn't afford to offend. They exchanged glances and whispered to each other for a moment before one of them, speaking as a representative, said, "We are patrol officers from Mijing Town. If you're here with sincerity, please follow us to meet the leader, lead the way." With some time left before dark, and with nothing else to do, Lin Mingyuan decided to stop by Mijing Town. One person led the way, while the other 2 followed behind. This seemingly protected Lin Mingyuan in the middle, but in reality, it formed a 3-pronged attack. If Lin Mingyuan made any movement, all 3 could simultaneously launch a barrage of fire. While their cautious approach proved futile, Lin Mingyuan's strength surpassed their imaginations. Even if it was useless, the subtle details still revealed the 3 men's strategic prowess. The Mijing Town armed forces, which had long teetered on the brink of danger, possessed considerable strength. If it weren't for the natural disaster, Mijing Town might have had a chance to rise again. A massive mass of concrete formed the walls of Mijing Town, encircling it like a wasteland fortress. The wall stood approximately 12 meters high, visible in the cracks of later additions, both old and new. Initially, the wall was only 5 meters high, sufficient to keep out the zombies. As the zombies' leaping and climbing abilities grew, the wall was raised to 12 meters. The soil at the base of the wall was hardened and blackened, the blood of countless zombies who perished beneath it seeping deep into the earth, becoming one with the fortress. Upon seeing the patrol return with their men, the sentry on the wall immediately lowered the hanging basket, avoiding any unnecessary risk and refusing to open the heavy steel gates. The people of Mijing Town truly adhered to the principle of caution. "Hey, guys, we've got a surprise. Did you find any survivors nearby? We haven't had any new members of our camp in ages," the sentry said with a friendly smile, offering each of the 4 a cigarette. The 3 patrolmen said with complicated expressions, "He's not from here." He suddenly appeared from the portal and said he's here to help. "Let's take him to see the leader, then I won't waste your time. The leader is in the underground lab with Dr. Chris. You can just go straight there." "Thanks, brother." They descended the city wall and headed deeper into Mijing Town. The town's main road had been specially widened. The original shops and residential buildings on both sides of the street had been demolished to create a spacious thoroughfare that could accommodate 5 heavy trucks running side by side, facilitating the transportation of troops in all directions. Everyone on the street was carrying weapons. The whole Mijing Town, young and old, men and women, was a military force, a truly remarkable sight. The underground lab was located beneath the town hospital. The security room in front of the hospital had been converted into a machine gun bunker. Patrolling guards could be seen everywhere around the iron fence, making it clear that the underground lab was a key building in Mijing Town. Entering the hospital, a chilly draft hit the 3 patrol members, causing them to shiver. The guards were all clad in heavy hazmat suits, wielding rifles not of Earth type. They were the cream of the crop. Lin Mingyuan sensed them as second-class professionals, and his assessment of Mijing Town's combat power was redefined. The 3 men, unable to advance into the underground laboratory, reported their intentions to the hazmat-clad guards and were ordered to remain. One of the guards went to the underground laboratory to inform the leader. A moment later, footsteps echoed down the darkened staircase. Lin Mingyuan's face suddenly lit up with a smile. He heard the clatter of high heels. Could the leader of Mijing Town be a woman? Female leaders were uncommon in the wasteland, and Lin Mingyuan only knew one with a name, Empress Yi Zhao. The next second, the veil of mystery was lifted. Lu Xiaoyan, the female leader, appeared before Lin Mingyuan, dressed in a slim-fitting blazer, a pleated skirt, and black patent leather high boots, revealing a sliver of her snow-white thigh. "My name is Lu Xiaoyan, mayor of Mijing Town. May I ask your name, distinguished guest?" With her cascading black hair and adorable round face, Lu Xiaoyan rarely smiled to maintain her authority as mayor. Few people could remember what she looked like when she did. "Lin Mingyuan, if you command any swordsman, you should have heard of me. I'm China's first sword master, Lord of Blackstone City, a key partner of the United Council, and a gravedigger for the Brotherhood of Steel. The last one is to be determined. Mijingtown had long since fallen out of touch with the outside world. Lu Xiaoyan had never heard of any of the factions Lin Mingyuan mentioned. Of all the titles, only China's first sword master held any weight. Excuse me, Lu Xiaoyan extended his hand and gently shook Lin Mingyuan's hand as a gesture of friendship. Regardless of whether Lin Mingyuan's claims were true or false, the fact that he could reach Mijingtown through the portal at least proved that a mage was behind him. Mr. Lin, why did you come to Mijingtown? Lu Xiaoyan asked. The survivors around Mijingtown had either died or joined Mijingtown. As the sentry at the city gate had said, they hadn't taken in new recruits in 2 or 3 months. How could such a desolate place, forgotten by the world, attract a figure like Lin Mingyuan? Time is limited, so let me be brief. Tonight, a bloody moon will descend upon Mijingtown, and I'm here to follow the disaster. Lin Mingyuan spoke bluntly, but Lu Xiaoyan looked confused. What is a bloody moon? Without access to outside information, Lu Xiaoyan had no clear understanding of the 4 natural disasters. The blood moon is one of the 4 great natural disasters and will appear randomly in any human settlement. It is an evil force generated by the intersection of celestial spheres and exists to exterminate local forces. The blood moon is the most common natural disaster. On the night of the blood moon, monsters will absorb the power of the blood moon and go crazy, their strength increasing by 50%, and they will madly attack human settlements. According to statistics from the United Council, 73% of human settlements will be wiped out after encountering the blood moon, and only 27% will survive, but they will also be seriously injured. Are you serious? Lu Xiaoyan's voice began to tremble. If it was really as Lin Mingyuan said, tonight would be the last night of Mijingtown. Mijingtown would have to pay a huge price to deal with the normal zombie tide. The zombies increased by 50% by the blood moon would completely crush Mijingtown. Of course it's true. I didn't come all this way here to play a joke. I'm giving you a piece of advice. The best way to save the camp is to immediately organize the evacuation of everyone. Even if people are saved and land is lost, there's always a chance to make a comeback. At worst, we can just start a new Mijingtown somewhere else. There's plenty of unclaimed land in the wasteland. Lin Mingyuan, liking Lu Xiaoyan, wasted no time in persuading her. Lin Mingyuan didn't need help from Mijingtown's local forces. He wished every zombie, strengthened by the blood moon, would come after him. The more experience, the better. It might be impossible to retreat. Since yesterday evening, patrols have spotted zombies migrating en masse towards Mijingtown. They seem to be planning a 4th wave, but they've blocked off the area around Mijingtown and held back. It turns out they're waiting for the bloody moon. Lu Xiaoyan's face was bitter. The information gap was completely asymmetric. By the time she realized the danger was approaching, it was too late. Mijingtown was surrounded by zombies. Leaving the fortress and fleeing now would just run right into their encirclement. There was only one way out now, to hold on to the death. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with only 3 hours left until nightfall. We had to seize every moment to actively prepare for battle. Lu Xiaoyan began running around to arrange defenses, while Lin Mingyuan was sent to the hotel by the guards to rest. The setting sun turned into a sunset, and the sky was filled with red clouds. At the other end of the sky, the slightly reddish outline of the blood moon was already looming. The soldiers who were on high alert stared at the sunset in a daze. This might be the last time they would see the sunset in their lives. Lin Mingyuan was lying on the bed, bored, flipping through the illustrated manual that recorded the types of zombies. Suddenly, his ears moved slightly, and he heard the sound of the door opening. It was Lu Xiaoyan. Have you eaten? Chief Lu, you. What are you doing? Lin Mingyuan exchanged a few words of greeting, but saw Lu Xiaoyan walk to the bed and take off her coat, revealing a snow-white lace bra and an even wider jade-like body. The sunset light fell on her like a goddess descending to earth. Lin Mingyuan, a serious man, frowned slightly, confused by Lu Xiaoyan's thoughts. To thank Mr. Lin for coming all the way here to save me, I, a humble woman with nothing, can only repay your kindness with this life. Seeing that Lin Mingyuan was still frowning, Lu Xiaoyan explained, I'm not a fickle woman. In fact, I'm still a virgin. Whether it was the blush or the shyness, Lu Xiaoyan's face flushed red as fire after saying this. Lin Mingyuan said thoughtfully, I think I understand what you mean. You must be afraid that I will not help to protect Mijing Town, so you have to do this, right? Chief Lu is making things complicated. To be honest, I came to Mijing Town to deal with the high-level monsters produced by the Crimson Moon. The regular monsters in the wasteland are too low-level, and killing monsters does not give you any experience. Only by killing high-level monsters produced by natural disasters can you get experience. Can you rest assured now? Lu Xiaoyan, whose heart was touched, lowered her head and said nothing. She was still worried that Lin Mingyuan would leave after gaining enough experience. Without the help of external forces, Mijing Town could not survive this natural disaster. Even if you truly wish to repay me, wait until afterward. Aren't you afraid of draining me dry and turning me into a weakling before the battle? These words completely dispelled Lu Xiaoyan's desire to pledge her love to him. She cast a charming glance at Lin Mingyuan and said, as long as you can help Mijing Town survive this catastrophe, I will reward you handsomely afterwards. Still fearing Lin Mingyuan's devotion, Lu Xiaoyan offered herself as a reward, encouraging him to fight bravely and help Mijing Town overcome its difficulties. Lin Mingyuan smiled and said nothing, handing Lu Xiaoyan his clothes. He then opened the door and rushed to the battlefield. Night finally fell, and the massive spotlights illuminating Mijing Town and its surroundings came on. To withstand this natural disaster, Mijing Town had committed everything it had. Women and the elderly helped carry ammunition and shells, and all the professionals climbed the 4 city walls, maintaining constant vigilance. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. In the distance, on the dark plain where all the trees had been cut down, pairs of bloodthirsty, glowing red eyes lit up. The huge corpse king, which moved slowly like a mountain, had huge blood-red eyes that were brighter than spotlights, bringing tremendous pressure to the defending soldiers. Chapter 179 Who is bigger? The battle began at this moment. Equipped with the power of the Blood Moon, a horde of zombies swarmed across the mountains, charging towards Mijing Town. Explosions echoed across the plains. Pre-planted mines ripped the desperate zombies apart, sending them flying into the air in a trail of charred, smoking earth. The zombies, already unintelligent, became even more frenzied under the Blood Moon's influence. Undeterred by the explosions, they charged towards the city walls. It's no wonder these swarms of zombies were called zombie tidal waves. They were like a relentless tide, one wave after another. As the zombies came within range, the soldiers on the walls opened fire. Careful aim wasn't necessary, even blindly firing was enough to kill the zombies. Strong soldiers tossed fragmentation grenades into the horde, exploding and creating a small gap in the stream, which was quickly filled by the zombies behind them. In the early stages of the apocalypse, Mijing Town received airdropped weapons, prompting most of its protégés to switch to soldiers. Their innate skills allowed them to inflict guaranteed damage with their guns and grenades. Even the swift, powerful evolved zombies were thwarted by the hail of bullets. Within a minute of the battle, over 10,000 zombies had perished. This was still a drop in the ocean compared to the vast horde, and the front continued to advance. If the zombies were allowed to reach the city walls, trampling over the piles of their fallen comrades' bodies to scale them, Mijing Town would fall. While its firepower appeared impressive, Mijing Town, despite having achieved considerable success, was steadily and slowly sliding towards the abyss. Lin Mingyuan estimated the zombie advance. Without him, Mijing Town could hold out for at most half an hour before being crushed by the zombie tide. The zombie tide gradually approached, and when it reached the 200-meter warning line, the soldiers on the walls unleashed a full-scale assault. The soldiers unleashed a succession of common and rare skills, including marked for death, rapid fire, gunfire madness, burning clip, and barrage, and for the first time, the zombie tide was repelled by the ferocious firepower. Lin Mingyuan focused his attention on the performance of the camp leader, Lu Xiaoyan, on the front lines. Despite her cute name and gentle appearance, Lu Xiaoyan was unbridled in battle. She wielded a shotgun in each hand, unleashing hundreds of pellets that exploded on impact. Her rate of fire was incredibly rapid, emptying her magazine in a few volleys, and reloading at a speed barely discernible to the naked eye. She single-handedly generated firepower equal to that of 100 exceptional soldiers. No wonder she became the camp leader. Lu Xiaoyan was truly something. The monocle flashed faintly in her arms, and Lin Mingyuan, with rare interest, examined Lu Xiaoyan's stats. With a primary attribute of 65 points of agility and a secondary attribute of 49 points of strength, this character is her hidden class, the gunslinger. His talent and skill palette is quite impressive, with an S-rank core talent called Furious Dual Wielding, which doubles his attack damage and rate of fire when dual wielding. He also possesses the soldier's signature epic skill, Bullet Time, and the gunslinger's epic skills, Last Bullet and Blood Boiling. Bullet Time is a well-known skill familiar to all gunslingers. While time slows down when Bullet Time is activated, the speed of thought remains constant, allowing ample time to assess the situation and respond calmly to any crisis. You can often see the soldier performing impressive maneuvers like dodging bullets and scoring headshots. Both Last Bullet and Blood Boiling are exclusive to the gunslinger. Last Bullet deals double damage with a last bullet in the magazine, a passive skill that persists. Blood Boiling is also a passive skill, increasing the rate of fire by 10% each time it hits the same enemy, stacking up to 10 times for a total increase of 100%. Combined with the doubled fire rate bonus from his Fury Dual Wielding talent, Lin Mingyuan's rate of fire was incomprehensible as he continuously attacked the enemy. Having observed the battle for a while, Lin Mingyuan extinguished his cigarette and decided to take action. The average level of the zombies in the zombie horde was only level 70. Too lazy to attack, Lin Mingyuan simply activated his 3 positive auras and acted like an aura monster. The healing aura restored 0.5% of his maximum health per second, which was useless for Lin Mingyuan, who only restored 30% of his maximum health per second. However, it could continuously replenish the vitality of ordinary soldiers, and as long as they didn't suffer fatal injuries, they would be almost healed in a few minutes. Before the close combat of the 100-man slash, the Mijing Town professionals who fired at the zombie horde from afar remained unscathed, understating the power of the healing aura. If the healing aura's effect wasn't immediately apparent, the swiftness and domination auras increased the combat effectiveness of the Mijing Town army by 20%. The swiftness aura's 10% bonus to attack speed was instantly effective, allowing an automatic rifle capable of firing 10 rounds per second to fire 11 rounds. The flames from the muzzle suddenly grew fiercer, and firepower surged. Besides the swiftness aura, the dominance aura also increased attack speed, aided by the increased agility. It also increased movement speed, balance, dynamic vision, and other pervasive effects. With a +5 bonus to all stats, including agility, strength, constitution, and intelligence, the dominance aura brought a comprehensive boost to the professionals of Mijing Town. Their bodies became stronger and more agile, and bodies already fatigued from continuous fire were suddenly infused with a surge of new strength. The soldiers, now energized and vigorous, continued their efforts, their zombie charge unable to keep up with the soldiers' devastation. The zombie tide was pushed back 100 meters, leaving a trail of corpses in its wake. Holy crap! Who cast that aura? It's incredible. I'm affected by 3 auras simultaneously, gaining +5 to all stats, including increased attack speed and health regeneration. The soldiers, whose unexpected victory had expanded, noticed the changes and exclaimed in amazement at the control panel. Brother Halo, awesome! Although they didn't know who it was, the soldiers were enjoying the effect, and praise for Brother Halo echoed from the 4 walls. Not everyone is a monster in attributes. In fact, even for Lin Mingyuan, whose 3-dimensional attributes exceeded 100, a 5-point increase to all attributes was still a significant boost, increasing his strength by 1/20th. While this was true for Lin Mingyuan, for ordinary professionals whose 4-dimensional attributes barely combined reached 100, it was like taking a tonic pill, instantly increasing their strength to a whole new level. The effect of adding 5 to all attributes was equivalent to a pure, blank piece of epic equipment, with no additional skills, only attribute increases. At this moment, over 2,000 soldiers in Mijing Town were equipped with invisible epic equipment that didn't occupy any equipment slots. With Lin Mingyuan's aura activated, each member of his faction had an extra piece of epic equipment. Even if Lin Mingyuan did nothing else and simply stood on the wall to watch the battle unfold, if victory was achieved, he would undoubtedly take the credit. This was the strength of Lin Mingyuan's second class, Legion Commander. The larger the battlefield, the greater Lin Mingyuan's impact. Between reloading, Lin Mingyuan smiled and nodded at Lin Mingyuan, thanking him for his contribution to Mijing Town. A quick thought revealed that the aura must have been cast by Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan knew everyone in Mijing Town well and understood their abilities. Only Lin Mingyuan, an outsider, was unknown to her. She had never imagined that Lin Mingyuan possessed 3 powerful aura abilities, providing immense assistance to the warriors. Lin Mingyuan's aura's effects were ultimately no match for the Blood Moon's powerful monster boost. After suffering heavy losses from a wave of skills from Mijingtown's professionals, the zombies, their eyes radiating a terrifying red light, returned in force. This time, the elite zombie force, the Tyrant, was also deployed. The Tyrant, one of the ultimate evolutionary forms of the zombies, stood 5 meters tall, with dark blue skin, muscles as rough and hard as granite, and terrifying tumors growing on its body. He possessed agility belying his size. Exuding a terrifying aura, the Tyrant trampled over the pile of zombie corpses, soaring from the top, leaping 100 meters onto the city wall. Concentrate fire, Lin Mingyuan roared, like a lioness on the hunt, possessing a savage beauty. Countless shrapnel erupted from her twin pistols. The explosive shrapnel struck the Tyrant, whose strength had increased by 50% and reached level 87, like a string of firecrackers exploding. Besides the crackling sound, it was powerless to shake the Tyrant. Snipers and soldiers also poured fire upon the Tyrant, but the disparity in hard power left the Tyrant unscathed. Honestly, if there was only one Tyrant, Mijingtown could have easily defeated it by giving it time and slowly laying siege to it. Unfortunately, the Tyrants numbered over 100 in the zombie horde, and there were even more powerful zombies. Without Lin Mingyuan, Mijingtown's defeat was inevitable. The Tyrant, possessing considerable intelligence, wore a cruel, malicious smile on his ugly face. Charging alone without the power of the Blood Moon would have resulted in him being riddled with bullets. But tonight, everything was different. The Tyrant raised his massive fist and smashed it down on the terrified soldiers nearby, instantly cracking their skulls and reducing flesh and bone to pulp. It wasn't the soldier whose head was blasted, but the Tyrant. After observing the battle for so long, finally finding a worthy prey, Lin Mingyuan couldn't sit still any longer. He leaped forward and smashed the Tyrant's head with a single blow. The Tyrant's massive, headless body fell to the ground below, crushing several zombies scaling the city walls. Seizing the opportunity to distract the soldiers on the wall with the Tyrant, the zombies advanced, their tide already reaching the city walls. "Captain, look! The zombie kings are moving." The sniper's hand trembled as the massive zombie kings, 15 meters tall and a head taller than the city walls, advanced with unstoppable force. With a zombie king in the lead, Mijingtown still had a slim chance of victory. Once the zombie king, capable of wiping out every soldier on the city walls with a single wave of his hand, unleashed his might, Mijingtown would be doomed. The impenetrable walls could be demolished with a few punches and kicks from the zombie king. Without the wall's protection, how could the soldiers fight the zombies in hand-to-hand combat? For a moment, everyone was dejected, a cloud of despair hanging over the human camp. "No way, no way. A few big fools scared you to death," a soft laugh echoed from the city walls, and only Lin Mingyuan managed to laugh. Everyone glared at him, including Lin Mingyuan, who glared at him resentfully. "You've certainly helped us a lot, but with Mijingtown on the verge of destruction, is it appropriate for you to stand there and make sarcastic remarks?" Lin Mingyuan, unconcerned about the appropriateness of the situation, ruffled Lin Mingyuan's hair, and said, "Girl, cheer up. Mijingtown won't perish with me here." With that, Lin Mingyuan suddenly leaped into the swarm of zombies. Before anyone could react, a blazing flame shot up into the sky, incinerating all the zombies below the city walls. The zombies, amplified by the blood moon, were reduced to black ash at the mere contact of the thousands-degree flames, comparable to the sun's surface temperature. The wind blew them away, scattering them across the sky like a black snow. Meanwhile, within the flames, Lin Mingyuan revealed his true form. With eyes like bells and a body like a giant, the 20-meter-tall fire demon descended upon the world. The desperate wall holding back the zombies reached only to Lin Mingyuan's muscular, angular abdomen. The overwhelming demonic might terrified the soldiers on the wall, leaving them speechless. The fire demon, with a half-smile, said, "Now let's see who's bigger, me or those giant idiots." Chapter 188 Trial. After ascending to legendary status, Lin Mingyuan's size increased tremendously. Combined with the experience gained from absorbing experience pearls, which increased his level by 14, his size had nearly doubled compared to before reaching legendary status, and it continued to grow slowly over time. As levels increase, size increases. In addition to level increases, age also contributes to size growth, and this growth is unlimited. Within the abyss, Lin Mingyuan's growth rate doubles. The giant Lycorp's kings before Lin Mingyuan now looked as immature teenagers. Lin Mingyuan extended his hand, and a dazzling orange-red pentagram appeared on the ground. The great sword of judgment, residing in another dimension, materialized at a length appropriate to Lin Mingyuan's size. Gripping the hilt, Lin Mingyuan swiftly struck twice, creating an X-shaped, deep, 100-meter-long scar in the ground ahead. The earth melted, stirring the magma from the earth's core, and two intersecting lava rivers lay across the path of the zombies. This strike evoked a third of the power of Baal, the Fire Lord. Their brains were already insufficient, and the Blood Moon's influence had eroded even the most basic of thinking abilities. The evolved zombies didn't even consider detours. Ignoring the danger before them, they plunged into the lava river, one after another, intent on filling it with their flesh and blood. However, the zombies that fell into the lava river only bubbled a few times before being incinerated. The Sea of Corpses tactic was completely ineffective. 99% of the millions of zombies were ordinary evolved zombies. They had no advantage except numbers, and their power depended on the Blood Moon's influence. At this point, ordinary zombies couldn't cross the lava river. Lin Mingyuan, standing alone, only had to face elite zombies above level 80 and the zombie kings who commanded the hordes. The Lasher, with its long, resilient tongue, like a hangman's, launched its first attack on Lin Mingyuan. Its thick tongue, stronger than steel and tough enough to twist a train into a pretzel, burst through the air and latched onto Lin Mingyuan's arm. Just as it was about to pull its vaunted tongue away, it was scorched to a crisp by the intense heat of Lin Mingyuan's flame demon body. Lin Mingyuan reached out, grasping its tongue and gently tugging. Like a kite with its string cut, the Lasher was pulled under his feet and crushed into pulp, transforming into 1.2 million experience points that merged into Lin Mingyuan's experience bar. With its elusive tongue, it had countlessly dragged its comrades into the corpse horde to be eaten. The Lasher, hated by the Mijing Town professionals yet helpless to stop them, met its end at Lin Mingyuan's hands, as easily as crushing a bug. All the zombies were intercepted by Lin Mingyuan alone. The professionals atop the city walls suddenly became idle, unsure what to do. What was unfolding before their eyes was beyond their comprehension. They stood there stunned, watching Lin Mingyuan ravage the elite zombies like a father beating his son. Don't just stand there, we need support from other areas. Go. The zombies attacked from all sides. Lin Mingyuan could handle the main battlefield, but the other three areas had yet to be pacified. Lu Xiaoyan urged them on, and the others, waking from their reverie, rekindled their fighting spirit and devoted themselves to the battle in other directions. Meanwhile, Lin Mingyuan was already in a killing spree, charging into the zombie horde like a tiger descending from the mountains, wielding his judgment greatsword with a riot of powerful moves. The vast horde proved no match for him. Ordinary zombies were scorched to death by his incineration fire when he got close, while elite zombies struggled for only a few seconds before being reduced to ash. Only zombie kings nearing level 100 were worthy of a fight with Lin Mingyuan. Watching his men slaughtered, the zombie king flew into a rage, roaring mighty roars as he charged towards Lin Mingyuan. Lu Xiaoyan, anticipating this giant clash, watched the battlefield intently, unwilling to miss a single detail. The result was a bitter disappointment for Lu Xiaoyan. The seemingly invincible and majestic zombie king was cleaved in half by a single sword strike, his fate no different from that of an elite zombie. Lu Xiaoyan recalled Lin Mingyuan's words before his demise, and upon closer inspection, they were indeed true. The zombie king, possessing only size and brute strength, possessed crude skills. Against Lin Mingyuan, he was like a giant fool, craning his neck and waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Mingyuan's sheer size was so immense that the other three sides could see the massive fire demon wreaking havoc on the battlefield. The fire demon laughed wildly, brandishing its greatsword and incinerating the evil zombies to ash. In the eyes of the professionals in Mijing Town, Lin Mingyuan, fighting for his town, towered over them like a god. Immersed in the joy of slaughter and gaining experience, Lin Mingyuan suddenly heard a distinctive system notification: Mijing Town Watcher. You help the residents of Mijing Town resist the zombie tide, and your heroic figure in battle will remain in the memory of Mijing Town residents forever, and the regional legend degree is +1. Another regional legend degree has been added, but only a little. My guess is right, there are two elements to obtaining legend degree. You have to do deeds that amaze the world, and as many people as possible know about the deeds. So the acquisition of legend degree is more like collecting faith. Could it be related to the canonization of gods? During the battle, Lin Mingyuan still had the mind to think about random things, which showed that he did not take the terrifying zombie tide seriously at all. The 5 million experience points given by a corpse king completely aroused Lin Mingyuan's killing desire. He focused on the Corpse King and attacked, like autumn wind sweeping leaves, quickly sweeping away the Corpse King and elite zombies on the front battlefield, happily leveled up 2 levels, and then rushed to other battlefields. The zombie tidal wave in Mijingtown has become a complete show of strength for Lin Mingyuan. With a single sweep of his judgment sword, vast swathes of zombies are incinerated to ash. The ashes have already piled a meter thick on the plains outside the city. If the plains are reclaimed and crops are planted next spring, a bountiful harvest is sure to follow by the end of the year. The owner of the underground laboratory, a former member of Omega Biopharmaceuticals' Immortality Project, who witnessed Lin Mingyuan's terrifying combat prowess, later discovered Omega Biopharmaceuticals' sinister plot to create an army of zombies to conquer all realms and decisively switched sides, joining the human camp. Dr. Chris of Mijingtown approached Lin Mingyuan and said, "Captain, our opportunity has arrived. He possesses the power to crush the zombie horde. Omega Biopharmaceuticals has no way of dealing with him. He will surely destroy Omega and eradicate the zombies from the world. He does have that ability, but he's not the only one in the wasteland with it. Why would he help us?" Lin Mingyuan muttered, gazing at the mighty fire demon. Chris was speechless. As he attacked one zombie after another, Lin Mingyuan lost count of how many zombies he had slain. After slaying enough evil creatures, the Great Sword of Judgment had unknowingly reached legendary rank. Lin Mingyuan was pleased for a moment, but then he stopped paying attention. The artifact sword embryo, the Holy Sword, Grankle, was Lin Mingyuan's ideal future weapon. The Great Sword of Judgment was merely a transition. After slaying the last zombie king, Lin Mingyuan looked up. The blood moon remained crimson, but not a single living monster roamed the earth. He gazed at the eerie blood moon and grinned, having once again triumphed over the natural disaster. "We have won. Long live the leader, long live Lin Mingyuan, long live the leader, long live Lin Mingyuan." 20 minutes had passed since Lin Mingyuan transformed into his true form as a fire demon. Word spread among the professionals of Mijingtown, and everyone knew that the benefactor who had saved them from the disaster was named Lin Mingyuan. After surviving the disaster, the excited professionals shouted "Long live Lin Mingyuan" to express their gratitude. Chapter 181 The First Zombie. Many mistakenly believe that Omega Biopharma opened Pandora's box, creating the zombies that destroyed multiple dimensions, including their own. This isn't the case. Initially, Omega Biopharma was a shady, shell company selling counterfeit pharmaceuticals. That's when the son of a company executive, high on drugs, and his friends attempted a ritual from a forbidden ancient tome, summoning a long-dead zombie from another world with the qualities of the living. Still high from the drugs, the son, experiencing a brain cramp, reached out to tease the zombie, and, as expected, was bitten. He became Infected Zero of that world, and was later transformed into Tyrant Zero. Along with the Abyss Submersible, a creature best suited to the zombie virus and undergoing multiple autonomous evolutions, they became Omega Biopharma's 2 guardian war gods, possessing powers comparable to those of sanctuary classes, though without their own domains. After obtaining the blueprints for a brainwave synchronizing helmet obtained from zombies and possessing the ability to control zombies, Omega Corporation injected the zombie virus into the city's water supply. Starting in one city, the virus spread with unimaginable speed across the globe, effectively making Omega Corporation, now capable of controlling zombies, the world's ruler. However, this brought disaster. Each planetary plane can be imagined as an independent egg. When an egg is punctured, even by the smallest puncture, external pathogens, toxins, and other pollutants surge in, transforming the self-perpetuating life-giving egg into a rotten egg, attracting countless flies and mosquitoes to covet it. Ever since the original zombie appeared in Omega Corporation's world, theirs has been targeted by external evil forces. The global spread of the zombie virus from another world has further compromised the world's defense mechanisms, eroding its will. Misfortunes and blessings come only from one's own actions. Omega Biopharma, dreaming of becoming the king of the world, had just begun to rule the world when the celestial confluence arrived. The world will, left to its own devices, naturally wouldn't, as Earth's will had, activate the hyper-evolution system for all Earth's native humans. Unable to resist the celestial confluence, Omega Biopharma chose to join the forces of the confluence, aiding and abetting the evil forces of the confluence and destroying one newborn or aging world after another. They fared relatively well until they arrived at Earth, in its prime, and Omega Biopharma reached its final stand. The DNA of all the zombie variants currently being researched by Omega Biopharma was extracted from the progenitor zombie, a walking gene bank that stored the entire evolutionary path of zombies and carried blueprints for various zombie technologies. Omega Biopharma has internally concluded that the progenitor zombie originated from a planet with a highly developed zombie civilization, which was destroyed for unknown reasons. Therefore, the zombie civilization deliberately created a batch of inherited zombies, imbued with the DNA of tens of thousands of evolved zombies and carrying the zombie civilization's unique technological blueprints, and exiled them into the void, hoping that these zombies would one day drift to other life-bearing planets and rebuild the zombie civilization. The zombie civilization's plan succeeded, and the truly harmful spirit summoned zombies from a forbidden magic circle. They later became the vanguard of the celestial confluence, aiding it in the destruction of several planes. Because the proto-zombie possessed infinite evolutionary potential, culminating in the true god stage, Omega Biopharmaceuticals, unable to control the proto-zombie, decisively drained all of its blood, leaving only a small amount to sustain life, forcing it into a dormant state. Omega Biopharmaceuticals' continued growth depended on the proto-zombie. By extracting and analyzing the genetic sequences of several zombie evolutionary paths from the proto-zombie, Omega Biopharmaceuticals was able to secure a powerful team of thugs and gain a foothold in the evil forces of the celestial confluence. The progenitor zombie still holds many unsolved mysteries, and even more evolutionary paths remain untapped. Once released, recapturing it will be impossible. Like a dragon lurking in the abyss, only to soar. Freed from its confines, the progenitor zombie will unleash a rapid evolutionary surge. Its secrets no longer belong to Omega Biopharmaceuticals. Omega Biopharmaceuticals will lose the opportunity to rapidly evolve and enhance its capabilities. Even if the progenitor zombie regains its memory, it might even threaten Omega Biopharmaceuticals, which forcibly drained its blood and bound it to a cold laboratory table. Releasing the progenitor zombie is like drinking poison to quench thirst, but if it isn't, Omega Biopharmaceuticals could be doomed today. Faced with the lesser of two evils, President Leon must resort to the risky strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf. A large number of elite zombies, the Zombie Kings, descended into a massive funnel at the East Suburbs amusement park and committed suicide. The jet black blood from their ruptured veins flowed through winding pipes into a cold laboratory 13 stories below the city center. The zombie blood, teeming with concentrated viruses and the power of death, awakened the primordial zombie, which opened its eyes, pitch black and colorless, like a black hole devouring the starry sky. Lin Mingyuan, slaying his enemies throughout the city, was completely oblivious to the dwindling zombie population. He had already arrived in front of the Omega building, summoning the Great Sword of Judgment from a 5-star magic formation. With a single blow, a massive crimson energy split the building in two. The fissure, melted by the intense heat, sent flowing orange-red magma cascading down the building. The upper floors slowly collapsed, rumbling to the ground with a thunderous tremor exceeding magnitude 9. The core researchers had already fled, and the unsuspecting security guards were killed or wounded in a matter of seconds, either falling to their deaths or being burned by the intense heat. Lin Mingyuan, his eyes sharper than a hawk's, spotted the researchers fleeing with important documents and equipment. He activated his Hunbian Cloak's second special effect, a Roman support, summoning a White Crow instructor and 10 Roman warriors, all at level 100, just like him. Lin Mingyuan rarely used a Roman support, primarily because he despised the meager combat power they provided. Even a level 100 Roman warrior wasn't very effective, for Lin Mingyuan. Honestly, a level 100 Roman was no match for them, at least in Yuanyang City. With the exception of a few boss-level monsters like Tyrant Zero, abandoned abyss submariners, and progenitor zombies. Other zombies were no match for the Roman. Lin Mingyuan summoned the Roman to contain the fleeing researchers. He had to eradicate the evil completely and completely wipe out Omega Biopharmaceuticals in Yuanyang City, denying them the chance to stage a comeback. The Crowman could only assist Lin Mingyuan with odd jobs, while he now faced two bosses, Tyrant Zero and Abandoned Submersible. A surging wave, the surging tide, brought with it the Abandoned Submersible, a giant zombie of the deep sea, its skin slippery with slime and covered in wriggling tentacles. Shockingly, the once weak and rich second generation has become an 8-meter-tall, devilish muscleman, his muscular build even more powerful than Lin Mingyuan's flame demon form. It crashed down the remaining half of the Omega building and surged forward with a series of sonic booms. Tyrant Zero had arrived. To cover the researchers' retreat, the two bosses arrived, determined to halt Lin Mingyuan's advance and buy time for the primordial zombie to revive. Unfortunately, the Omega Biopharmaceuticals executives, convinced their plan had succeeded, were unaware that Lin Mingyuan had a helping hand. The fluttering crowdman became the greatest obstacle to their escape. Omega Biopharmaceuticals' challenge level should be above 120. Only a saint-level expert could truly destroy Omega Biopharmaceuticals, as they possess two powerful zombies wielding saint-level strength. Lin Mingyuan temporarily extinguished his incineration fire to prevent it from burning the antique master's monocle. He then retrieved the monocle from his special ring and activated his insight spell, revealing the attributes of Tyrant Zero and Abandoned Abyss Submariner. The two bosses were levels 125 and 127, respectively, 20 levels higher than Lin Mingyuan's. Insight wasn't enough to fully capture their stats and abilities. Lin Mingyuan wasn't particularly interested in seeing them, simply understanding their levels was sufficient. Being 120 levels higher than Lin Mingyuan's level was exactly what he wanted. It was a perfect level jump challenge, earning double experience. Instantly, his incineration fire reignited, and Lin Mingyuan's buffs fully activated, entering combat mode. Previously, he'd been skirmishing, but now he was ready for serious action. Chapter 182 Killing. Tyrant Zero attacked first, but only a series of sonic booms could be heard, leaving Tyrant Zero completely invisible. Even the most advanced satellite cameras couldn't capture the clash between the two. Then, with two dull thuds, Tyrant Zero and Fire Demon separated. Lin Mingyuan clutched Tyrant Zero's severed arm, a sardonic smile on his face. If that's all you have, you'd better surrender and don't waste your time. Tyrant Zero, having lost an arm after only 2 strikes, remained expressionless as he silently adopted a defensive stance. The first strike was advantageous. Tyrant Zero's first punch struck Lin Mingyuan's heart, but Lin Mingyuan, in turn, caught his fist and immobilized him. Realizing his own inferior speed and strength to Lin Mingyuan's, Tyrant Zero dove sideways, delivering a powerful double kick to Lin Mingyuan's abdomen. Even solid alloy steel would have ruptured under such a powerful blow, but Lin Mingyuan's abdominal muscles merely shrunk 2 inches, neutralizing Tyrant Zero's brutal force. Unable to injure Lin Mingyuan, Tyrant Zero displayed a resolute resolve. Before Lin Mingyuan could grasp his waist with a palm, he suddenly unleashed a powerful force, ripping his own arm apart and fleeing. The vast chasm in their power couldn't be bridged by clever tricks. Tyrant Zero's bulging arm quickly dried out in the inferno, transforming into a charred corpse. As it fell from his grasp, shattering into ash on the ground, Lin Mingyuan suddenly attacked. He was much faster than Tyrant Zero. Tyrant Zero had just adopted a futile defensive stance when Lin Mingyuan attacked him with the same attack. A single piercing punch shattered Tyrant Zero's ribs, shattering the ribs that protected his heart. The shattered bone fragments flew out of his body like hidden weapons, piercing the steel frame of a burning abandoned truck behind him. Then, Lin Mingyuan leaped into the air and unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks, splitting Tyrant Zero in 2 with just 2 kicks. His lower limbs, still clinging to the ground, were shattered, and his upper body, shattered to pieces. A blazing, vicious fire penetrated Tyrant Zero's defenseless body, igniting his upper body like a blazing torch. Tyrant Zero's defeat was swift. From the moment the fight ended, Lin Mingyuan exchanged a few trash-talking moments, a mere 5 seconds. By the time the abandoned Abyss Submariner, trailing a trail of slime and water, finally reached Tyrant Zero, his bones had been charred to a crisper crisp than biscuits. These fragments transformed into 19.8 million experience points, which then filled Lin Mingyuan's experience bar. In pure melee combat, the abandoned Abyss Submariner was inferior to Tyrant Zero, and even more so in the face of Lin Mingyuan, who could easily dispatch Tyrant Zero. Playing to its strengths and avoiding its weaknesses, the abandoned Abyss Submariner transformed into 5 soft tentacles, piercing deep into the earth. The next second, the ground ripped apart, inch by inch. Thousands of thick tentacles burst forth from the ground, spreading out in a circular pattern. Streets crumbled, buildings collapsed, and everything in sight was shattered by the slippery tentacles. It feels a bit like the old alien gods, Lin Mingyuan said with a smile. This opponent was quite interesting. Watching the soft tentacles erupt like a kelp forest rooted in the ocean, Lin Mingyuan lifted his foot and stomped down hard. The already battered earth once again revealed countless cracks emitting a dazzling orange-red glow. Turbulent lava followed, erupting along the cracks. The slimy, soft tentacles were powerless to penetrate the raging torrent of magma. Lin Mingyuan could unleash his ultimate sword technique, mountain collapse and earth-shattering, without even needing a sword. This marked a new stage in his furnace swordsmanship, where he had mastered the sword's essence and could execute his moves at will. Countless, stout tentacles, tens of meters long, protected the abandoned abyss submersible. Forcing his way through the tentacle forest would be difficult. The tentacle's powerful suction would force Lin Mingyuan to slow down, eventually trapping him in the sea of tentacles. He could only watch as the abandoned abyss submersible summoned a monstrous wave 100 feet high, attempting to flood Juanyang City and drag Lin Mingyuan into the deep sea to fight on its home turf. The fire demon loathed the ocean. Fishing, surfing, and other recreational activities were fine, but in combat, he could only exert 60% of his full potential. If the abandoned abyss submersible's plan succeeded, he could indeed hold off Lin Mingyuan for a while. Killing Lin Mingyuan was impossible. The abandoned abyss submersible's meager damage couldn't even break through his defenses. A massive wave engulfed the harbor and rapidly approached the city center. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater crashing down on him would have crushed Lin Mingyuan. While the situation seemed unsolvable, there were many ways to break it. The simplest was to use the Heavenly Gate to evade and decapitate him with a single strike. At close range, the abandoned abyss submersible wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan rejected many quick and easy strategies, choosing instead to face the challenge head-on. Having finally encountered an opponent who played with water, wouldn't it be a shame not to test his legendary skills? Lin Mingyuan's face was itched with unmistakable pain. The eternal fire that had been lingering in his heart instantly spread through his bloodstream, spreading to his limbs and bones. It then began to consume the immensely powerful fire demon's body, reducing it to a skeletal mummy. Every ounce of energy was extracted from the flesh and blood, channeled into the sword. If this energy were to explode unexpectedly at this moment, the damage it inflicted would be even more devastating than a hydrogen bomb. Even the legendary Great Sword of Judgment struggled to withstand the intense heat of the distorted space, and cracks appeared on its surface. Lin Mingyuan dared not store any more energy, but raised the sword high and slashed, unleashing the energy. This was the Devil Flame Killing Sword, a sword that delivered 5 times the damage at the cost of self-destruction. A stream of pure, compressed fire instantly pierced the entire city. A forest of sickly, eerie tentacles dozens of feet away were scorched to a crisp by the sword's horrific aftershocks. The gentle scrape of the sword's horrific aftershocks crushed it into ash like dry grass dried by a wildfire. The abandoned abyss submariner saw the incoming sword energy, but he couldn't dodge it. Before he could even despair, his clear body was incinerated to ash. The sword energy, stretching 10 miles, split the massive waves, instantly evaporating the water vapor that drifted upward, quickly forming thick clouds across the clear blue sky. From starting point to end, only a deep sword mark remained, and the surrounding white ground, scorched by the intense heat. From the ruins of buildings to abandoned vehicles, the demon flame-killing sword annihilated everything in its path. Lin Mingyuan's body, drained to the bone, recovered at a visible pace. In 4 breaths, he had recovered from near-death to peak condition. Seeing the effects of the demon flame-killing sword, he nodded in satisfaction. If a legendary skill with infinite potential for evolution was so powerful in its initial stages, what would it hold in the future? In the distance, the crowman intercepted the fleeing researchers. Only a few hidden zombies remained in the city, a threat no longer necessary. Everything was over. Just as Lin Mingyuan was about to transform back into human form, he precisely detected a slight tremor in the ground, and something beneath the surface was about to break free. Lin Mingyuan tilted his head, staring ahead. Suddenly, a wave of mud and earth exploded, and a seemingly ordinary zombie burst out from the ground. The zombie stood about 1.75 meters tall, its skin a sickly pale from not having seen the sun for a long time. A few wisps of dry, tangled yellow hair fluttered in the wind on its bald head. Its eyes were as black as ink, and when it opened its mouth, a foul, rancid stench emanated. Its teeth were half missing, their color charred and black, uneven. Its appearance was the epitome of a typical zombie. If you were to play a minor role on a zombie film, the director would give him an extra chicken drumstick in his lunchbox. He was so dedicated. The zombie didn't have the terrifying muscles of Tyrant Zero, comparable to those of the Devil's Kinnikuman, nor did it have the uncanny ability of the Abyss Submariner to create tentacles and command the tides. It looked like an ordinary zombie, but it gave Lin Mingyuan a sense of danger. He took out his monocle and used his last clairvoyance of the day, and the zombie's attributes immediately became apparent. Ancestral zombie, LV67, LV68, LV69, holy crap. He's leveling up so quickly. Lin Mingyuan's eyes widened, his mind going blank. He had never seen anything like this before. A single glance at the ancestral zombie's attributes intensified Lin Mingyuan's sense of danger. He instantly stepped through the heavenly gate and launched an invincible slash. The giant, flickering shadow of the flame demon made the ancestral zombie seem infinitely smaller. Countless terrifying sword energies completely chopped the ancestral zombie into pieces, yet the system still didn't signal a kill. After the invincible slash ended, looking at the charred mess on the ground, Lin Mingyuan became anxious. Without a signal, the ancestral zombie was clearly not dead. He immediately plunged the great sword of judgment deep into the ground, igniting the fires of the earth's core. Simultaneously, the meteor volcano activated, bringing a raging blaze of heavenly fire. From every pore of his body erupted the eternal fire of man fire. The three fires of heaven, earth, and man merged into one on the surface. In an instant, the world was filled with boundless flames. The unimaginable heat unleashed a dazzling light more dazzling than a nuclear explosion, as if a scorching sun had descended upon the earth. The surrounding cities could clearly see Yuanyang City reduced to ashes in a white glow. Towering buildings, untouched by the battle, now crumbled to rubble. Streets, shops, amusement parks, schools, factories, everything was reduced to ash. Even the earth itself was burned through to a depth of 100 feet, transforming Yuanyang City into a vast sinkhole. At its center lay Lin Mingyuan. The ultimate secret of the Fire Demon King's furnace sword technique, the Furnace of Annihilation. The Fire Demon King, Baal, had once used this move to incinerate a living planet, leaving only its shattered core. It truly possessed cosmic destructive power. Unleashing the Furnace of Annihilation, Lin Mingyuan's eyes shone with murderous intent. He was determined to nip this danger in the bud, and he would not rest until he heard of the death of the primordial zombie. At this moment, the living environment in Yuanyang City, enveloped by the Furnace of Annihilation, was 1,000 times more perilous than the incomparably dangerous Inferno. Entering Yuanyang City without sanctuary-level strength would be instant death. The surface oil had been completely burned, and the underground rock strata continued to sink amidst the ongoing Inferno. Omega Biopharmaceuticals, built 13 levels underground, had finally exposed the laboratory that once held the primordial zombie. A small piece of flesh, ripped from the primordial zombie's body, was incinerated in the Furnace of Annihilation. A notification sounded, "You killed the primordial zombie." The level difference exceeded 20. The system has determined this victory as a crushing victory. 0 experience points were awarded. The Furnace of Annihilation ceased immediately after the sound of the notification. Lin Mingyuan, whose strength was boundless and who had fought for 10 days and 10 nights without sleep without feeling fatigued, began to see blurry images after the Furnace of Annihilation ceased. His head grew increasingly heavy, and his vision went dark, and he immediately passed out. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Perfect Blood. Lin Mingyuan's unwavering commitment to utter destruction and eradicating all evil is his unwavering commitment to the cause. He would never act so utterly recklessly, ignoring the immense potential of his enemies, refusing to utterly destroy them with lightning speed, and instead allowing them to grow and ultimately harm themselves. In fact, upon noticing the progenitor zombie's incredible potential, Lin Mingyuan unleashed his full power without hesitation, instantly killing it. Sensing that the progenitor zombie wasn't completely dead, he desperately activated the Furnace of Annihilation, digging deep into the ground and sending the progenitor zombie into the abyss before finally stopping. The progenitor zombie's death was truly unjust. Possessing the ability to regenerate flesh and blood, the progenitor zombie had left a piece of his flesh in the dungeon for safekeeping before his return to the light of day. If the outside world proved too hostile, he could still be reborn hundreds of meters underground. But the original zombie never imagined he'd encounter a ruthless paranoid named Lin Mingyuan, determined to slay him, even if it meant razing the entire ocean city to the ground. Before the zombie civilization could regain its glory, he perished before his death. At this moment, Lin Mingyuan slept peacefully on the seafloor. His demonic body, adapted to any extreme environment, allowed him to breathe freely in the water. The ravages of the apocalypse furnace had completely scorched the landmass adjacent to Ocean City, sending the ground plunging 500 meters. While the furnace lasted, not a single drop of seawater could enter. Once the furnace ended, seawater immediately flooded in, submerging the exposed subsurface rock. Like a jigsaw puzzle piece, the entire city of Yuanyang was completely wiped from the world map. All buildings and civilizations vanished, reduced to ash the moment the furnace of annihilation opened. Ashes drifted upwards on the hurricane, falling alongside the accumulated rain from the thick clouds. The dark rain, mingled with the ash, seemed like the heavens weeping for the long-dead city. The commotion caused by the sinking of the continent and the influx of seawater was truly enormous. Pinghe province was sparsely populated, otherwise the news would have spread like wildfire. Land sinker, you have sunk a landmass, and the people are astounded by your power. Regional legend +3, even in the sparsely populated Pinghe province, Lin Mingyuan's actions were so shocking that they earned 3 legend points. While still unconscious, Lin Mingyuan didn't hear the system notification and wouldn't discover it until he woke up and checked the message. Slowly opening his eyes, the dark underwater world emerged before him. Lin Mingyuan's exceptional vision allowed him to clearly discern the vast numbers of tiny plankton floating in the ocean. The ocean's filth filled him with a deep-seated disgust. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a remarkable sight nearby. Great white sharks, killer whales, giant octopuses, and a myriad of other bizarre deep-sea fish lay sprawled, their bodies festering undead. Amidst the thousands of enormous deep-sea fish, a single drop of blood, emitting a faint pink glow, floated. The progenitor zombie's incredible rate of evolution must possess something extraordinary. Could killing it have yielded a divine artifact? The more Lin Mingyuan considered this, the more plausible it became. He took a closer look and saw that the soft pink glow was indeed a drop of blood, an incredibly alluring drop of divine blood. He was tempted to devour it, but the thought of the fate of the countless other powerful deep-sea fish around him that had devoured blood calmed him down. Lin Mingyuan was extremely cautious regarding artifacts associated with the divine. Nothing comes easy. Most divine artifacts he had encountered possessed extremely deceptive and insidious negative effects, brimming with malicious intent. Only the artifact embryo, the holy sword, Grankle, lacked divine will, due to its incomplete forging and lack of connection to the gods. It's okay if I don't ingest it, right? With this thought in mind, Lin Mingyuan, having transformed back into human form, extended a finger to touch the divine blood. The system identified the cause and effect of the blood and provided Lin Mingyuan with a definitive answer. Item name, perfect blood, quality, divine grade, pink, effect, perfect blood can replicate any bloodline potion, once per day. Introduction, this drop of perfect blood, concentrated from the essence of the blood plundered from all races by the first zombie god to ascend to deity in his zombie form. However, this newborn god, possessing the power of death, attracted the covetousness of the abyss demon. On the eve of his demise, the zombie god stripped away the perfect blood, which records the evolutionary paths of all races, and infused it into a batch of inherited zombies created in his laboratory. After many twists and turns, they drifted to Earth. The system briefly recounted the tragic story of the zombie god. It's hard to imagine the zombies, reborn from death, climbing the ladder step by step, overcoming countless hardships and obstacles along the way to godhood. Recording his story could fill a vast tome. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Lin Mingyuan had no idea what innate power over death meant, but the mere sight of those 8 words stirred a burning desire. He imagined it must be something truly precious, otherwise it wouldn't have brought such calamity upon the zombie god. The zombie god's story touched Lin Mingyuan, but he valued the perfect blood's effects more. The introduction states that the zombie god once plundered the blood essences of all races, using supreme divine power to condense the vast pool into a single drop. This seemingly ordinary perfect blood possesses the DNA sequences of every race, allowing it to replicate any known bloodline potion, replicating 1 bottle per day. Lin Mingyuan, intent on building a demon army, was forced to temporarily put his plans on hold due to a severe shortage of demon blood essence. The appearance of perfect blood provided a solution. To test the perfect blood's effectiveness, Lin Mingyuan immediately removed the stored demon blood essence from his space ring and dripped it into the demon blood essence. The demon blood essence surged, its volume doubling in volume. Lin Mingyuan then hurriedly used demon bone fragments to craft a container to preserve the blood essence's power before finally storing it. After replicating 1 drop of demon blood essence, the perfect blood's concentration was slightly diluted, and the lost energy would naturally regenerate over time. If one were to forcefully replicate the blood, a single drop of perfect blood would produce dozens of copies before exhausting its energy. Before, I could only obtain 1 demon blood essence once a week, but now it's 1 per day. The Demon Army project has great potential. An unexpected opportunity brought Lin Mingyuan a solution to his pressing need. All the trouble he'd gone through to kill the primordial zombie was worthwhile, and the formation of the Demon Army could finally begin. Prior to this, Lin Mingyuan would copy and store a portion of demon blood essence daily, until the first group of Legion members were selected and collectively bestowed with it. At that time, the Forerunner mentor, Xiang Hongda, who had already transformed into a fire demon, would train them. Forming a legion wouldn't be a quick success, so it was premature to consider it now. Chapter 184 New Year is coming. Leaving the flooded Yuanyang city, Lin Mingyuan flew back to Mijing town. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to apprehend the culprits and bring them back to the suffering people. Having unleashed the Crucible of Doom to exterminate the primordial zombies, Lin Mingyuan quickly dispatched all the crowdmen and the leaders of Omega Biopharmaceuticals who hadn't escaped the city. When he saw Lu Xiaoyan again, she was dispatching waves of scouts to Yuanyang city to investigate. Clearly, she already knew about the sinking. Don't look for me. I did it. Silently, Lin Mingyuan appeared behind Lu Xiaoyan. Turning her head suddenly, Lu Xiaoyan understood everything in an instant when she saw Lin Mingyuan coming back. She said with tears in her eyes, "Thank you, why should you be polite to me?" Lin Mingyuan said casually. Looking at Lu Xiaoyan, whose heart was beating fast and she didn't know what to do, Lin Mingyuan opened his arms with a gentle smile on his face. "Don't you want to give the victorious hero a hug as a reward?" Lu Xiaoyan blushed and got into Lin Mingyuan's arms, whispering, "Don't think too much, it's just a hug, we're over, our story has just begun, and it's far from over. Stop lying to yourself, show your domineering attitude as the leader of the camp, and tell your true thoughts." Lin Mingyuan said very seriously that he wanted to continue his relationship with Lu Xiaoyan. Hearing this, the shyness of a young girl's first love quickly gave way to decisiveness. Lu Xiaoyan looked Lin Mingyuan straight in the eye, her gaze blazing as she said, "Okay, then I'll be frank. I'm attracted to you. Stay with me and I'll give up everything. I don't care about the camp leader or anything like that. You're the sun in my life. Or I can go with you. My family's gone anyway, so it doesn't matter where I live. But you have to break off all ties with your ex and love only me for the rest of your life. Can you do that?" Staying in Mijing town was out of the question. Lin Mingyuan's roots were in Blackstone City, in central China. Taking Lu Xiaoyan away with him wasn't a bad idea, but Lu Xiaoyan insisted that Lin Mingyuan abandon Xin Ai, and Lin Mingyuan was immediately paralyzed. He adored Lu Xiaoyan, a girl with a delicate exterior yet a strong heart, but giving up Xin Ai for her was impossible. Lin Mingyuan's voice was deep. "Is there a way to have your cake and eat it too?" As soon as he finished speaking, a fragrant breeze blew across his face, and Lu Xiaoyan slapped Lin Mingyuan hard. Lin Mingyuan, known for his thick skin, didn't even blush, but instead, the shock stung Lu Xiaoyan's delicate palm. Eating from the pot, looking at the basin? "Huh, is this what a man is?" Lu Xiaoyan clenched her stinging hand into a fist and sneered, unsure which hurt more, her hand or her heart. Lin Mingyuan scratched his head. The powerful and wealthy in the wasteland were rife with wives and concubines, so why was it so difficult for him? Lu Xiaoyan didn't accept fragmented love, and Xin Ai was even more so. Yan Qianxue had once saved her life, and she knew Yan Qianxue was deeply in love with Lin Mingyuan, yet she never relented. She was even more displeased with Duke Freya, who had never concealed her affection for him. Until now, Lin Mingyuan hadn't realized that he'd always been drawn to women with inner strength, and that appearance wasn't as important. Otherwise, Yu Qingqing, who was stunningly beautiful and admired and trusted him, would have been his longtime admirer. Most women with inner strength share one thing in common: they're queens who control their own destiny, valuing love without regarding it as their sole existence. They can survive without anyone, and thrive. The women in the wasteland, willing to be men's vassals, are nothing more than playthings. If Lin Mingyuan could accept those women who fawned over him for money and power, he could easily have 3 harems, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines, and he could watch a real-life palace drama at home every day. Lu Xiaoyan was adamant. She wanted Lin Mingyuan to make a choice. For the time being, Lin Mingyuan's choice was undeniable. He bit his lip and made a difficult decision. I'm sorry, I can't give you the future you want. Take care of yourself. Even if we can't be lovers, we can still be friends. If you have any questions or difficult problems, you can contact me. It's normal for friends to help each other. Don't hesitate, I've said everything I need to say. I think I should go. There was no point in staying any longer. Lin Mingyuan didn't want to star in a melodramatic romance. The leading role in an epic war drama awaited him. Lu Xiaoyan, furious, softened when she saw Lin Mingyuan leaving. Where are you going? Home. How about not going home? If you don't go home, I'll elope with you. Okay, then let's elope. Just you and me, casting aside all the constraints of our identities, belonging only to each other. Lu Xiaoyan grasped Lin Mingyuan's hand, her eyes filled with affection. Life should be enjoyed to the fullest. Instead of dwelling on the ever-changing future, it's better to seize the present. Lin Mingyuan turned around and put his arm around Lu Xiaoyan's delicate waist. The energy in the space surged, and they vanished into Mijing Town, enjoying a moment of their own, just for one day. Even the most beautiful dreams must eventually end, and Lin Mingyuan had to leave. At parting, Lu Xiaoyan's reluctance melted into a passionate kiss, biting Lin Mingyuan's lips. Unexpectedly, so much had happened in just 2 days. He had met someone he would never forget. Seal the memory of this experience with fondness, Lin Mingyuan continued his unwavering progress. Upon returning home, his first priority was to inquire about the success of the artificial God Devourer project. Upon receiving a positive response, Lin Mingyuan immediately headed to Li Tong's home, where he encountered Liu Qi and offered him some words of comfort and encouragement. After his transformation into a God Devourer, Liu Qi's skill would rank him among the top 5, if not the top 3, in Blackstone City. The God Devourer's greatest strength lies in its pre-existing divine power. Using divine power to enhance skills significantly increases their power, allowing even ordinary green and blue skills to unleash epic or even legendary power. Even legendary skills enhanced with divine power can inflict unimaginable damage. Normally, a professional must reach the demigod level to acquire a small amount of divine power, meaning that only at this stage will the God Devourer lose its advantage. However, even in the wasteland world 10 years from now, demigods are incredibly rare. How could there be so many? Each demigod is a pillar of a world-class power. Liu Qi's kind nature and gratitude were so strong that Li Tong took him in as his godson. Now, even with his power greatly increased, surpassing his godfather, Li Tong, he shows no sign of arrogance. He treats Li Tong with great respect and expresses his gratitude to Lin Mingyuan for the opportunity he has given him to rise to prominence. It was quite gratifying that all his efforts hadn't yielded an ungrateful villain. Leaving Li Tong's residence, Lin Mingyuan returned to the city lord's mansion to summon Xiang Hongda. Having transformed into the flame demon bloodline, Xiang Hongda's strength was rapidly increasing, and he would soon reach the legendary level. Upon learning of Lin Mingyuan's summons, he dropped everything he was doing and hurried to the city lord's mansion. Lin Mingyuan, for the first time, explained to Xiang Hongda the details of the Demon Legion plan and instructed him to begin recruiting immediately. Lin Mingyuan wanted to build the Demon Legion into a world-class elite corps, and he wouldn't accept just any worthless talent. He had strict requirements for recruits. First, they had to be at least level 50. Those who had achieved the second rank within the first year of the Cataclysm were considered to have high potential. Beyond the level requirements, to prevent unqualified candidates from filing in the gaps, applicants had to record videos of themselves solo killing bosses of the same level. The first 2 requirements ensured potential and combat effectiveness, but there was also a final requirement: attributes. Their primary attribute must exceed 60 points. For a class with balanced dual attributes, the combined total must exceed 80 points. Why are there such attribute requirements? Because converting to a demonic bloodline replenishes a class's attributes. Higher attributes grant greater benefits, and naturally, a greater increase in combat power. These 3 requirements would eliminate 99% of current class members. Even Xiang Hongda himself failed to meet the requirements before converting his bloodline, demonstrating how stringent they are. Xiang Hongda bluntly said, "If we follow this selection standard, we won't be able to pick out 100 men in the entire Black Rock City. Can we relax the selection criteria appropriately?" Lin Mingyuan shook his head, flatly rejecting Xiang Hongda's idea, and said, "Quality is more important than quantity. I envision the Demon Legion as an invincible, disciplined, and kingly force. Every member of the Legion should be able to fight 10 men of the same level. After a brief pause, Lin Mingyuan continued, I have no choice but to go the elite route. The output of demon blood essence is limited, only 1 bottle per day. It will take more than 2 years to assemble a 1,000-man team, and the number of places is limited, so we must strive for excellence. As for the problem of manpower, don't worry. If Black Rock City is short of manpower, we can recruit from all over central China. If the number in central China still isn't enough, I will go to Hejian City to recruit. In short, manpower is not a problem. How about this? You select 100 men from Blackstone City and begin intensive training. I've been accumulating quite a bit of demon blood lately, so it shouldn't be a problem to gather 100 bottles by the end of the year. Then, arrange for the professionals to undergo a unified transformation, and you'll be in charge of the training. We'll ensure the formation of an army as quickly as possible. Then, I'll follow you to the battlefield to establish the reputation of the Demon Legion. Recruiting will be much easier then. Xiang Hongda nodded. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. Xiang Hongda didn't ask which war they were going to fight. Having navigated society for so many years, Xiang Hongda knew what to ask and what not to ask. He would know what he needed to know in due time. With the important matters arranged, Lin Mingyuan should prepare for the Lunar New Year. The beginning of a new year brings a new beginning, and the Spring Festival is the most important traditional festival for the Chinese people. While the Gregorian New Year is rarely celebrated, it's only during the Lunar New Year that displaced people flock back to their hometowns to celebrate with family and friends. Lin Mingyuan attached great importance to the first Spring Festival after the founding of Black Rock City. Factories large and small in the surrounding areas were busily producing lanterns, spring couplets, fireworks, and other essential items to enhance the festive atmosphere. Supermarkets overflowed with New Year's goods, from food and clothing to daily necessities, and every day, throngs of locals and residents flocked to United Supermarkets to stock up, rewarding themselves for a year of hard work. United Supermarkets opened in communities with populations over 100,000. As the name suggests, they were owned by the United Council, offering affordable goods to prevent unscrupulous merchants from monopolizing and jacking up prices on essential goods. No other power cared more deeply about people's livelihoods than the United Council, and by operating affordable supermarkets, the council had both profited and won the hearts of the people. Lin Mingyuan and Xin Ai had previously agreed to return to their hometown for the new year, allowing Lin Mingyuan's parents to meet their future daughter-in-law. Xin Ai was nervous about meeting her in-laws. Perhaps influenced by too many domestic TV dramas, she anxiously asked Lin Mingyuan if his mother-in-law would give her a hard time. Lin Mingyuan laughed and assured her otherwise. With the Lunar New Year approaching, Lin Mingyuan made a special trip to Hejian City before the Lunar New Year to visit teachers and friends. He sparred with his teacher Fang Teichu in the Barren Mountains, brought precious ingredients from high-level bosses he had hunted, and grilled them outdoors for Yu Qiking and Zhu Qiuyu. He then went to the Trident building to discuss cooperation and the future direction of China with Speaker Nai Xian. Finally, Lin Mingyuan visited the data analysis department to meet with Wei Qianxue, the architect of Lin Mingyuan's career. To thank him for helping him awaken his Super S-Class Immortal last year, Lin Mingyuan purchased an epic black market item at a high price, the Elf King's Crown of Wisdom. May you always maintain a clear mind and continue to help me chart my course. Wei Qianxue gladly accepted the Crown of Wisdom, which significantly boosted his thinking speed. Lin Mingyuan also talked with Wei Qianxue about the concept of the demon army. Wei Qianxue gave Lin Mingyuan some constructive suggestions. There are many kinds of demons, and there are hundreds of common demons. It's a good thing that you want to create a disciplined demon army, but once the composition is too complicated, different types of demons are good at different things in battle, and their methods are different, so it's difficult to have discipline. I think you should let professionals specialize in several types of demons. For example, melee professionals can change to the powerful destroyer demon, who is good at attacking, or the soul judge demon with speed advantage. Ranged professionals can change to demon human. The size and body structure of the half-demon and half-human demon human will not change much, and it is still suitable for using firearms and bows and arrows. The idea is good, but the demon blood contains the genetic sequences of many kinds of demons. We can only see which demon route the professional is suitable for. There is no way to intervene manually. Lin Mingyuan, who had personally transformed into a high-level demon bloodline, frowned slightly. When converting demon bloodline, The system will arrange several possible options according to the degree of compatibility. Wei Chongshun's idea is good, but it is not very realistic to implement. Wei Chongshun smiled. Since I dare to bring it up, there must be a solution. In Jiangning province, there's an expert pharmacist named Su Xianming. He specializes in purifying and modifying bloodline potions. He's helped professionals transition to the more complex orc races, like the Tauren and Tai German, many times. I imagine that demonic bloodline wouldn't be much more difficult than orc bloodline. Give me a few bottles of bloodline potion, and I'll send someone to contact Su Xianming to see if it works for you. If it does, we can establish a long-term partnership. If not, forget it, it's worth a try. Lin Mingyuan, overjoyed by his discoveries every time he visited Wei Chongshun, handed the bloodline potion to Wei Chongshun for his help. Leaving Hejian City, Lin Mingyuan was filled with emotion. Despite the United Council's small territory, it was incredibly well-informed, with spies across the country. Maintaining a cooperative relationship with the United Council would be extremely beneficial to him. Chapter 185 Bad News. With a Lunar New Year drawing to a close, Lin Mingyuan, after a year of hard work, embarked on his own vacation. Whether fishing by the river or playing mahjong with a few friends, he felt peaceful and relaxed. Lin Mingyuan's power had temporarily peaked. Without the right level of monsters to slay, he had no experience in slaughtering a wild boss that could easily wipe out an entire mercenary group. Even during his vacation, Lin Mingyuan continued to practice his swordsmanship, steadily practicing basic swordsmanship for 3 hours every morning from 6 to 9. Success comes easily to no one, and the most terrifying thing is that even gifted geniuses work harder than others, something the average person could never hope to achieve in their entire lives. As he leisurely enjoyed his vacation, Lin Mingyuan completely forgot that a ticking time bomb was still lingering in his home. Lordran, the capital of the Silver Empire. It's been a month, and Freya still hasn't returned. It seems she's determined to avoid me. Humph. Let's see how far she can hide. Someone, tell Yang Qi to come here immediately. Duke Dujin of Behemoth, 3.5 meters tall, with a lion's nose and broad mouth, sitting like a small mountain, was running out of patience. Dujin had sent his trusted confidant to stake out Freya's door, reporting back daily. After a month without Freya returning, even the most clueless Dujin should have understood what Freya was thinking. Dujin knew Freya wouldn't go far away, as her army and family were in Lordran. However, the Silver Empire had only occupied central China for a little over a month, so their roots were shallow and their presence was unknown. Finding Freya would require relying on local forces. Dujin then turned to his loyal human brother, Yang Qi. At noon, Yang Qi, glumly returning to Donglin City with a mission Dujin had forced upon him. Upon learning that Dujin had suddenly summoned Yang Qi, they knew they had something they needed to do. Li Qianxue and the Donglin Alliance's top brass gathered in the lower level of Yang Qi's mage tower, awaiting his return. Duke Dugan of Behemoth was a major supporter of the Donglin Professional Alliance. His orders were like imperial decrees to the Donglin Professional Alliance, and they were bound to carry them out with all their might. Seeing Yang Qi's expression shift upon his return, Li Qianxue hurriedly asked, "What has Duke Dugan asked again? Is he asking us to collect human virgins again?" Li Qianxue truly didn't want to go through such a humiliating yet unavoidable task again. No, Yang Qi shook his head, glancing at the location of Blackstone City on the map. Duke Dugan asked us to help him find Freya, who ran away from home. A silence fell upon his words. They had known for months that Duke Freya had a close relationship with Blackstone City's lord, Lin Mingyuan. It was for this reason that the Donglin Professional Alliance abandoned its plan to retake Blackstone City, handing over both the city and the Enlightenment Bodhi Tree to Lin Mingyuan. Now that Duke Freya had disappeared, it was obvious she most likely resided in Blackstone City. Everyone knew Duke Freya's location, but whether to report it still worried everyone. If we don't report it, we'll offend Duke Dugan. If we do, we'll offend Duke Freya and Lin Mingyuan. I heard recently that Lin Mingyuan has allied with the United Council and has been designated as a professional with the potential to become a god, inducted into the Council's god-making project. Wow, offending two rising stars with unlimited potential. Li Qianxue weighed the pros and cons. Even as he expressed his analysis, he already had the answer in mind. Report it. Duke Freya's strength was significantly inferior to Duke Dugan's. One was a newcomer to the sanctuary, while the other was a veteran. Even if Lin Mingyuan had potential, it would take time to realize it. Offending Lin Mingyuan would only cause trouble later, but offending Dugan would mean trouble now. This was the crux of Yankee's concern. No matter what he did, he would offend people, a thankless task. Why don't we put it off until after the new year? Don't let this ruin everyone's New Year's mood. Yankee's thoughts echoed Li Qianxue, though he didn't want to make a decision so quickly. He thought delaying things might offer a chance for improvement. No. I think we should report it immediately. Since we're bound to offend someone, let's just do it well and show Duke Dugan what we can do, Li Qianxue said decisively. Li Qianxue saw nothing wrong with temporarily bowing his head in the face of a weak opponent. A true man can bend and stretch. Just because they weren't a match for the Silver Empire today didn't mean they would never be. Time was on their side. During this period of humiliation, Li Qianxue had been single-mindedly playing the role of a lackey. There was always a chance to redeem himself for the humiliation he suffered now. The two leaders disagreed, and a show of hands saw Li Qianxue's support gain the majority. Yankee sighed and opened a portal to Duke's residence in Lordran. Inside the Black Rock City Lord's residence, Lin Mingyuan and Xin Ai were packing in the living room, preparing to return home. Leaving so early, Duke Freya, who lived in the City Lord's mansion, said, her fingers curled upwards as she sipped a cup of black tea, which was, for a human, too large. Yet, since I have nothing to do, I might as well go home and rest for a few days, Lin Mingyuan smiled. He was feeling a bit homesick and wanted to see his parents as soon as possible. Take me out to relax. I've never celebrated Earth Festival before. Freya wanted to spend more time with Lin Mingyuan and had no interest in Earth Festival or his parents. Glancing at Freya's size, Lin Mingyuan shook his head and said, forget it. My parents have never met a woman as special as you. I'm afraid they'll have a heart attack. When will you be back? Freya pouted in disapproval. The mature, beautiful woman's expression was so youthful it was a very cute contrast. At the latest, a week. Just wait for me at home. Lin Mingyuan, touched by her cuteness, softened his tone. If Xin Mei hadn't suddenly coughed twice to alert him, he would have wanted to pat her head. She spread her hands, making a helpless gesture toward Freya, and placed her organized belongings into her interspatial ring. The Winter King's phylactery, held in Xin Ai's palm, released a magical wave, and a portal suddenly appeared in the living room. Xin Ai had grown even stronger, constructing a portal spanning thousands of kilometers with a wave of her hand. Passing through the portals one after another, Lin Mingyuan embarked on his journey home. Xin Ai had seen snow before, but never anything like the depths of the northeast. As she emerged from the portal, her foot sunk into the snow, nearly causing her to fall. Lin Mingyuan hurried forward to support her, his fingertips igniting an eternal flame that blocked the snow-soaked howling north wind. Xin Ai, however, didn't feel the cold. Her little face, flushed with cold, was filled with excitement as she said, close your eyes. I'll hide and you can find me. The clever Xin Ai was rarely in the mood for playfulness, so Lin Mingyuan naturally wanted to play along. He closed his eyes and began to count. When he opened them again, Xin Ai had completely vanished into the white expanse of land, leaving no trace on the snow. She must have used ice magic to conceal her presence in the thick snow, obscuring her tracks. Lin Mingyuan knew Xin Ai was 10 meters behind him, her gentle breathing couldn't be hidden from him. He feigned ignorance and searched for her in the snow for a long time before finding her. To reward you for finding me, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Of course, the good news. The good news is that Freya is finally leaving. Lin Mingyuan's expression froze for a moment. The bad news is that she was forcibly taken away, and our people were injured. Lin Mingyuan narrowed his eyes, a murderous aura emanating from him. For me, these are two pieces of bad news. What happened back home? How did it end like this just 5 minutes after we left? Just like Freya said, she was pursued by another duke and was so annoyed that she came to Black Rock City for peace and quiet. Now the duke has come to her door, Xin Ai recounted calmly. Freya's departure was a good thing for her, as it reduced a rival who coveted Lin Mingyuan's body. Baby, open the portal and take me back. Lin Mingyuan suppressed the rage within him, ready to unleash it on his enemies. Xin Ai stroked the Winter King's phylactery, but the portal remained unopened. Xin Ai's inaction revealed her intentions. She wanted Freya to leave. Lin Mingyuan took a deep breath. He wouldn't lose his temper with Xin Ai, so he appealed to her emotions. I know you don't like her, but you can't deny her help. I wasn't strong enough during the Battle of Blackstone City, and Freya was my last trump card. After the Silver Empire came, it was Freya who protected Blackstone City and safeguarded our territorial sovereignty. Even when I asked Freya to send someone to help find the crystal tablet in the wild, she agreed without hesitation. Thousands of Silver Knights searched tirelessly across the mountains for a whole week before finding it. We should be grateful. Freya has helped us so much. Is it really okay for us to watch her be captured by a reckless man like Duke Dugan of Behemoth? Do you know what awaits her? The rules of the Silver Empire are not much more civilized than the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak. She will be forcibly possessed by Dugan, and her life will be ruined by him. Can you bear to see this happen? After all, I'm a veteran of the Holy Land, and you're just a legend. I'm afraid you won't be able to help me when I return, and you'll end up getting yourself into trouble. Xin Ai, persuaded by Lin Mingyuan's words, opened the portal, but she still wanted to defend herself. Thank you, I know you'll understand. After kissing Xin Ai's forehead, Lin Mingyuan entered combat mode, fully activated all his buffs, and instantly disappeared at the end of the portal. Chapter 186, Fierce Battle with Behemoth. From afar, Xin Ai could observe the events unfolding in Blackstone City, thousands of miles away, through her ice crystal magic mirror. She wasn't in a rush to share the news with Lin Mingyuan, as she saw the situation within Blackstone City wasn't critical. Whether or not Lin Mingyuan returned, the situation could be resolved effectively, the outcome varying. After all, the Silver Empire had only just conquered central China. If Duke Behemoth were to unleash a bloodbath in Blackstone City, a region belonging to the Earth human race, it would undoubtedly provoke strong protests from the locals, and waves of resistance would erupt again in central China, a region that had only recently been stabilized. In the Silver Empire's grand strategy, local forces were crucial for the future. Acting recklessly now would inevitably lead to consequences. Therefore, even someone as noble and powerful as Duke Behemoth Dugan had to rely on his local forces, the Donglin Alliance, to collect human virgins, fearing a backlash from his arrogance. Upon arriving in Blackstone City with his 500 Silver Knight guards, Dugan didn't immediately call for war. Instead, he simply ordered Blackstone City to hand over Freya. Freya was Lin Mingyuan's honored guest, who would dare betray her without him speaking? Moreover, many of the city's guards were former Silver Knights under Freya's command, far less likely to betray their former master. Dugan's polite demands went unmet. Since Blackstone City refused to honor Duke Dugan, he couldn't blame him for humiliating Blackstone City. With a single blow, he shattered the Blackstone City gates and led his army proudly into the city. The veteran sanctuary expert, Dugan, unleashed his domain, unleashing thousands of golden threads that bound the guards like mummies, leaving only a single breath. After crippling their resistance, he marched unscathed along the main road to the city lord's mansion. The city's residents panicked, retreating to their homes, afraid to show their faces. At the city lord's mansion, Li Tong, Yan Qianxue, Xiang Hongda, Feng Daoshan, Lu Obing, Wu Chunlei, and other high-ranking warriors gathered, a grim scene. Dugan licked his lips, thinking, no wonder His Majesty values Blackstone City. They're all filled with promising talent. Honestly, even the combined forces guarding the city lord's mansion might not be able to defeat Dugan, but each of them has the potential to rise far beyond legendary status. Each is a potential sanctuary talent. Dragon Mage Li Tong, possessing 2 young dragons, Amazon Queen Yan Qianxue, a hidden class, Fire Demon Xiang Hongda, inheriting the rare bloodline of the Fire Demon King, martial artist Feng Daoshan, possessing exceptionally solid fundamentals and overflowing martial arts talent, 2 sword masters radiating sharp auras, and Liu Qi, a newly minted god devourer whose strength has greatly increased, having been out hunting monsters to level up and yet to return. Blackstone City has a promising future. Dugan's choice for these future stars is to give them a beating before they reach maturity, to expose them to the dangers of society. The towering Duke of Behemoth, Dugan, moved with incredible speed, leaving a trail of shadows in the air. Fang Daoshan's powerful rising dragon fist was shattered by a single blow. Li Tong's twin dragons, still immature, were injured by Dugan's blows, forcing him to retreat. Yan Qianxue unleashed a barrage of attacks, including Viper Shot, Charged Arrow, and Continuous Arrow, but Dugan dodged them all. Before she could even unleash her legendary skills, Dugan closed in and stunned her with a single, unadorned punch. Xiang Hongda and the 2 sword masters also fell before Dugan could last more than 3 seconds. Despite the vast disparity in their base stats, Dujin easily defeated Black Rock City's rising stars without even needing to use a single skill. When Lin Mingyuan returned, he saw the ground in front of the city lord's mansion littered with wounded and defeated soldiers. The best news was that Dujin hadn't harmed anyone. There's no one left standing. Freya, come out. They can't protect you, and no one can. You're destined to be my woman, and you can't escape. Dujin laughed triumphantly from the doorway. There was no movement in the city lord's mansion. Seeing that Freya didn't come out, Dujin snorted coldly, you're quite patient. Fine. You won't come out, huh? Then I'll kill them all and force you out. Dujin grabbed Fang Daoshan beside him and pretended to crush his head. Stop, a sharp voice rang out from the city lord's mansion. Freya, fully transformed into a dead soul spider, spun a web on her 8 sharp legs and scurried towards them. In her distinctive spider voice, she said, the one you're looking for is me. They have nothing to do with me. Let me go, huh? You're willing to come out? Dujin tossed Fang Daoshan aside. Killing was merely a means to threaten Freya, not the end. Your bloodline power is fully unleashed. Do you want to fight me? I don't want to hide a woman. Freya ignored him and looked behind Dujin. In her compound eyes, she reflected Lin Mingyuan, who had just emerged from the portal. Who the hell dared to touch my people? Lin Mingyuan's voice thundered, the entire Blackstone city trembling slightly, his furious roar heard by everyone. You're the lord of Blackstone City, and I thought you were a spineless coward who hid when I knew I was coming. Since you dared to come out, I have something to say. Freya is my woman. What is your punishment for taking her in without informing me? Dujin was still spitting and pressuring Lin Mingyuan when he suddenly vanished from sight. Lin Mingyuan had no interest in hearing his nonsense. He cut through Dujin with a heavenly gate and struck him in the back of the head with a powerful punch. Dujin was instantly knocked to the ground. The powerful Duke of Behemoth, enraged, rose and tried to fight back, but Lin Mingyuan's high whip kick sent him flying hundreds of meters away, shattering several stone houses built of the incredibly solid bedrock. Duke Dugin suffered a minor setback with his 2 moves. Lin Mingyuan's attributes clearly surpassed Duke Behemoth's, but this didn't mean Lin Mingyuan had won. Dugin, aside from a bit of embarrassment, wasn't seriously injured. Having braced himself for defeat, Dugin's capture and humiliation, a turning point arrived. Lin Mingyuan displayed immense fighting prowess, and Freya exclaimed in delight, Lin, join me in taking him down. Together, we can defeat this bastard. No need, he's mine. Lin Mingyuan, having finally found an opponent, wasn't done yet, so why would he agree to a 2-on-1 fight with Freya? The same words, spoken by different people, had different effects. Dugin's overbearing words and actions disgusted Freya, but when Lin Mingyuan spoke in the same tone, Freya felt like the happiest woman in the world. He must have been protecting her and preventing her from getting hurt. She shot out several strands of spider silk to entangle the defeated and bring them back to the city lord's mansion. She transformed back into her human form and observed the battle, intimidating the Silver Knights led by Duke Dugin, who dared not intervene. Lin Mingyuan's human form was disguised by a transformation ring. His true form was a 20-meter-tall demon king. For the 4 dukes of the Silver Empire, who inherited the bloodline of ancient mythical creatures, human form was their true form. Activating their ancient bloodline allowed them to revert to their ancestral form and transform into behemoths. You lowly, filthy human bastard, how dare you attack me? Regardless of their usual friendly facade, the Apocalypse Star natives inherently despised Earthlings. Lin Mingyuan humiliated him in front of his men, sending Dugin into a rage, spewing obscenities and a murderous glint in his eyes. Dugin, originally 3'70", activated his ancient bloodline and instantly transformed into a 5-meter-tall golden behemoth, with broad shoulders and arms reaching down to the ground, and a blanket of long, flowing golden hair. Behemoths are mythical creatures, beasts capable of battling dragons on Earth, leaving their mark on Earth. Golden behemoths are the royal family of behemoths, possessing a more powerful physique and golden fur that enhances their defense. In appearance, behemoths resemble bipedal, terrifying upright apes, but due to their elongated arms, they are sometimes mistaken for quadrupedal, like silverback gorillas. You can transform, but I can't. Lin Mingyuan, unable to contain his fighting spirit, revealed his true form, a flaming fire demon. The incinerator remained active, but the scorched earth was disabled. Black Market City was home to numerous civilians and low-level professionals, and Lin Mingyuan did not want to harm them. Lin Mingyuan's sudden revelation of his high demon identity startled Dujin. Apocalypse was destroyed by demons, and the sight of a high demon like Dujin was undeniably frightening. The city is too small to display your power. If you're a man, follow me. Lin Mingyuan, who possessed the power to sink continental plates, was well aware of his destructive power. He strode out of Blackstone City and onto the plains outside to challenge him. Dugin, of course, was not afraid. He could barely keep up with Lin Mingyuan's speed, proving his agility exceeded 150 points. The behemoth's greatest strength lay in its power to tear apart dragons and its physique to withstand dragon breath without a flicker. Its strength and physique were only superior to its agility, but not to Lin Mingyuan's, otherwise it wouldn't have been so overpowered in the clash. Unaware of the impact of the fire at the city gate, some residents were even brave enough to stand by the shattered gate and film the fierce battle between the golden behemoth and the fire demon king with their phones. "I'll crush your skull and extract your spine as a gift for Freya," Dugin roared, leaping upwards, his body weighing dozens of tons to hundreds of meters before descending, his long, gleaming claws snaking towards Lin Mingyuan's head. "You don't know what death is." The hilt of the judgment sword emerged from the pentagram. Lin Mingyuan drew his sword and swung it upwards, colliding with Dujin's long claws, sending countless sparks flying. The next second, Lin Mingyuan disappeared again. Dujin, having suffered enough, immediately turned back, but still couldn't see Lin Mingyuan. A sword shadow flickered in the void. Lin Mingyuan unleashed an invincible slash. Chapter 187 The Duke admits defeat. Furious, Lin Mingyuan unleashed his ultimate attack without a second thought. Sword shadows flashed around the golden behemoth, and his invincible slash, already a force to be reckoned with, once again unleashed its might. Dugin had previously conducted a test, attacking his radiant golden hair with various weapons. His conclusion was that even lesser quality epic weapons would chip the weapons while leaving the hair intact. The golden behemoth, covered in golden hair, was like a lightweight, sturdy adamantine soft armor, providing no hindrance to Dugin's movements while offering formidable defense. No one could ignore the damage dealt by the swordmaster. Even the strongest defenses were utterly useless against the supreme blade. Sword shadows flashed, slicing through the golden behemoth's dazzling golden hair with unwavering force, slicing through its rough, tough skin and flesh. In an instant, a flurry of sword light chopped Duke Dugin to a bloody mess, like a piece of fresh meat in a meat grinder. The Duke's guards, who had chased out of the city gates to observe the battle, had never seen Dugin beaten so badly. They rushed to his rescue, but suddenly, a cold wind blew, and a white blizzard blocked their path. Xin'ai, holding the Winter King's phylactery, floated above the snow. Fine snowflakes fell on her cascading black hair, like diamonds embedded in it. "No passage here," Xin'ai's voice, her eyes reflecting the storm, was cold, like the ice goddess who ruled over the cold winter. The Silver Knights stopped in their tracks, and even the legendary Silver Knights dared not venture into the blizzard of Xin'ai's forbidden magic. No one could interrupt Lin Mingyuan's battle. Xin'ai was accustomed to taking care of Lin Mingyuan's worries. To help Lin Mingyuan, Xin'ai must rapidly improve her strength or he would be left behind. Just as Xin'ai was gaining control of the situation, the battlefield suddenly took a turn. Duke Dujin, completely suppressed by Lin Mingyuan's invincible slash and unable to change hands, finally displayed his true power. A golden domain suddenly expanded, covering a kilometer in radius, giving him complete control over everything within. Countless golden threads surged from Duke Dujin's body, connecting to the large swathes of severed golden hair. They quickly accumulated into a thick layer, enveloping him like a golden fur ball. His invincible slash could only sever the layers of golden threads, inflicting little damage to Dujin's body. 10 seconds passed, and the duration of the invincible slash expired. Duke Dujin, relying on the infinite regeneration of his golden domain's hair, had actually survived the invincible slash. Before this, Lin Mingyuan's invincible slash had never failed, anyone struck by it had perished. While in Yuanyang City, Lin Mingyuan defeated 2 zombies with powers comparable to those of the Saint Realm, Tyrant Zero and Abandoned Abyss Submersible. Lin Mingyuan didn't deny that both possessed the strength of a regular Saint Realm, but in a real duel, they combined might not even be able to defeat a novice Saint Realm practitioner. The fundamental reason was that they lacked a domain. What is the Saint Realm? Those unfamiliar with it might talk about saintly beliefs, levels of realm, and so on, but those who understand the Saint Realm can perfectly define it in one sentence. The Saint Realm represents a legendary professional who has mastered the power of a domain. Before reaching legend, The first and second levels are the initial stages of a professional's journey, where they forge their own path through exploration. After systematically completing their professional achievements and advancement, a professional encounters their first obstacle. Comprehending legendary techniques and breaking through these barriers is considered a legendary professional. When the legendary path reaches its end, and legendary techniques alone are no longer enough to break through these more sturdy barriers, professionals introduce the domain system to continue their cultivation. The power of an individual can never compare to the power of the world. To carve out one's own small world and rely on the world's power to break through these barriers is to become a Saint Realm professional. When the power of the domain fails to help a professional advance further, they begin to covet the omnipotent, supreme power that has existed since the dawn of the universe, divine power. Absorbing divine power and transforming oneself into a divine being is the final stage of the professional's path, demigodhood. The 5 realms of a professional are easier said than done. The differences between each level can be explained in a few words, but few truly grasp the final step and achieve demigodhood. Demigodhood is still far from Lin Mingyuan's reach. Let's just talk about the sanctuary. Even the most powerful legendary professionals are often defeated by even the most ordinary sanctuary. It's like a fight between two men, one is powerful and unarmed, while the other is skinny and armed with an automatic rifle. The superiority is immediately apparent. Even if you build muscle to the level of a professional athlete, you can't stop a rifle bullet. The power of the domain is the automatic rifle that separates the two. At this moment, within the other's domain, Lin Mingyuan felt constrained and suppressed, as if carrying a mountain on his back. His speed was severely limited, his strength halved, and his unrivaled physique weakened by the erosion of the domain's power. Duke Dugan mobilized the power of his domain to suppress Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan's three-dimensional attributes, which had exceeded 180 points on his stat panel, were now reduced to 130 points, almost reduced by 1/3. Duke Dugan, whose stats had previously been inferior to Lin Mingyuan's, suddenly overtook him. He swiftly approached, his claws dancing wildly, and with a few moves, he deflected Lin Mingyuan's judgment greatsword, blazing with crimson lotus fire. The cruelty on the golden behemoth's ugly, scavenging, ghostly face deepened. He retracted his right claw slightly, then thrust it out suddenly. With lightning speed, heart-piercing claw pierced Lin Mingyuan's chest. The claw pierced from behind, and the overexerted golden behemoth's arm was embedded in Lin Mingyuan's chest. The sun rose, time froze, and the golden behemoth seemed to have hunted down a giant fire demon, creating a world-famous painting. No, Freya uttered a piercing scream, the radiating sound waves carrying the annihilating force of death withering all things. Unable to accept Lin Mingyuan's defeat, Freya activated her ancient bloodline, instantly covering herself with a glossy, incredibly durable, black chitinous shell. Freya rushed to the battlefield. He won't lose. Stay calm. An ice wall as thick as a city wall rose from the ground, blocking Freya's path. Xin Ai activated a teleportation spell, appearing beside her and grasping her wrist. Xin Ai knew Lin Mingyuan better than Freya did. She knew every ability listed on his stat sheet. Whenever he made a breakthrough, he would immediately share the good news with her, keeping nothing secret. Therefore, Xin Ai knew that Lin Mingyuan possessed 2 life-saving talents, immortality, and indomitable, which made him invincible. Duke Dugan couldn't kill Lin Mingyuan. If he could truly bring him to the brink of death, he would be doomed. As Xin Ai had predicted, Duke Dugan's heart-piercing claw was incredibly powerful. It tore a massive hole in Lin Mingyuan's body, causing profuse bleeding and festering wounds. Meanwhile, it unleashed countless strands of hair, as hard as fine gold threads, which flowed through the ruptured blood vessels and into his heart. The threads then wrapped around him, tightening in an attempt to crush Lin Mingyuan's heart. Despite his rugged and imposing appearance, the golden behemoth's moves were incredibly insidious. Against any other opponent, this single move would have been enough to kill, but against Lin Mingyuan, this small trick was too weak. A stricken Lin Mingyuan smiled, his lips dripping with golden red blood, thicker and hotter than magma. It dripped onto the ground, scorching a black pit. His rough demonic skin throbbed with granulation, his chest repaired at a visible pace, and his shattered internal organs healed with rapidity. Duke Dugan, confident of his complete dominance within his domain, ignored Lin Mingyuan's ability to recover. The more Lin Mingyuan healed, the more he intended to wreak havoc. Little did he know, his foolish actions were precisely what Lin Mingyuan wanted. Lin Mingyuan had no intention of letting him go, and he embraced Duke Dugan with open arms. While Lin Mingyuan's embrace in human form was gentle and loving, his demonic form was a conscious act of crushing. Suspended in midair, Duke Dugan's bones creaked under the strain, yet he refused to relinquish his grip. His golden hair, scorched and yellowed by the burning flames, he clung to it. Stubborn? Then don't blame me for being rude. Lin Mingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He stepped on the ground, and a complex magic circle appeared. The earth trembled relentlessly, and the core fire was about to burst forth. Looking up at the sky, the sun was dazzling bright, and a shower of meteors and fire fell from the sky. The fires of heaven and earth converged, and the eternal fire that resided in the heart instantly melted thousands of golden threads, breaking free from their restraints and flowing out through every limb. The three fires merged into one, triggering a chain reaction similar to nuclear fission. A huge column of fire stretched across heaven and earth, and space rippled endlessly. The flames threatened to incinerate the world into nothingness, enveloping Lin Mingyuan and Duke Dugan. This was the ultimate secret of the furnace sword art, the furnace of annihilation, that had burned through the continental plates a month ago. Anyone without a physical fitness of at least 100 points would suffer eyeburns from looking directly at the flames. And Duke Dugan, caught on the middle of it, was suffering unimaginable damage. Lin Mingyuan didn't care. The fire demon possessed near invulnerability to flames, and he himself had unleashed the furnace of annihilation. The three fires of heaven, earth, and man were all his own. He smiled as the golden behemoth writhed in agony, its screams piercing. Its magnificent golden fur was singed, its domain's regeneration rate far outstripping the burning rate. Its skin curled and cracked, its blood instantly evaporated, its bright red flesh charred and withered. In a fraction of a second, Duke Dugan could no longer bear the pain. He finally pulled his right arm from Lin Mingyuan's chest. Using his domain's power, he tried to push Lin Mingyuan away, but finding it wouldn't work, he used the force to rebound, launching himself out of the furnace's damage range. Duke Dugan was fortunate. The battle took place near Black Rock City. To avoid harming his own men, the Furnace of Annihilation's activation radius was limited to a kilometer, perfectly within the size of Duke Dugan's domain. Dugan freed himself from Lin Mingyuan's grasp and fled to safety. The situation reversed so swiftly that in an instant, Duke Dugan was forced to retreat in panic, his entire body shrunk by the flames. Lin Mingyuan, still lingering within the lingering flames of the apocalypse furnace, locked his gaze on Duke Dugan. Lin Mingyuan hadn't yet won. Duke Dugan's injuries were considered moderate, not a serious threat to Golden Behemoth with its incredible physique, and he could still fight. While his physical injuries were minor, the apocalypse furnace had inflicted severe psychological damage on Duke Dugan. If Lin Mingyuan's power had been greater, he wouldn't have been so severely suppressed by his domain, or if his domain had been immune to the suppression of his golden domain, Duke Dugan would have been locked in place, unable to escape the apocalypse furnace. He would have been unable to withstand the furnace's terrifying damage, and even if he had launched a desperate attack, he would have only been able to fight Lin Mingyuan 1-for-1. Death holds all beings equal. Whether a lofty god or a beggar in the mud, the day before death brings the same fear and despair. Who wouldn't fear death? As one of the four great dukes, bearing the blood of ancient mythical creatures, he could have any woman he wanted. There was no need to risk his life fighting that inexperienced young demon for Freya. While Duke Dugan was mentally rationalizing and making excuses, the battle was already over. Duke Dugan had given up. Good boy, you've got guts. Freya's yours. Let's go. Dugan conceded defeat decisively and left Black Rock City with his guards. Completely defeated, he bluntly told Lin Mingyuan to give up his pursuit of Freya, handing her over to him. Duke Dugan made a wise choice. He certainly had many tricks up his sleeve. Lin Mingyuan had unleashed his most powerful abilities, but he hadn't yet. As long as he carefully guarded against Lin Mingyuan's Furnace of Annihilation, he had a good chance of defeating him. But what good would that do? Dugan had witnessed Lin Mingyuan's recovery ability. He couldn't kill him, and if Lin Mingyuan ascended to the Saint Realm, Dugan would be no match for him without the Saint Realm's suppressive power over legendaries. Just like a non-nuclear nation's navy, army, and air force, no matter how powerful they are, would be unable to stand up to a nuclear nation. Once a nuclear nation possessed nuclear weapons, even if the technology wasn't as advanced or the numbers were smaller, the situation would be completely different. Chapter 188. A strong man ahead of his time. Brother Xiaolin is back. Brother Xiaolin is back. After months of absence, Su Wenlian remained at the village entrance, his impulsive personality unchanged. Seeing Lin Mingyuan return from afar, he shouted at the top of his lungs, spreading the good news throughout the village. Lin Mingyuan was the village's biggest star. Ever since the catastrophe, when the roads were blocked, the small mountain village had been completely isolated from the outside world, living a repetitive life from sunrise to sunset. Occasionally, when a shortage of wild food led to a monster attack, the entire village, young and old, would unite to fight against the extremely weak goblin tribe, a truly thrilling event. The Black Wolf Society, a local guild without a single second-class professional, was able to overwhelm the surrounding towns and villages. Lin Mingyuan, who had returned last time, instantly slaughtered 100 people and reached the enemy's lair in 10 minutes to destroy the Black Wolf Society, naturally became a legend in the village. The villagers, who had nothing new to say, turned the story into a myth, making it increasingly outlandish, turning Lin Mingyuan into a figure resembling the reincarnation of the Buddha, a star descending to earth. Upon hearing that Lin Mingyuan had returned home for the Lunar New Year, the villagers flocked to the village entrance to watch. Led by the village chief, they welcomed him like a hero. The familiar faces of the neighbors made Lin Mingyuan feel especially at home. With a wave of his hand, he unloaded freshly slaughtered and hairless pigs and cattle, boxes of fresh seafood, and a large selection of New Year's goods like oil, salt, sugar, and tea from his interspatial ring and placed them on the ground. He then said, "Everyone here has watched me grow up. Now that I, Lin Mingyuan, have become successful, I will never forget my fellow villagers. This is a small gift from me. Please accept it, as expected of a child trained by teacher Wei Shujun. You're so polite, our village has raised a true dragon." Well done, young Lin. The praises were endless. When you achieve success, everyone smiles at you, and every word is filled with praise and flattery. Lin Mingyuan had long been accustomed to this. He felt it was worth it to exchange seemingly insignificant supplies for the praise and respect his family received from the neighbors. As the village chief assigned them to collect supplies from door to door, Lin Mingyuan led Zin Ai to meet Lin's parents. "Mom and Dad, this is your future daughter-in-law, Zin Ai." "Hello, uncle and aunt," Zin Ai greeted gracefully. She had shed her mage robes and donned a long white down jacket. A gentle, virtuous smile graced her face, evidently having prepared well in advance. "Good girl, come inside. It's cold outside," Wei Shujun said with a warm smile, delighted with her future daughter-in-law. Zin Ai's manner revealed a well-educated family background, a refined air of poetry and literature. Her long years of studying magic exuded a scholarly air that perfectly suited Wei Shujun's taste. Upon entering, she took Zin Ai's hand and greeted her with warm regard. Lin Mingyuan, her biological son, seemed like a resigned son-in-law. The cliched scenes of a wicked mother-in-law giving her new daughter-in-law a hard time are destined to be unseen in Lin Mingyuan's household. While Zin Ai chatted politely with her mother-in-law, Lin Mingyuan followed his father, Lin Qianxue, to the kitchen to prepare lunch. 10 years of scavenging had honed Lin Mingyuan's culinary skills, particularly his understanding of the many new vegetables and fungi that had emerged on Earth after the cataclysm. His mushroom soup even captivated an ogre chieftain, forcing him to escape with his life. He used the strength to flatten mountains to toss his wok, his superhuman observation to observe the changing stages of the ingredients within, and the Fire Lord's natal fire to precisely control the heat. Lin Mingyuan approached his cooking with the same attitude as a formidable foe, surpassing even the chefs at state banquets. Seeing the happy smiles of his parents and Zin Ai during dinner, Lin Mingyuan felt deeply relieved. His efforts had paid off. While Zin Ai volunteered to wash the dishes after dinner, Wei Shujun quietly asked Lin Mingyuan, "How far along are you and Zin Ai? All that's missing is the wedding ceremony." "Don't worry, your future daughter-in-law will definitely be Zin Ai, and she won't change." Lin Mingyuan knew his mother had set her sights on Zin Ai and was worried he'd miss her. "That's good. A girl as good as Zin Ai is hard to find. When I chatted with her, I could tell she was genuine. She's far better than the one you brought home last time." Wei Shujun still held a grudge against Lin Mingyuan's ex. The last girl Lin Mingyuan brought home was Ding Yao. After his rebirth, Lin Mingyuan realized that Ding Yao was simply snobbish and vain, but at 20, he couldn't see through her true nature. He happily brought her back to his hometown to meet his parents. Lin's parents looked down on her for being spoiled, and she, in turn, was critical and looked down on rural people, leading to unpleasant experiences for both sides. Thanks to Ding Yao, Ziner now appears incredibly sensible. While they were chatting, their neighbor, Auntie Pang, came by. Upon entering, she grasped Lin Mingyuan's hand and expressed gratitude. "Thanks to you for saving our Wanying from misery last time. You left so quickly, Auntie Pang, I didn't even have time to thank you. Hey, we're all neighbors, so we help when we can. It's awkward to thank you, isn't it? Besides, I was planning to rid the village of this scourge anyway. It just happened to happen," Lin Mingyuan said. "You're just being polite, kid. Go visit Auntie Pang sometime. Wanying's been thinking about you, of course," he said casually. Mother Lin greeted Auntie Pang for some small talk while Lin Mingyuan went to help Xin Ai in the kitchen. Tiptoeing quietly, he put his arm around Xin Ai's waist from behind. Lin Mingyuan whispered his warm breath into her ear. "How's it going? Are you getting used to it? It's completely different from what I imagined. My mother-in-law is incredibly kind. You've been brainwashed by TV dramas. There aren't so many bad mothers-in-law. My mother just told me to seize the moment. A girl as good as you is hard to find," Lin Mingyuan reiterated cheerfully. As long as the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law wasn't fraught, he wouldn't have to endure the brunt of both sides' criticism. Xin Ai's smile grew even sweeter. She leaned into Lin Mingyuan's embrace, enjoying their time alone. The water in the sink, like a dancing spirit, automatically rinsed the dishes and returned them to the rack. Lin Mingyuan, returning to northeast China to reunite with his family, had no idea that his fame had already resonated throughout central China. Less than a year after embarking on his professional journey, he had defeated the veteran sanctuary powerhouse, Duke Dugan of Behemoth, one of the four dukes. His strength and potential had reached a point where professionals in central China were astonished. Local professionals revered him as the backbone of central China and the iron wall that upholds human dignity. The next day, Lin Mingyuan received a system notification stating that his victory over Duke Dugan of Behemoth had boosted the morale of the human professionals and earned him 5 more regional legend points. Wherever he went, Lin Mingyuan was the talk of the town. Most factions in the 4 provinces of central China had no vested interests in Blackstone City, and many were hearing Lin Mingyuan's name for the first time, including those on the future Central China Top 100 list. Even unknown experts, even those who were still unknown, spoke highly of him. As the first human to directly defeat a high-ranking noble of the Silver Empire, Lin Mingyuan demonstrated with his strength to the aloof Silver Empire nobles that humanity should not be underestimated. They were merely guests, and we were the masters of the earth. Naturally, Lin Mingyuan's reputation spread throughout the Silver Empire. After all, he had risen to prominence by stepping on Duke Dugan of Behemoth. Faced with the widespread rumors, Duke Dugan returned to his mansion, keeping a low profile and refusing to see anyone, acknowledging his defeat by Lin Mingyuan. When the news reached the capital, Lordran, that afternoon, the Silver Empire's high nobility and Senate members erupted in fury, demanding Lin Mingyuan's capture as payment for his offense against the Silver Empire's high nobility. Several young aristocrats also clamored to challenge Lin Mingyuan to a duel to redeem their reputations. The pleas to make Lin Mingyuan pay were dispelled that night, as a video of the battle between Lin Mingyuan and Duke Dugan reached Lordran. When the shouting nobles and the Senate saw a 20-meter-tall, flame-encrusted fire demon holding Duke Dugan in his arms, a towering pillar of fire erupting in a split second, seemingly threatening to burn the world to nothingness, nearly incinerating Duke Dugan alive and forcing him to admit defeat, they suddenly felt like roosters being pinched by the neck, their faces flushed but unable to utter a word. The video footage completely silenced them. Lin Mingyuan hadn't resorted to any scheming or underhanded tactics, he had simply defeated Duke Dugan head-on, transcending boundaries, with his legendary battle against the Holy Land. The exaggerated record of his victory was presented to all who doubted him. The video footage dealt a heavy blow to the arrogant people of the Silver Empire. No one dared to ask Lin Mingyuan to pay again, and the young talents who had threatened to challenge him were like gourds with their mouths sawed off, silent. The human race was buoyed, and the people of the Silver Empire grew wary, no longer willing to underestimate those less powerful than their own. After this incident, Lin Mingyuan suddenly became a hero, shattering the image of the sick man of East Asia, bringing honor to the human race and making him a prominent figure in central China. Far away in northeast China, Lin Mingyuan would have to wait until after the Lunar New Year to enjoy the hero's treatment. And for now, he knew nothing of what was happening in central China. Most viewed Lin Mingyuan's rise positively, but some were kept awake at night by his presence. Watching the video of Lin Mingyuan defeating Duke Dugan, Two members of the Donglin Professional Alliance looked at each other in bewilderment. Is he really that powerful? Duke Dugan is a Saint Realm powerhouse, and he's defeated. I can't accept it. We're both responsible for one thing, so how can he be so superior? Yan Qi was devastated. The only previous conflict between the Donglin Alliance and Lin Mingyuan had been during the Battle of Blackstone City, a dispute over the control of Blackstone City. However, at that time, Yan Qi and Li Qianxue were unable to directly confront Lin Mingyuan. Having never even met Lin Mingyuan, they were easily defeated by the Spider Duke Freya at the city gates. This was the first time these two chosen ones experienced the power of a dimensionality reduction attack. Freya was simply not on their level of strength. That crushing defeat sowed a seed in their hearts. When faced with a massive invasion of the Silver Empire, they abandoned resistance, knowing it was impossible. The Donglin Professional Alliance was the first to surrender. After the crushing defeat at Blackstone City, Yan Qi knew that with Freya's protection, Blackstone City was doomed to fail them. Unwilling to accept this, and wanting to further inconvenience Lin Mingyuan, he specifically shared the news of Blackstone City with his Hao, the god devourer who was leading his fellow villagers in their search for a safe haven. Yan Qi, with his keen eyes and ears, understood his Hao's strength. At the time, his Hao's strength surpassed both he and Li Qianxue's. Sadly, his Hao also lost. From that moment on, Yan Qi and Li Qianxue understood that Lin Mingyuan's strength far surpassed theirs, and they no longer considered troubling Black Rock City. When Duke Dugan tasked them with finding Freya, Yan Qi hesitated for a moment before deciding to offend Lin Mingyuan and Freya and reveal the truth to Duke Dugan. Neither of them felt the decision was wrong. Lin Mingyuan and Freya were indeed talented, but who doesn't have talent? Given time, the two brothers wouldn't necessarily fear Duke Dugan. What they lacked was time, so they chose the seemingly formidable Duke Dugan. However, the reality shocked them. Duke Dugan lost even in Black Rock City, a fact Yan Qi and Li Qianxue found incomprehensible. In their minds, Lin Mingyuan was at best a step above them, a bit stronger, but only slightly. How could he suddenly crush them, even defeating the top masters of the established sanctuary? This was beyond the realm of a mere child of genius. Lin Mingyuan had left his time far behind. Chapter 189 Return to Virtual Space. The primary goal now is not to find out why Lin Mingyuan is so absurdly strong, but to handle the aftermath. At this point, Li Qianxue sighed dejectedly and said, "Alice, I made a wrong move this time. I couldn't catch the fox but instead got myself into trouble. I failed to please Dugan but offended Lin Mingyuan and Freya badly. We will suffer in the future." It was no secret that the Donglin Professional Alliance had defected to the Duke of Behemoth. Lin Mingyuan only needed to inquire about the relationship between them, so he could find out who led Dugan there. As long as Lin Mingyuan held them accountable, the Donglin Alliance would not be able to withstand it. Apologize. Lin Mingyuan isn't a violent or rude person. As long as we're sincere, we'll surely earn his forgiveness, Yan Qi said, then suddenly looked at Li Qianxue and said, "I remember last month you killed the wild boss, the red-maned fire beast, and it dropped a legendary special item, the burning orb, which grants 5 points of agility when swallowed." Li Qianxue said with a sad face, "Brother, you don't want me to use it as compensation, do you? I was planning to trade it for a set of epic full-body armor." Yan Qi patted him on the shoulder and said, "My brother, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. This shows sincerity." Lin Mingyuan's three-dimensional attributes are definitely over 100 points. Attribute fruits are definitely useless to him. Only high-level special items that can further increase his attributes are valuable to him. Not only you, I'm also planning to give Lin Mingyuan the wind chime robe as a gift. I heard his wife, Xin Ai, is also a mage. She's sure she'll like the wind chime robe, which increases intelligence and has life-saving properties. We can persuade her and this matter will be over." Upon hearing that Yan Qi was even planning to give away his wind chime robe, Li Qianxue uttered no complaint. To purchase it, Yan Qi had sold all his gear, borrowed from friends and family, and even taken out a massive loan. If Yan Qi could even give up the wind chime robe, what would giving up the burning orb mean to him? The wind chime robe, the very thing Yan Qi had spared no expense for, was incredibly powerful. It not only granted plus 20 intelligence but also came with the life-saving ability of a stand puppet. When the wind chime robe's owner suffered fatal damage, it automatically created a stand puppet, which, at the expense of the wind chime robe, protected the host from the fatal damage. Wearing the wind chime robe offered a chance to avoid death, a crucial advantage for a frail, easily overwhelmed mage, a target for the enemy. In reality, even if one wasn't a mage, they wouldn't hesitate to equip the wind chime robe if they were offered it. Life and safety are paramount, and in this complex and chaotic world, anyone could die suddenly. The compensation was ready, but Yan Qianxue decided to wait and see when to send it. Lin Mingyuan was away from Black Rock City, and Yan Qianxue would send someone to sound him out after he returned. If Lin Mingyuan didn't intend to pursue the matter, there was no need to offer gifts. He wouldn't even be willing to give away the wind chime robe, which had saved his life. If Lin Mingyuan was determined to pursue the matter, they would rush to Black Rock City and apologize. If the worst came to the worst, and Lin Mingyuan unleashed her wrath and vowed to eradicate the Donglan alliance, gifts would be useless. The two brothers would immediately prepare a boat to flee overseas. With all the contingency plans in place, Yan Qianxue and Li Qianxue lived each day like a year, spending the entire new year in constant fear. Far away in the northeast, Lin Mingyuan celebrated the new year with great joy. A few days before the Lunar New Year, he and Xin went hiking in the snow-capped mountains to admire the rime and ice skating on the frozen lake. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Lin Mingyuan planned to return to Blackstone City. He had originally intended to stay a few days after the Lunar New Year, but since he and Freya had already confirmed their relationship, it would be inappropriate to leave her in the cold and secluded city lord's residence during the festive season. Xin used a teleportation portal to send Lin Mingyuan back. Wei Shujun graciously invited Xin to stay a few more days. As luck would have it, Xin didn't want to go back and see Lin Mingyuan flirting with another woman, so she stayed at Lin Mingyuan's home for a few more days, helping the village build a defensive formation to withstand waves of monsters. If the formation was under attack, she would receive immediate notification and open a portal to send troops to support it. Xin fulfilled all her duties as a good wife, relieving Lin Mingyuan of all his worries. Freya hadn't expected Lin Mingyuan to return early. The moment she saw him, she was overjoyed and gave him a hug so blissful it suffocated him. Lin Mingyuan didn't spend all his time with Freya, meeting with higher-ups, hosting a banquet for the entire army, and inspecting the first batch of members of the Demon Legion. There were still many things to deal with at the beginning of the year. The battle with Duke Dugan had made Lin Mingyuan famous, and professionals flocked to him, eager to join the army he had formed. Recruiting was going smoothly. Xiong Hongda carefully selected 100 men of both strength and character to form the Demon Legion's reserve force, and training officially began before the new year. Now fully staffed, they only needed to consume the demonic blood essence to begin their evolution. The first batch of the Demon Legion consisted of 60 melee professionals, 35 ranged professionals, and 5 magic professionals focused on intelligence. There are many classes that prioritize intelligence. The strongest and most complete is undoubtedly the mage. Those lacking the talent to switch to the mage class often switch to warlock, psychic, witch doctor, druid, puppet master, dreamweaver, priest, and other classes. Each of these classes has its own strengths, surpassing the mage in their areas of expertise. However, they lack the versatility and autonomy to match the mages. There's only one path, a step-by-step process. These less powerful mage classes also dream of becoming powerful, and consuming demonic blood to transform their bloodline is a promising path. Because demons are inherently chaotic and disorderly, those who prioritize intelligence are a rare breed, pursuing rationality and wisdom. Aside from the rare and unique demon races that appear only under special circumstances, the only two mainstream demons that boost intelligence are succubi and beholders. Succubi's innate spells are unsuitable for combat, so they were excluded, leaving beholders as the only viable option. Beholders are a vital component of the demon army. Their innate spells of Chaos Ray, Stone Ray, and Disintegration Ray are extremely powerful damage-dealing abilities. There's a downside, however. Successfully transforming into beholder bloodline transforms them into giant, floating eyeballs, with tentacles sprouting from behind them. They lose their human form completely, unlike demons like destroyers and demons, who possess arms and legs. While their physical transformation is significant, they at least still resemble a human. However, there's a remedy. Mastering the demonic transformation technique allows them to return to their human form. While it's fake, at least they don't have to constantly exist as giant eyeballs. Upon hearing the drawbacks of transforming into beholder, 2 of the 5 intelligence professionals couldn't accept and resigned from the demon army. Xianghongda then recruited 2 more magic professionals who had been eliminated. Now, with less money available, the investors have the upper hand. After confirming the personnel, Lin Mingyuan immediately traveled through the permanent portal to Hejian City. It was the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, and Wei Changshan was still on vacation. Upon learning that Lin Mingyuan was looking for him, he rushed to the career planning and data analysis department to meet with him. After wishing each other a happy new year, Wei Changshan guessed Lin Mingyuan's intention and said, "You must have come to me regarding the targeted conversion of demonic blood, right? You're a real worm in my stomach. How is it going? Did it work?" Wei Changshan smiled faintly, and Lin Mingyuan knew it was basically a success. Very successful. 3 demonic bloods have been targeted and converted into the destruction demon bloodline, 1 each of the demonic bloodline and the eye demon bloodline. They're all here. Wei Changshan pulled 3 demonic bloods from his backpack. The plasma remained thick and unchanged, but the redundant genetic sequences within had been removed, leaving only 1. However, Master Alchemist Su Xianming told me that after filtering and purification, demonic blood can be targeted and converted into demonic bloodlines, but this also reduces the very small chance of becoming a higher-level demon. To maintain stability, he can only remove the deeply hidden, incomplete higher-level demonic genetic sequences during the purification process. Wei Changshan also informed Lin Mingyuan of the drawbacks. It doesn't matter. The Legion needs discipline and order. I don't want to turn my Legion into a mob just because of a tiny chance. Every gain has its price. Lin Mingyuan is perfectly willing to sacrifice the tiny chance of a high-level demonic bloodline for the sake of targeted demonic blood transfusion. Alright, give me all the first batch of demonic blood. I'll pass it on to Master Su Xianming for you. Come back in 2 weeks to collect it. OJ8K. Lin Mingyuan handed all the demonic blood he had accumulated to Wei Changshan and raised another question. Can that advanced virtual space you took me to earlier simulate the full power of a Saint Realm professional? Technology is advancing. It wasn't possible before, but it is now. What's wrong? Wei Changshan asked curiously. I had a battle with an enemy before, but he fled before the battle was over. I have a feeling he's not that simple, so I want to use the advanced virtual space to simulate him and fight a few more battles. I'll understand his true strength and adapt to his fighting style. This will improve my chances of victory if we ever clash again, Lin Mingyuan said. You're talking about Duke Dugan of Behemoth, right? That battle was so beautiful, it made my blood boil. Oh? You know about that, too, Wei Changshan said. You might not realize how significant this incident is. The Silver Empire is currently the most powerful force in Asia, and its every move is being watched. Many interested parties know about your defeat of the Silver Empire's high nobility. It seems that while I'm studying others, I'm also being studied by many. But the strong aren't afraid of being studied, and invincible moves are unbreakable. Lin Mingyuan remained calm, shifting the topic back to the use of the advanced virtual space. You can use the advanced virtual space anytime you want. The Council's technology has been upgraded again, expanding the number of advanced virtual spaces for actual combat training to 15, which is more than enough. With that, Wei Changshan left with a large amount of demonic blood, intending to ship it to Jiangning province and leave without accompanying Lin Mingyuan. The virtual space was just upstairs from the data analysis department. Lin Mingyuan walked upstairs and found that only 5 of the 15 advanced virtual spaces were in use, leaving 10 empty. During the Chinese New Year holidays, everyone was probably enjoying their vacation, and there were too few people doing actual combat training in the virtual space. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Fame and Fortune Trap, The Key to Victory. 3 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. My best was 8 seconds. That's outrageous. How could such a pervert exist in an advanced virtual space? Was that idiot Lin Mingyuan raised on hormones? Is the gap between the masters of the God Creation Project and ordinary people really that outrageous? A professional, his face darkening, angrily pushed open the door and sat in the lounge area, muttering curses. His words suddenly reminded Lin Mingyuan of the last time they used the advanced virtual space for combat training. Wei Changshan had asked for his permission to leave his projection there as a target for the professionals of the United Council. This guy seems to have been severely beaten by my projection. I hope his mentality is okay. Lin Mingyuan, despite being subjected to such a senseless barrage, remained unperturbed and even smiled. If Lin Mingyuan remembered correctly, the projection he left behind in the advanced virtual space was his level 70 self, not yet promoted to legendary. The gap between him and his current level 100 strength was even greater. But for ordinary professionals, a level 70 Lin Mingyuan was already an unbeatable foe. Soon, the metal door to another advanced virtual space opened. A warrior in plate armor, a flail in his right hand and a round shield in his left, sat down dejectedly beside the man. He snatched a bottle of mineral water from his hand, took a sip, and then poured it over his head to calm his feverish blood. "You look so miserable, I know you failed the challenge. How many seconds did you last?" The greatest joy when someone is unlucky is seeing someone even more unlucky. The professional who emerged first gloated. He was killed in less than 2 seconds, so his performance was definitely worse than yours. "You're fast, so you could barely hold a few blows against him, but I can't even dodge. His attack power and armor-piercing ability are outrageous. I restarted the game several times, and the results are always the same." The warrior was dejected. The continuous instant kills had severely damaged his self-confidence. It's said that if you survive for 30 seconds, you'll see Lin Mingyuan's second form, a terrifying fire demon burning with endless flames. I don't know if it's true. The warrior's friend, an assassin with agility bonus, changed the subject to comfort him. It should be true. The news came from the fencing club. Lin Mingyuan is the chairman of the fencing club, so the inside information won't deceive people. I don't know when someone can defeat Lin Mingyuan's projection. Last month, the projection of Bai Chongming, the Huayu mage of the floating city, left in the advanced virtual space was taken down by Yan Qianxue, the second-level phantom assassin. The only projection that has not been conquered is Lin Mingyuan. The warriors became excited when talking about the interesting stories of the virtual space. Lin Mingyuan was not in a hurry to enter the advanced virtual space to start actual combat exercises. He sat not far away and listened to their chat with interest. Tisk, Yan Qianxue managed to snatch a lucky win against Bai Chongming's projection, which isn't anything to brag about. We're all members of the Stalker Guild, so who knows who? His stealth skills are far worse than mine. You was just lucky enough to get a class change to Phantom Assassin. The Phantom Assassin's class trait allows him to escape into the Shadow Realm and launch attacks, where a mage's illumination spell can't illuminate him. His weapon, the Spellbreaker Blade, is specifically designed to counter spell shields, which is why he managed to snatch the win. Competitors are enemies. As an orthodox assassin, he looked down on Yan Qianxue, who had the good fortune to hold the hidden class of Phantom Assassin. Only he knew how much jealousy he felt, just sour grapes. Lin Mingyuan vaguely remembered that Yan Qianxue seemed to be a member of the second phase of the God-making project. His hidden class, Phantom Assassin, was known as the most flamboyant and elegant assassin. His skills were average, but he fought beautifully. The assassin, who looked down on his fellow assassins, held Bai Chongming in high esteem, saying with admiration, "Who is Bai Chongming? He's the first in line for the god-building project, and now he's the Huayu mage of the floating city." The floating city is known as the mage's holy land, and there are only 5 Huayu mages, and they are the 5 strongest mages in all of China. As for Lin Mingyuan, I admit he has some talent, but it's a shame he's only a sword master. How can he be compared to a mage? Hearing this, Lin Mingyuan couldn't stand it. He was being ripped off, and they were blatantly using the Huayu mage to disparage the sword master. It was unbearable for anyone. I have no problem with you praising Bai Chongming, but what's your point in bringing me into this for no reason? Lin Mingyuan said indifferently. They were not from the same world, and getting angry with them only lowered his status. Who are you sending to? The assassin, in the middle of a lively conversation, was interrupted. The humiliated and enraged assassin turned around, shuddering and nearly pissing himself. Having challenged Lin Mingyuan countless times, he knew this face intimately. How could he not recognize it? "Big boss, I'm drunk and all I said was drunken talk." Just treated as a joke, the assassin, flexible and adaptable, slapped himself several times as punishment for his careless words, then apologized with a smile. If you have free time, improve your own strength. Don't just gossip all day without doing anything. Yes, you're right. I'll definitely change. Hearing that Lin Mingyuan didn't intend to pursue the matter, the man and his friend quickly retreated, bowing. After dismissing the 2 men, Lin Mingyuan stood up and was about to enter the advanced virtual space for a real-world test when he saw another familiar figure approaching from the distance. Zhu Qiyu, the fifth in line for the God-creating project, walked towards him in patent leather trousers, her long, slender legs gracefully. Zhu Qiyu's legs were the most beautiful Lin Mingyuan had ever seen, with firm, tight muscles and an extremely long Achilles tendon, possessing supreme explosive power and endurance. And the proportions are perfect, giving the impression that everything from the chest down is legs. "Happy New Year," Zhu Qiyu greeted Lin Mingyuan and jokingly said, "Just now I saw those two guys rushing out, sweating profusely. Did they see you in person?" HMPH, one of them was spouting nonsense, saying something like, "Sword Master is inferior to Mage, and I gave him a lecture, and he ran off," Lin Mingyuan said. "No one can say for sure which is stronger, the top magic class or the top physical class. The consensus is that it depends on the individual. In theory, both classes have unlimited potential. Whoever can tap into it more will be the most powerful. It doesn't matter to me who's stronger. Speedsters are a hidden profession, and my path is a solitary one. Finding anyone to talk to is difficult, and I'm left feeling my way each step of the way," Zhu Qiyu shrugged, avoiding the sensitive topic. "During the New Year's Eve party, Bai Chongming returned, and someone mentioned you as the United Council's top expert. Bai Chongming didn't refute it, tacitly accepting it." "Really?" Lin Mingyuan's expression brightened. If he'd met Bai Chongming after his rebirth, he would have clung to him. Bai Chongming was a true leader, and now Lin Mingyuan had become one too. He was delighted to be recognized by a powerhouse of his stature. "A lot of people know this, so why would I lie to you?" Later, at the banquet, I asked Bai Chongming what he really thought. Was he too proud of his status to refute, or did he truly believe you were stronger? He told me that not everyone could defeat the old-school Saint Domain at this stage, at least not him. Those were his exact words, Zhu Qiyu said. "You're now the council's top expert. Don't get complacent, or you'll be overtaken by newcomers. The council has discovered several more talents this year, and will be launching the second phase of our God-creating program this summer to train them." Lin Mingyuan laughed heartily. "It's lonely at the top. Let me shoulder the loneliness, young people can't handle it." "Oh, by the way, why are you here?" Lin Mingyuan, preoccupied with his own conversation, inquired about Zhu Qiyu's intentions. "To challenge you," Zhu Qiyu replied seriously. "Don't be ridiculous." Lin Mingyuan rolled his eyes. His only real rival in the council was Bai Chongming. Yi Zhao could also fight him, but Lin Mingyuan's odds of winning were much higher. In the future, his teacher, Feng Taichu, would rise to challenge him for the title of council's top expert. As for Zhu Qiyu, she was still far behind. The difference in their abilities was immense. "I'm talking about you in the advanced virtual space, not you now. I didn't know you'd come here." "What about you? What are you doing here?" Lin Mingyuan withdrew from his interspatial ring a vial of blood stolen from Duke Dugan of Behemoth during the battle and said, "Let's fight Dugan again and see how big the gap is between me and the Peak Sanctuary." "Okay, I wish you success. I'll go in first, and I wish you success in defeating me." With a smile, the two parted ways, each heading to vacant advanced virtual space to begin actual combat training. Since Lin Mingyuan's victory over Duke Dugan, he has been crowned with prestigious titles such as Backbone of Central China, Hero of the Human Race, and Top Expert of the United Council. Heaps of praise poured in. In the first few days after returning home at the beginning of the year, Lin Mingyuan received thousands of letters from all over the world, many praising him for defeating the alien Duke and boosting the reputation of the human race. Lin Mingyuan was actually relatively clear-headed, knowing there was still a gap between him and the Saint Realm, the biggest gap being his domain. If Lin Mingyuan possessed a domain, even a weaker one would be overwhelmed by a stronger one. As long as he could be immune to the suppressive power of an enemy domain, he would be confident of defeating any Saint Realm powerhouse. However, even Lin Mingyuan's clarity of mind was inevitably swelled by the overwhelming praise. After hearing so much of the almost scathing praise, Lin Mingyuan internalized that he was superior to Duke Dugan and that he had a better than 50% chance of defeating him in another battle. With this thought in mind, Lin Mingyuan emerged from an hour-long advanced virtual space, his expression dazed. In that hour, Lin Mingyuan and Dugan fought 15 rounds, winning 2 and losing 13. Lin Mingyuan was completely stunned. He won the first round, but it was a fluke. In reality, Lin Mingyuan's victory over Dugan in real life was due to Dugan's underestimation. Dugan had never considered Lin Mingyuan a peer until he suffered a loss in the invincible slash, only then did he begin to take him seriously. However, he still harbored a certain disdain for Lin Mingyuan, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen so easily into his trap and nearly perished in the furnace of annihilation. The virtual Dugan, however, treated no opponent lightly. He immediately activated his domain to limit Lin Mingyuan's exceptionally high basic attributes, then unleashed a torrent of attacks that completely overwhelmed him, forcing him into a near-death state despite his exceptionally high regeneration. With all his attributes instantly doubled, Lin Mingyuan, with a three-dimensional power approaching 300, stabbed Dugan to death with a single strike, even though it wasn't a regular strike, not even a demonic flame-killing sword. The virtual space loaded a battle memory module, allowing the virtual projection to absorb the lessons learned from each battle, improving its response in the next. After knocking Lin Mingyuan into his unyielding state for the second time, Dugan activated Ancient Will to travel through time, swapping his original form with the ancestral golden behemoth. He journeyed to ancient times for a time, while the ancestral golden behemoth fought Lin Mingyuan in his stead. Even the original golden behemoth's ancestor, possessing 300 points of strength, agility, and body, was no match for Lin Mingyuan. However, killing the ancestral golden behemoth wouldn't count as revenge, preventing the full HP resurrection effect of unyielding. Lin Mingyuan would die within 10 seconds of his defeat. Each time Dugan triggered Lin Mingyuan's unyielding state, he would retreat into an ancient era, a separate timeline carved out from the River of Time by the Silver Empire's ancestral demigods. A mere 10 seconds of absence would kill Lin Mingyuan, effectively defeating unyielding. In just 10 minutes, Lin Mingyuan lost 13 matches in a row. His frustration grew with each fight, his mind a blur, his mind unable to make rational decisions. Dugan dominated him at every opportunity. Stunned by his defeat, Lin Mingyuan decided to calm down and hold off on starting a new simulation. After 5 full minutes of calm, he finally shook off his negative emotions and devised a strategy for victory. Dugan wasn't underestimating his foe, but it was Lin Mingyuan's turn to underestimate him. Overconfident, he'd always relied on the Fire Lord's powerful physique to face Dugan head-on, despite his weakened stats. This resulted in defeat every time. Having fully recovered, Lin Mingyuan abandoned the idea of confronting Dugan head-on. He opted for a more dwarfed battle in his human form, abandoning the Great Sword of Judgment in favor of the artifact, the Holy Sword, Grankle. Currently, the Holy Sword, Grankle had only one stat, plus 50 strength, which was exactly what Lin Mingyuan needed, given his suppressed stats. As soon as Dugan opened his domain, all of Lin Mingyuan's stats would be weakened by 30%, turning his strengths into weaknesses. The Holy Sword, Grankle could help Lin Mingyuan regain some advantage, allowing him to avoid a power deficit against Dugan. Lin Mingyuan's final victory involved a painstaking half-hour battle with Dugan of Behemoth. The process was a tortuous one. With 50 points of strength granted by the Holy Sword, Grankle, he could no longer be at a disadvantage against Dugan. Lin Mingyuan actively engaged in a strategy of exchanging injuries, even taking a serious injury himself in exchange for Dugan's minor one. Lin Mingyuan, possessing exceptional resilience, refused to continue fighting Dugan even after a serious injury. He flexed his body movements and used the Heavenly Gate to dodge, waiting until his injuries had healed before engaging again. Lin Mingyuan was unfazed by injury, but Dugan was not. Minor injuries accumulated, dragging him into an inescapable quagmire of conflict. Having accumulated a sufficient advantage, Lin Mingyuan used a flurry of heavy sword strikes, forcing Dugan into the lava pool of mountain collapse and earth-shattering, crippling his legs. Then, he delivered a decisive blow with a demon flame sword. Lin Mingyuan had grasped the key to victory. Further fighting would yield no results. Lin Mingyuan, his arrogance purged, left the virtual space with a revived peace of mind. Chapter 191 Anniversary. In times of adversity, one must learn to adjust their mindset and face the challenges that follow with a positive attitude. And when things are going smoothly, one must guard against arrogance and impatience, not be blinded by temporary fame and fortune. Know what one wants and persevere through it. From dawn to dusk, Lin Mingyuan could be found meticulously honing his swordsmanship in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion. After days of unconcern with worldly affairs, his heart gradually calmed amidst the tedious and repetitive practice. It was the end of February, the first month of the lunar calendar drawing to a close. Today marked the first anniversary of the catastrophe. Lin Mingyuan invited Li Tong and Yan Qianxue to his home for tea, to gather on this memorable occasion. I heard your demon army is forming smoothly, and the first batch of members have already transformed into demon bloodlines. Have there been any problems? Li Tong laughed heartily, feeling incredibly proud. The two dragons he raised had both reached adulthood and possessed considerable combat power. Li Tong had invested considerable effort in raising the young dragons, and his own level had fallen behind. However, he would soon begin rapidly leveling up, hoping to reach legendary status by mid-year. The fate of everyone around him was transformed by Lin Mingyuan's rebirth. In this life, Li Tong has become the most powerful and noble dragon summoner among summoners, nurturing two true dragons, and his future prospects rival those of a mage. Hongda is keeping an eye on it for me, so everything is going smoothly. The formation of the Legion was naturally smooth, otherwise why would Lin Mingyuan be in the mood to treat them to a leisurely cup of tea? The first batch of demon warriors, after 2 weeks of brutal training, have overcome the demon's bloodthirsty and brutal tendencies and adapted to their rapidly increasing attributes. They have entered the stage of deeply exploring their bloodline abilities and are ready for battle at any time. With only 100 members, calling the Demon Legion a legion is somewhat of a misnomer. The demon detachment is more appropriate. The United Council has established a connection with Jiangning Province's master alchemist, Su Xianming. 34 bottles of potions will be delivered to Jiangning Province every month for genetic sequencing purification and then returned. The Demon Legion's reserve force is also being intensively selected, led by the legendary martial artist Fang Daoshan. Lin Mingyuan's Demon Legion will expand monthly, and it will soon become a truly worthy legion. Fang Daoshan is the third practitioner in Black Rock City to reach the legendary level, half a month after Yan Qianxue. After achieving legendary status, Fang Daoshan challenged Hongda to a duel, but was unfortunately defeated. Knowing that Hongda's current status was due to Lin Mingyuan's selfless gift, Fang Daoshan, hoping to transform his demonic bloodline and elevate his strength to a new level, sought out Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan assured Fang Daoshan that the position of Demon Legion officer would be reserved for him if he so desired, but he could not yet offer him demonic blood. It wasn't that Lin Mingyuan was stingy. He envisioned the Demon Legion's officers to all be of high-level demonic bloodline. It was just that war was about to begin, and he couldn't afford to bleed anyone. Furthermore, Fang Daoshan wasn't necessarily suited to the Flame Demon bloodline. After the upcoming war, Lin Mingyuan would help Fang Daoshan search for suitable high-level demonic bloodlines. Upon understanding Lin Mingyuan's intentions, Fang Daoshan immediately expressed his willingness to wait. He believed that anyone with high-level demonic bloodline would be willing to transform into ordinary demonic bloodline. Good things come to those who wait. With his position in the Demon Legion confirmed, Fang Daoshan transferred some of his responsibilities from Hongda, assigning him the task of training the Demon Reserve Corps. This allowed his future subordinates to get to know him and establish a strong superior-subordinate relationship. Last year on this day, you saved me. At the stairwell of Unit 14 in Mingyuan community, I was tackled by a zombie and was about to die. You shot me through the zombie's head with your bow and arrow. Later, you realized I had a talent for archery and gave it to me. Do you remember? Yan Qianxue's nostalgia deepened at the memory. The days she fought alongside Lin Mingyuan were her most unforgettable. Looking back on the past, it's all so vivid in my mind. How could I bear to forget such precious memories? Come on. Let's go to celebrate the first anniversary of our acquaintance. Lin Mingyuan raised his teacup, but Yan Qianxue spilled the tea in the cup, took out 2 bottles of dwarven liquor from his backpack, and said, drinking tea at a memorable moment would be a bummer. Come and try the premium dwarven liquor I seized from the Black Dwarf mine. It is said that you can spit fire after drinking it, then I'll have to try it. Lin Mingyuan took the bottle with a smile. He could smell the fiery aroma of the wine through the cork. After pulling out the cork, Lin Mingyuan raised his head. The stimulating and spicy liquor passed through his throat with a refreshing feeling like a knife cutting, which was both painful and stimulating. When it fell into his stomach, it was like a ball of fire exploding. The high-purity alcohol went back up along the digestive tract. Lin Mingyuan really spit out a mouthful of fire when he opened his mouth. Haha, good wine. Lin Mingyuan clapped his hands in admiration. Yan Qianxue took off her bronze mask, revealing her jade-like face. It had been a long time since he had seen Yan Qianxue's face. Suddenly seeing the beautiful face in his memory, Lin Mingyuan was a little dazed. Yan Qianxue raised her legs and stepped on the stone bench, picked up the bottle of wine and drank it all. Yan Qianxue's physique was not as arrogant and domineering as Lin Mingyuan. After finishing a bottle of aged liquor, her face immediately flushed with drunkenness, and she coughed lightly twice. "Make one for me too." Seeing Lin Mingyuan and Yan Qianxue drinking happily, Li Tong shouted. Yan Qianxue looked at him meaningfully. "If you like, I will give you a box someday." Li Tong received Yan Qianxue's signal, as if he understood something, shrugged and stopped talking. "As a token of my gratitude, I'll give you something you've never seen before." Lin Mingyuan pulled out the Jiuquan cup from his special ring and pointed at the gleaming, gold-clad, gem-inlaid cup. The Jiuquan cup connects to a world of fine wines. Simply pour a specific type of wine into it, and it will endlessly produce that type of wine. Filling lakes and oceans with endless wine is no problem. We'll have as much fine wine as you want today, and we won't leave until we're drunk. With that, Lin Mingyuan filled each of the 3 glasses and raised his glass to toast. The demonic blood wine, brewed from the essence of all races, was powerful enough to intoxicate even powerful demon lords. It was the strongest of all spirits, and Yan Qianxue felt intoxicated even with just a sip. Watching Lin Mingyuan take one glass after another, she drank from one, unwilling to be left behind. Suddenly, she lost her balance and nearly fell, and Lin Mingyuan hurriedly supported her. "You're already drunk after just one drink." "That's lame, eh? Who said I was drunk? I can still drink." Yan Qianxue snatched the Jiuquan cup from Lin Mingyuan's hand and poured it directly into her mouth. "Don't be so stubborn. Give it back to me." Reclaiming the Jiuquan cup, Lin Mingyuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Li Tong, help me take Qianxue home, he's gone," Yan Qianxue said with drunken eyes. Lin Mingyuan blinked hard twice and looked around. Li Tong was really gone. Surprised, he asked, "When did he leave?" "When you had your 7th cup, you said I was drunk, but you were obviously drunk too. You didn't even know Li Tong was gone." Yan Qianxue stuck out her tongue, hooked her arm around Lin Mingyuan's shoulder, and said, "Looks like you're the only one who can take me home. All right then. Come to think of it, I've never been to your house before." Lin Mingyuan supported Yan Qianxue and activated the Heaven Stepping Gate, heading for Yan Qianxue's home, less than 500 meters from the city lord's mansion. Lin Mingyuan was indeed drunk. The demon blood wine had a strong after effect, so he hadn't felt it when he drank it. But now, the surge of special energy sent him reeling. His infallible Stepping Heaven Gate, due to Lin Mingyuan mistargeting his target, had teleported them both thousands of meters underground into a murky cavern. The darkness was pitch black, and Lin Mingyuan snapped his fingers. A fist-sized fireball floated in midair, illuminating the narrow cavern, which only had room for a man. The walls were so thin that the sound of underground water could be heard. "What's going on? My Stepping Heaven Gate malfunctioned. This shouldn't be happening. Let me try again." Lin Mingyuan shook his head, controlling his digestive enzymes to accelerate the breakdown of the alcohol's effects. Yan Qianxue quickly stopped him. "Don't do that. The underground cave is still relatively safe. What if you must teleport again and send me to a pool of lava?" "That's right. Then we'll just stay in the cave." Lin Mingyuan remained rational, knowing that he was still unconscious and prone to making mistakes. "Maybe we can play something fun." Yan Qianxue's temperature was rising, and Lin Mingyuan, who was leaning against her, felt it. "For example, how about truth or dare?" Yan Qianxue went playfully. "Let's just say truth or dare. We don't have room for adventure in this cave." "Well, let me ask you first. Have you ever liked me?" Yan Qianxue asked softly. The first question stumped Lin Mingyuan. To say no would be too insincere, but to say yes wouldn't be a good idea either. "You're making it so big right off the bat. I'm afraid you won't have any questions later." Lin Mingyuan tried to stall, trying to get the question out of the way. This question had been on Yan Qianxue's mind for a long time. And now that she finally got it out while she was drunk, how could she allow Lin Mingyuan to avoid it? With her hands on her hips, she pretended to be aggressive and said, "That's all I have to ask you. You must answer it, and tell the truth." "Okay, I have." Lin Mingyuan nodded. He wasn't good at lying. "Then why don't you pursue me instead of Xin AI? How am I inferior to her?" Yan Qianxue felt even more sad after receiving a positive answer. Since Lin Mingyuan had feelings for her, why did he choose to pursue Xin AI instead of someone close to him? Was it just because Xin AI was a mage and she was just a humble archer? It was fate and timing. When the Emerald Dream first arrived, Xinyana happened to be assigned to the same dungeon. She was already taken from the beginning. At most, I felt sorry for her and didn't have any other thoughts. But later, as I got to know her better, I realized that she was a good woman. I couldn't bear to watch her jump into the fire pit. So, I took advantage of her and Li Zuan's discord and took advantage of the opportunity. It's quite shameful to say this, but the ending was good. Perhaps it was the effect of alcohol, but Lin Mingyuan told Yan Qianxue this mental journey that he had buried in his heart and told no one. After that, Lin Mingyuan realized something was wrong and said, "You've already asked a question, it's my turn." Yan Qianxue didn't want to play games at all. She was just using the opportunity to test Lin Mingyuan's sincerity, and she kept talking to herself. So that's how it is. Back then, I was too focused on improving my skills and didn't pay enough attention to you, so Xin'er took advantage of me. I was so stupid. Yan Qianxue shed 2 tears. Suddenly, she looked up at Lin Mingyuan and said, "If time could go back to the beginning and I had always been by your side, would things be different? I don't know, of course I will. Let's start over, okay?" Yan Qianxue threw herself into Lin Mingyuan's arms, blinking her eyes and pleading pitifully. Lin Mingyuan gripped Yan Qianxue's shoulders, unsure whether to push her away or hold her tightly. "Silly girl, with your circumstances, you could have any man you want, so why did you choose me? Who told you to save me? From the moment you saved me, I've only thought of you. If you hadn't left me, wouldn't you have one less silly girl clinging to you now?" Yan Qianxue blamed Lin Mingyuan. "How could I bear to do that?" Lin Mingyuan gently embraced Yan Qianxue, his nose nuzzling her soft hair. The internal struggle quickly came to a conclusion. Lin Mingyuan had no choice but to accept Yan Qianxue. When he still wanted to be a good man who only loved one person in his life, he had reason to reject Yan Qianxue, but now the floodgates of desire had been opened. Lin Mingyuan accepted Lu Xiaoyan and Freya, but refused to accept Yan Qianxue. Would that force Yan Qianxue to become his enemy? So Lin Mingyuan had no choice. Besides, if he followed his heart, he wouldn't reject Yan Qianxue. "I'm a very possessive person. You'd better think about it. Once you follow me, there will be no turning back." Yan Qianxue responded to Lin Mingyuan with practical actions. In the dim underground cave, 2 lonely shadows stuck together. Chapter 192 Yongzhen Forest 1. The Wind Rises. For a month after the Lunar New Year, all factions remained silent, seemingly still reeling from the festive and joyful atmosphere. Except for the north. Mighty, tall logging robots frequently appeared in the newspapers, raising the forests where the cult of nature had taken refuge. The earth, battered by artillery shells and incendiary bombs, was hardened and charred, barren of vegetation. The Brotherhood of Steel continued its assault, encroaching upon the cult of nature's territory. Battles raged daily, but news of the north dwindled. The destruction of the cult of nature was a foregone conclusion, and no one paid attention. The devastation unleashed by the Brotherhood of Steel's war machines shocked the nation, and all factions tacitly accepted the Brotherhood's dominance in the north. All that remained for the Brotherhood of Steel to truly reign supreme was one final battle, the siege of Yongzhen Woods. Mr. Commander, I'm here again. A female reporter in an office uniform, with burgundy curls and a radiant makeup, led her crew into the Brotherhood's headquarters outside Yongzhen Woods. The reporter, Hu Xinru, was the star of Northern Television, a network funded and supported by the Brotherhood of Steel. Many people called her a vixen behind her back, implying that she had seduced men to her position. Hu Xinru would always laugh off the occasional rumors about her, disdaining to refute them. The truth was, she and both of the Brotherhood's Legion commanders maintained a healthy relationship of mutual assistance and support, one of filling each other's gaps. The final battle in the Eternal Spring Forest was fought by the Mechanicus, one of the Brotherhood's 6 legions, also known as the Mechanical Science Corps. Their legion commander, Quan Guang, was a level 107 mechanic. The mechanic was also a class with a very high ceiling, but unlike the mage or Bleta Master, whose power was inherent, they relied on powerful mechanical creations. Their combat style was similar to that of a summoner, whose main body had little combat power and relied entirely on summoned creatures. However, a mechanic's summoned creatures were created from blueprints, making each high-level mechanic a genius with exceptional inventiveness and manual dexterity. "The cameras aren't on, are they?" Seeing Hu Xinru, Quan Guang smiled knowingly. He was one of the Legion commanders with whom Hu Xinru maintained a friendly and mutually supportive relationship. Otherwise, how could Hu Xinru have entered a key military location without permission? Of course not, Hu Xinru said, and Quan Guang pounced on her like a hungry wolf, devouring her lipstick. The cameraman was used to this. He fiddled with his camera, playing dumb. After making love, the voluptuous Hu Xinru touched up her makeup in the mirror. Quan Guang used his mental power to restore the sand table, which had been completely shattered by the two worms, to its original state. He also read the interview script, mentally preparing his answers to Hu Xinru's questions. The interview lasted half an hour and was broadcast simultaneously with the new news. The main content was to ask Quan Guang when the general offensive would be launched, his attitude towards the final battle, and how the Brotherhood of Steel would govern the North. As the mouthpiece of the Brotherhood of Steel, Northern Television naturally refrained from asking pointed questions. Every question asked was carefully selected by the Brotherhood's press officer. Quan Guang, with great enthusiasm, addressed the audience watching the news in the North. Tomorrow, the Brotherhood of Steel would launch a final assault on Yongjian Forest. All non-essential personnel must evacuate Yongjian Forest immediately. The battle would begin tomorrow, and all who were outside would be killed without mercy. After answering Hu Xinru's final question, Quan Guang arrogantly tapped the camera. He was striking at the natural cult leaders watching the news. Every hair on the back of his hand was clearly visible, as if silently asking them, "I'm going to annihilate you tomorrow, and you still have the nerve to do that." The natural cult leaders, cornered and with nowhere to retreat, fell silent. The Brotherhood of Steel would launch a final assault tomorrow, and even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The natural cult's demise was inevitable, and everyone felt a mixture of emotions. In contrast to the gloom and doom surrounding the nature cult, the Brotherhood of Steel, upon hearing the news, erupted in excitement. After 8 months, the war between the Brotherhood of Steel and the nature cult was finally coming to an end, with the Brotherhood of Steel emerging as the ultimate victor and the new king of the North. Everyone knew the nature cult was doomed. What was the point of its remaining forces lingering in the eternal spring forest? They would surely be crushed by the Brotherhood's steel torrent. Cities occupied by the Brotherhood of Steel erupted in joy, with people cheering and celebrating with a jubilation greater than New Year's Eve. At the end of the interview, Hu Xinru announced that the final battle between the Brotherhood of Steel and the nature cult would be broadcast live tomorrow, and a special documentary team would be filming a documentary about Quan Guang Hayek titled Quan Guang Hayek's Ordinary Day. By deliberately portraying the fateful day of the nature cult's destruction as a rather ordinary day for Quan Guang Hayek, she implied that Quan had grown accustomed to victory and that attacking the remnants of the nature cult's elite was no different from wiping out bandits. This was a perfect example of flattery. When everyone praises someone, that's when they're least likely to know themselves. Lin Mingyuan experienced this and quickly realized his wrong mindset and stepped back. Quan Guang was undoubtedly the greatest contributor to the destruction of the nature cult. The massive logging robot that rendered the great sage Dongfang powerless was a design Quan Guang personally designed. From the Twilight Forest to the Changning Wetlands to the Bloodstone Canyon, he single-handedly led every arduous battle. Of the Brotherhood of Steel's 6 legions, the Mekrikant Legion is by far the most prominent and renowned, and Quan Guang is hailed as the most skilled commander, surpassing the other 5. Quan Guang's military achievements were remarkable, but it's hard to argue that his final defeat wasn't due to his pre-battle underestimation of the enemy. In his previous life, Quan Guang's winning streak blinded him, leading him to believe he was a military god. He was woefully unprepared for the disparate blow from the already destitute nature cult. Ultimately, on a nationally televised broadcast, the Brotherhood of Steel failed to defeat the nature cult and was instead utterly defeated. Lin Mingyuan's intimate knowledge of the events in the North stemmed largely from the live broadcast that nearly humiliated the Brotherhood of Steel. This intrigued him as to the course of the war between the Northern Brotherhood of Steel and the Cult of Nature. The reason why it's called a near humiliation for the Brotherhood of Steel, rather than a complete disgrace, is that after that battle, the Brotherhood quickly regrouped and mobilized 3 legions to lay siege to the Eternal Spring Forest. Over 10 legendary professionals from the Cult of Nature were killed in that battle, and the remaining experts fled. The Brotherhood of Steel overcame the humiliation with a resounding victory, demonstrating the terrifying power of the Brotherhood of Steel when they put all their efforts into achieving a goal. The heavy casualties among the legendary professionals completely extinguished the Cult of Nature's future. Consider these legendary professionals from the early days of the Cataclysm, whose talents were immeasurable. If they hadn't perished, 1 or 2 demigods would have emerged from among them. Lin Mingyuan also watched the interview on Northern television, where the Black Rock City leaders gathered to discuss the future of the Northern cult. Yan Qianxue, who sat to Lin Mingyuan's right, said, "If the Brotherhood of Steel unifies the North, they'll inevitably border the 4 provinces of central China. We're adjacent to the Brotherhood of Steel in the north, and the ARC group in the south. It's fine if the northern and southern powers don't clash, but if war breaks out, the 4 provinces will become battlefields. If the sky falls, there's someone taller to hold it up. The Silver Empire hasn't said a word, so why should we worry," said Wu Chunlei, the fallen cherry sword saint. He felt that no matter what happened in the north, it wasn't their concern. That's true, but those who don't plan for the future will inevitably worry about the present. We're in conflict with the Brotherhood of Steel. Lately, the most common refrain I've heard is that the Brotherhood of Steel will take revenge. If we let them get away with it, they'll have to bring us to justice sooner or later. Luo Bing disliked politics and rarely expressed his opinions in meetings. This was the first time he took the initiative. Like Lin Mingyuan, he saw through the Brotherhood of Steel's tyrannical and overbearing nature and had no good feelings towards them. "I agree with Ding," Lin Mingyuan bluntly concluded. The Brotherhood of Steel needed to overcome them if they wanted to dominate the North. Even if they couldn't stop them, they'd at least cause them some trouble. "I have no problem dealing with the Brotherhood of Steel. The problem is that we're now a subsidiary of the Silver Empire. Sending troops requires approval from Lord Ren, and I'm afraid they don't want to go to war with the Brotherhood of Steel." After so long, everyone in central China had come to see the Silver Empire's weakness when dealing with local forces. The Silver Empire was fully aware that the future of China would be dominated by the Brotherhood of Steel, the ARC group, and the Floating City. While the Silver Empire currently possessed 2 powerful demigods, the number of demigods emerging from these 3 factions would far exceed theirs. Hearing the crowd's confusion, Lin Mingyuan suddenly stood up and prepared to speak. Xiong Hongda and Fang Daoshan, who had long understood Lin Mingyuan's intentions and knew what he was going to say, were extremely excited. The Demon Legion was about to face its first major battle since its formation. The outcome would reveal whether it was a dragon or a worm. Black Rock City is indeed an affiliated force of the Silver Empire. I won't be fighting in Black Rock City's name. From now on, Xin Ai will hold the position of Lord of Black Rock City. I am declaring war on the Brotherhood of Steel, not on behalf of Black Rock City, but on my own behalf. What a boldness. What a heroic spirit. Everyone was moved by Lin Mingyuan, clamoring to fight alongside him against a Brotherhood of Steel. Lin Mingyuan smiled and said, "If you follow us, then Black Rock City and the Brotherhood of Steel will still be enemies. This is my war. I've waited 6 months for this day. Don't let anyone steal my show." After persuading everyone to retreat, Lin Mingyuan urged them to defend their home in his absence. Then, he arrived at the Trident building in Hejian City. Well-dressed counselors hurried to and fro. The Brotherhood of Steel's impending final battle to unify the North had a significant impact on the United Council. After all, the United Council was based in the North, and with a Northern hegemon poised to rise, all factions had to carefully consider their future attitude toward the Brotherhood, whether to kowtow or maintain a level of composure. When Lin Mingyuan arrived at the Trident building, Council Speaker Yan Qianxue was in a meeting with councilors. Lin Mingyuan waited an hour for the meeting to end. Yan Qianxue personally approached Lin Mingyuan to apologize. "I had an important meeting just now and couldn't leave. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long. I'm free anyway, so a little longer won't hurt." "Speaker, don't worry," Lin Mingyuan said with a smile. "You came to see me about a Brotherhood of Steel, right?" Yan Qianxue was convinced that everyone who had come to him today was talking about a Brotherhood of Steel. "Yes, it's related to the Brotherhood of Steel, but I think what I want to discuss with them is something different. I want to intervene in the war between the Brotherhood of Steel and the Cult of Nature." Lin Mingyuan's sudden statement startled Yan Qianxue. "What? You're kidding, right?" "Of course not. You saw what the Brotherhood of Steel did to me. I don't want to talk about anything before that. Let's just talk about the Battle of Dragon's Nest. The Brotherhood of Steel wanted me dead. They wouldn't let me go if they had the chance." Mentioning the Brotherhood of Steel's actions, Lin Mingyuan's eyes were sinister and murderous. "But we've already reached an agreement with Lin Jingbai. The Brotherhood of Steel won't bother you anymore." Yan Qianxue tried to save the situation, but Lin Mingyuan had made up his mind. "I don't trust them. I came here specifically to inform you of this matter. No matter who comes to persuade me, It's useless. I have an irreconcilable feud with the Brotherhood of Steel, Lin Mingyuan said resolutely, and then said to Yan Qianxue, I know that the Parliament has always advocated harmonious coexistence with the Brotherhood of Steel. If my existence affects the Parliament's long-term plan, you can issue a statement at any time to sever ties with me. I won't mind. I will always remember the help the Parliament has given me. Regardless of whether we are still allies, as long as the United Parliament is in trouble, I will come to support it. After saying the last sentence, Lin Mingyuan turned and left without hesitation, leaving Yan Qianxue stunned there, unable to recover for a long time. Until his secretary Zhao Sisi came to ask him what was wrong, Yan Qianxue sighed and said, the wind is going to blow in the north. Chapter 193 Yongqian Woodland, 2, Roundtable Meeting. With the news release and the Brotherhood of Steel's ultimatum, the atmosphere within the Yongqian forest was gloomy. The Deer King, Zhang Yutong, with its glossy black fur speckled with dazzling white spots like stars, stood over 50 meters tall, crouching outside a massive treehouse. The Star Deer King's massive head, crouching down, was level with the natural treehouse, formed from the sprawling branches of several ancient trees. The door was open, and within the treehouse, the leaders of the nature cult gathered to discuss countermeasures. With a saint and over 20 legendary masters, the nature cult was the most powerful faction in the north besides the Brotherhood of Steel. Its power was so immense that it could inform the governments of 95% of the world's nations. Unfortunately, the nature cult, born in the land of China, a land of exceptional talent and endowed with countless talents, was nearly annihilated by another powerful northern power. The nature cult's sole saint realm master is Zhang Yutong, the Star Deer King who crouches outside the treehouse. Inheriting the bloodline of the natural demigod, Zhang Yutong possesses demigod strength upon reaching adulthood. Thanks to her bloodline, she ascended to the saint realm early in the cataclysm. However, her reputation as a saint realm powerhouse is somewhat overstated. Zhang Yutong is not adept at combat. Before acquiring her domain, she even lost one-on-one matches to legendary professionals of lower rank. As a natural demigod with an incomparably noble bloodline and the universe's only Star Deer King, her performance betrays her bloodline. Without formidable strength, even after ascending to the Saint Realm, she can only consistently bully weaker players. Relying on her domain to suppress legendary professionals, Zhang Yutong lacks a strong desire for power and holds little influence in the round table of the nature cult's leadership. The three true leaders of the nature cult are the great sage Dongfang Bai, a hidden tree herder who, after the nature cult's defeat, retreated into seclusion in central China, detached from worldly affairs. Elf King Akik, a warrior, possesses striking beauty and inherits the bloodline of the elven royal family. He possesses both swordsmanship and archery, possessing no weaknesses. In his previous life, Akik led the elves in the first battle of the Eternal Spring Forest, where he distinguished himself heroically and earned the attention of the Brotherhood of Steel. In the second battle, he was besieged by several legendary warriors from the three legions and slain. Pioneer Wu Gaoxun, the world's first archdruid of the second rank, is a master of all druid factions, possessing exceptionally high base stats and suspected ability to acquire additional attributes, with all four stats exceeding 80. Druids are a highly versatile class with numerous factions within them. There are beast druids, who prioritize strength and agility, relying on form shifting, switching between giant bears, cheetahs, and warhawks to slay foes in the guise of bestial beasts. Spell druids, who prioritize intelligence, employ techniques like chain lightning, tornadoes, animating plants, and manipulating water to control the forces of nature, rivaling the power of ordinary mages. There are also druid healers who primarily focus on constitution, possessing excellent healing abilities like rejuvenation, healing touch, and nature's mending to heal their allies. Their healing power is even greater than that of a priest, allowing them to heal their allies as long as they were not dead, though they lack the priest's buffing abilities. Because attribute points are so precious and well-rounded, 99.99% of druids specialize in a single attribute. The only exception is Wu Gaoxun, a man with strong and balanced attributes. He possesses mastery of all three attributes and can mentor any druid. He is revered by his fellow druids as a pioneer, recognized as the one who has traveled the furthest in the druid's path. Of the three giants, Wu Gaoxun, the pioneer, had the best outcome. Recognizing the vast gap between the nature cult's strength and the Brotherhood of Steel after a series of crushing defeats, Wu Gaoxun prepared for evacuation. Immediately after the nature cult's defeat, he led the remnants of the cult across the sea, establishing his own forces on other continents. He is said to be leading a prosperous life, though there is little domestic news coverage. Besides the three giants, there were also more renowned experts, including the already mentioned star deer king Zhuang Yutong, Tu Xing's son Chang Shen, who tamed the wrath-scaled digger, Luo Fihong, the shucking feather arrow, and Wang Kai, the old oak tree. Every single person at the round table was a legendary expert. Anyone who wasn't legendary wasn't even qualified to enter. Professionals who achieved legendary status during the early stages of the cataclysm were no ordinary professionals. At this moment, these legendary experts, whose achievements were beyond the reach of ordinary professionals, sighed and lamented their pessimism and despair at the impending decisive battle. They couldn't win. If they could have, why would the Brotherhood of Steel be forced into this state? Morale was at its lowest point. If even legends were in such a state, how could the mid-level and lower-level elven warriors and druids still have the courage to fight? The great sage Dongfang Bai, who was anxious after seeing all this, suddenly slammed the table, stood up and said, "Now everyone outside thinks we will lose, and the natural sect will be finished, but so what? Should we not fight the war when we know we are going to lose? Think about it, how many good comrades we have sacrificed in the battle." Dongfang Bai choked up a little when he talked about this. To protect the new recruits at the training camp, the Owl Squad fought to the last drop of their blood and all died in battle. Li Mingyuan, the mountain giant who should have been sitting here with us, covered the retreat of the main force, blocking the narrow entrance of the Bloodstone Canyon with his body for 3 hours and died of exhaustion. And there are also Du Hao, Wang Xianbao, and Feng Chunlin. For them, we cannot give up. Perhaps the nature cult will be destroyed, but not today, let alone tomorrow. We must let the world see that the nature cult will not be insulted. Even if we die, we must die standing. We must also let those arrogant fools of the Brotherhood of Steel who can't wait to celebrate know what it means to have 3,000 nails on a broken ship and what it means to cry out, "Alice!" Soldiers will win. This passionate and impassioned speech awakened the long-cooled blood of the crowd. The Elf King Akik said excitedly, "Your Excellency the Great Sage is right. Even if the nature cult is to be destroyed, it will not be tomorrow. Everyone, let us work together and fight for the sect once more." The two men's voices echoed from the treehouse, and the eyes of the nature cult professionals who heard them welled up. They were willing to fight for the nature cult once more, even if it meant death. Pioneer Wu Gaoxun, who was only in his early 40s, already sporting a thick beard and looking older, added, "We must fight. We can't flee in disgrace. That would be unfair to the fallen heroes and would earn us scorn from the world. So we must fight, and we must win. What I'm saying is, win or lose, we must retreat. Losing is obvious, but even if we win, we must retreat because with our remaining strength, we can only win once. If we wait for the Brotherhood of Steel to regroup and return, and then continue to resist, the best outcome will be total destruction." Wu Gaoxun lived up to his nickname of Pioneer. He was truly far-sighted. Some agreed with Wu Gaoxun's opinion, while others disagreed. At this point, the consensus was irrelevant. Dongfang Bai sighed and said, "Let's get through this first, then discuss it." Agree. Everyone agreed to prioritize Dongfang Bai's opinion and overcome the current difficulties. Anyone else has any ideas? If not, let's adjourn. Dongfang Bai finished his words, and everyone stood up. Outside, Stardeer King Zhuang Yutong stretched her muscles. Just as the meeting was about to end, a deeply discordant voice suddenly rang out, saying, "I have a few words to say." Why discord? The natural cult was facing extinction, and everyone's heart was heavy, their tone tinged with drowsiness. This sudden voice was excited and cheerful, and it sounded strange to them. An outsider had intruded. "Who are you? Who dares to trespass into the eternal spring forest?" Suddenly, the legendary professionals' voices echoed from both inside and outside the treehouse, and everyone glared at the treehouse's door. "Don't be nervous, I'm here to help you." Lin Mingyuan, naturally, was the one struggling to contain his excitement. After speaking with Yan Qianxue, he rushed to the Yongzhen forest without stopping. "Are you Lin Mingyuan?" Dongfang Bai blinked. The newcomer looked familiar, and after searching his memory, he finally remembered Lin Mingyuan. "It's rare that the great sage still remembers me." Lin Mingyuan smiled, his smile a bit dazzling, but it was the only time he could still smile at this moment. Seeing that Lin Mingyuan and Dongfang Bai knew each other, The legendary professionals who were about to fight lowered their guard. "What are you doing here? We're about to go to war with the Brotherhood of Steel. You'd better leave." Dongfang Bao remembered Lin Mingyuan as the small local leader who is worried about falling out with the Brotherhood of Steel and being caught in a dilemma. It was still Dongfang Bai's impression that Lin Mingyuan was still the small local leader who was worried about falling out with the Brotherhood of Steel and was at a loss. He had helped Lin Mingyuan resolve his worries, and it was a good relationship. Dongfang Bai didn't expect any reward. What kind of help could a small local leader give him? Little did they know that while Dongfang Bai led the natural sect to repeated defeats, Lin Mingyuan, having embarked on the right path, was advancing at a rocket-like pace. Each transformation represented a leap in strength. Lin Mingyuan transformed 4 times, once to Sword Saint, once to second transformation, once to legendary, and once to level 100. To this day, Lin Mingyuan's strength still surpasses Dongfang Bai's. He wouldn't dare boast of single-handedly challenging the entire natural sect. Even among the natural sect's numerous legendary classes, none could withstand 100 blows against him, including the saint-level star deer King Zhuang Yutong. "I'm here to help you fight the Brotherhood of Steel. We have an irreconcilable feud, and our interests are aligned," Lin Mingyuan said sincerely. His strength was enough to crush anyone, but as a guest, Lin Mingyuan didn't act arrogant and was extremely polite. Not all good intentions are reciprocated. Lin Mingyuan arrived with good intentions, only to be met with harsh words. Luo Fihong, nicknamed Shocking Feather Arrow, said with disgust, "Who's talking to you? You're your enemy. We don't need outsiders interfering in our affairs. Get out of here, you uninvited brat." Hatred is unfounded. Luo Fihong's dislike for Lin Mingyuan was simple. The elves, who value nature and despise senseless killing, clash with the chaotic evil of demons. Even Star Deer King Zhuang Yutong turned away after Lin Mingyuan appeared in the treehouse, preferring to look at the unchanging tree trunk rather than at him. In reality, Elf King Ekik and Pioneer Wu Gaoxuan disliked Lin Mingyuan, but they were more cunning and reserved. Just as the Brotherhood of Steel, dominated by tech professionals, dislikes mages, the cult of nature, founded on the principle of upholding natural order, is hostile to the demonic faction. Chapter 194, Yongzhen Forest. 3. The Last Night. Not everyone resented the sulphurous scent emanating from Lin Mingyuan's fire demon bloodline. Some would speak out for their own good. It's easier to add icing on the cake than to offer timely assistance. Some time ago, all the major northern factions distanced themselves from us, fearing they might offend the Brotherhood of Steel. Finally, a powerful warrior willing to help has arrived. It's fine if they didn't welcome him warmly, but why are they hurling insults at him and driving him away? How can this be justified? The voice of the old oak tree, Wang Kai, was a legend of the nature cult who died in the second decisive battle. He was a burly figure, his muscular build barely concealed by his coarse linen clothing. The colorful wreath bound around his wrist was the legendary rainbow bracelet. Wang Kai was a legendary archdruid. While understanding the ways of nature, he developed a spiritual resonance with an ancient oak tree, which became his transcendental embodiment. He could possess the oak tree at any time, transforming into a war tree and engaging in combat. His combat power was far greater than that of the treeman created by the great sage Dongfang Bai. No one expected Wang Kai to speak up for Lin Mingyuan. Even Dongfang Bai, who was acquainted with Lin Mingyuan, didn't speak up for him. Everyone present was either elves or druids. The only other worldly being, the Star Deer King, was also known as the Guardian of Nature, and he despised the chaotic, evil demons. Old Oak was a steady man, not one to rely on outrageous feats to attract attention. His support for Lin Mingyuan must have had a deeper meaning. While the 3 giants were still pondering the reason, Wang Kai spoke bluntly. "I heard that Brother Lin recently defeated a veteran sanctuary-level powerhouse, Duke Dugan of Behemoth, one of the 4 dukes of the Silver Empire. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. My peers are so flattering, saying I defeated Dugan with just a few punches and kicks. I must clarify this. I used all my strength to force Dugan back, while he held back. In a life-and-death duel, it's hard to say who would have won." Lin Mingyuan remained humble, without a trace of pride. Even the scolding didn't change his expression. If he hadn't intervened, and events had continued as planned, most of the dozen or so people present would have perished. Only 2 of the 3 giants, the Star Deer King Zhuang Yutong, and the earthly grandson Sun Changsheng would have survived. Luo Fihong, whose name Lin Mingyuan hadn't even remembered, was practically a dead man. Getting angry with him wasn't worth it. Constantly in a state of turmoil and war, the cult of nature paid little attention to what was happening outside. They were already struggling to protect themselves, so how could they possibly care about others? It was only through his newspaper reading that Wang Kai happened to remember Lin Mingyuan's name. When Lin Mingyuan appeared before him, he immediately recalled his exaggerated battle record, holding his own against the established sanctuary. Such formidable fighting power might even rival the Legion commander of the Brotherhood of Steel. If Lin Mingyuan were willing to lend a hand, the cult of nature's chances of victory would greatly increase. A turning point in the crisis arrived. At this moment, Wang Kai overheard Luo Fihong's rude remarks, while the other seemed to be watching the spectacle. Unable to contain his anger, Wang Kai rebuked him. The cult of nature was their home, personal preferences were of no importance in the face of the collective good. The simple exchange between the two immediately made the shrewd and calculating leaders realize Lin Mingyuan's importance. Pioneer Wu Gaoxuan's demeanor shifted drastically, his smile a warm and gentle one. A hero emerges young. You've assisted the nature cult in their most difficult time. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the nature cult will remember your kindness. Any requests you have, please let us know. We'll do our best to meet any needs we can, and we'll find ways to satisfy any requests we can't. The Elf King Ekik immediately agreed. In this critical moment, a reliable helper had finally arrived, and any request should be met. Ekik possessed the mindset of a king, sparing no expense in recruiting talent. As for requests, I don't have any at the moment. I'm here to fight, not to vacation. Just prepare a room for me and information on the various branches of the Brotherhood of Steel. I do have an idea, but you all don't trust me yet. Let's wait until we win tomorrow's battle, Lin Mingyuan said succinctly. Duang Fangbai disliked Lin Mingyuan's demonic bloodline, but was deeply grateful for his timely assistance. After the meeting, he took Lin Mingyuan to his treehouse, where a top-secret troop map of the Brotherhood of Steel and the Cult of Nature hung on the wall, completely unreserved. Thank you for your willingness to lend a hand. I never imagined that the seedling you once was would grow into a towering tree. I underestimated you, Duang Fangbai sighed. Lin Mingyuan didn't blame Duang Fangbai for not speaking up for him. Tomorrow's battlefield would become a life-consuming meat grinder, with both sides engaged in a desperate struggle. This was not a disaster Lin Mingyuan should have to endure. Duang Fangbai wanted Lin Mingyuan to leave, and it was for his own good. I'm being polite, but I'll always remember the help you gave me when I was penniless. Unfortunately, I later became enemies with the Brotherhood of Steel, who repeatedly targeted me and almost killed my lover. Having said this, Lin Mingyuan paused slightly and displayed all the aura skills of his second profession, Legion Commander, while Duang Fangbai was shocked. Actually, I could have joined the battle earlier. With my assistance, perhaps the Cult of Nature wouldn't have been pushed to its limit, but I stubbornly held off until now. Partly, joining the battle too early would have posed unexpected dangers to me. Knowing that I possess a powerful aura that significantly enhances any legion, the Brotherhood of Steel would surely target me, perhaps concentrating their forces to launch a decapitation attack. Partly, I have selfish motives. As long as the Cult of Nature survives, you'll be its great sage. If the Cult of Nature falls, perhaps you could come to Black Rock City and lend me a hand. Lin Mingyuan always spoke his mind, even his own hidden agenda, always sharing it with sincerity. I knew you weren't here just to attack the Brotherhood of Steel. It turns out you're eyeing the legacy left by the Cult of Nature's collapse. In other words, you're not optimistic about our victory over the Brotherhood of Steel. Duang Fangbai's clear, baby-like eyes gleamed with wisdom. During your previous meeting, you mentioned the principle of a desperate army prevailing. I agree with that. But a powerful initial attack will weaken, then weaken, and finally become exhausted. This desperate force, united against a common enemy, can only be used once, it won't work again. Furthermore, a victory over the Brotherhood of Steel doesn't guarantee the Cult of Nature's continued survival. Even if they managed a lucky victory, the enemy's next force will only be even more formidable. The Cult of Nature's defeat is undeniable. Lin Mingyuan's every word reflected the future he witnessed with his own eyes, without a single lie. So, when the inevitable defeat comes, will you be willing to accompany me to Black Rock City? I swear on my life and honor that I will never reconcile with the Brotherhood of Steel. Even if we are alienated, we will never reconcile. It was universally acknowledged that the Cult of Nature was doomed. Although he was reluctant to admit that the cult of nature was steadily heading towards extinction, Duang Fangbai knew clearly in his heart that when all its strongholds were destroyed, its forests burned, and its foundations eroded, the power gap between the new generation and the cult of nature was shattered. The cult of nature was doomed to be a thing of the past. So, upon hearing that Lin Mingyuan wanted to recruit him, even risking his life to intervene in the life-or-death battle between the nature cult and the Brotherhood of Steel, Duang Fangbai was deeply moved. He hadn't lost his value yet, and someone was willing to recruit him and risk his life. However, before the nature cult's demise, as its great sage, Duang Fangbai couldn't hesitate. He wanted to personally see it through to its final conclusion. "Let's wait until we win," Duang Fangbai, already tempted, said, leaving Lin Mingyuan without a promise. Lin Mingyuan sighed, the light in his eyes dimming. Recruiting a future demigod was no easy task. It was a good start, but continued effort was needed. But he couldn't push too hard. If Duang Fangbai grew tired and decided to retreat to a different location instead of returning to Luoxia province, Lin Mingyuan would be deeply hurt. In the quiet night, Lin Mingyuan sat awake in his treehouse, peering out through the amber windows, shaped by the precipitate of pine resin over time. Star deer King Zhuang Yutong was absorbing starlight, her dark fur blending seamlessly with the night. White specks of light shone dazzlingly, like tiny stars inlaid upon it. Any beast combining black and white is a rare beast, and the Star Deer King is no exception. As the sole sanctuary power on paper, Zhuang Yutong was incredibly proud. After learning of Lin Mingyuan's prowess, Luo Fihuang personally visited the treehouse that afternoon to apologize for her irrational behavior, and Lin Mingyuan forgave her. Zhuang Yutong, however, remained dismissive, ignoring him. "Whatever you want, it's none of my business." That evening, 4 beautiful, youthful, and pure-hearted elves arrived at Lin Mingyuan's room, ordered to serve him. Elves aren't a particularly powerful race in terms of talent and potential. Their greatest strengths lie in their beautiful features and the long shelf life afforded by their long lives. The 4 elven beauties, each slender and graceful, each possess their own unique charms, leaving even the most discerning pervert unsatisfied. Clad in soft, flowing gauze, their pointed ears tinged pink with shyness, their breath fragrant with orchids, their body scent a soothing, grassy aroma. Yet, these 4 beautiful elven ladies were driven away by Lin Mingyuan, who already had enough romantic debts and simply couldn't be bothered with any more. The cool moonlight streamed down, and the patrolling druids occasionally paused to gaze up, knowing they might never see the moon again. In the barracks, fireflies gathered into dazzling globes of light, and the elven soldiers furiously rode, leaving a will for their loved ones and families. Everyone was apprehensive about the impending war, tossing and turning until the sun rose, and the inevitable war finally arrived. Chapter 195, Wingchun Woodland, 4, Tactics. At daybreak, Old Oak Wenkai led 11 spell druids over level 60 and stationed at the Moon Lake, ready to be on duty at all times. Lin Mingyuan had a good impression of Wenkai, who spoke for him at the round table meeting. Before the battle began, he came to Wenkai's position to chat with him. Wenkai was very enthusiastic and talkative, and he talked about his story incessantly. "It was not accidental that I embarked on the path of druid. My father is a forest ranger. I grew up in the forest with my father when I was a child. I like to stroll in the forest, stepping on the soft woodland and listening to the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves. After graduating from high school, I took over my father's job and became a glorious forest ranger. 20 years have passed in a flash. If it weren't for the sudden natural disaster, I guess my life would have been like this." "Do you know why we have to guard Moon Lake?" Wang Kai suddenly asked. "I don't know. In forest combat, the elves who are agile and swift and can jump between branches, and the druids who use nature magic have a huge advantage, not to mention that the great sage can also create war treemen. So before the Brotherhood of Steel launches an attack, they will drop incendiary bombs to burn the forest. To avoid forest fires, we are stationed at the Moon Lake, ready to draw water from the lake to put out the fire at any time." After listening to Wang Kai's explanation, Lin Mingyuan nodded with sudden enlightenment. "So that's how it is. The Brotherhood of Steel and the Cult of Nature are old rivals who know each other well. They are well aware of the enemy's various methods and have countermeasures." Sure enough, just over 10 minutes later, groups of bombers flew over the sky, and countless napalm bombs and white phosphorus incendiary bombs fell from the sky, detonated on the ground, and created a sea of fire. "Put out the flames," Wang Kai shouted, and 11 spell druids unleashed their spells. 11 water spouts rose from Moon Lake, their rumbling roar deafening. Countless quantities of water were drawn out, and the lake's water level instantly dropped half a meter. The water spouts converged at an altitude of 10,000 meters, forming a massive ball of water. Under Wang Kai's command, each one unleashed a torrent of water, scouring the forest fire. Flames raged, thick smoke billowed, and the dense stream, far more powerful than a high-pressure water cannon, quickly extinguished the flames. The Brotherhood of Steel's first offensive was nearly defeated. In the extravagant makeshift tent, Xinru, who had been teased until late at night before falling asleep, had dark circles under her eyes as she helped Quan Guang put on his clothes. She grumbled, "Really? You knew I was going to be live streaming today, yet you stayed up so late." Quan Guang laughed heartily, caressing Xinru's cheek. "Don't be silly," she said. "Any other day, the audience might notice your face, but today, all eyes will be on my mecha unit. No one will be paying attention to you." It was reasonable, but women have a way of being unreasonable. Xinru was still trying to act coquettishly to please Quan Guang when she suddenly heard a series of explosions outside, shaking the tent violently. Xinru jumped. "What happened? Don't panic. The bombers are dropping incendiary bombs. Get ready now. The live stream is about to begin." Quan Guang looked at her with a radiant look in his eyes. The two sides were old rivals. The incendiary bombs were only effective the first time they were used, catching the enemy off guard. Afterwards, they were always dealt with by magic, controlled by water, and extinguished. Of course, the incendiary bombs were merely exploratory attacks. If they worked, that was best. If they didn't, that was fine. Having so many incendiary bombs was a waste. The true killer weapon against a cult of nature was the logging robot. The blueprints were drawn by Quan Guang Hayek, and all mechanics built them according to them. 10% of the experience earned went to the creator of the blueprints. This explains why Quan Guang Hayek was able to reach level 107 during the early stages of the Cataclysm, 7 levels higher than Lin Mingyuan, who had only reached level 100 after repeatedly risking his life deep into the Cataclysm. Patents are crucial for mechanics. Even if a mechanic later becomes a layabout, they can still earn a large amount of experience points and easily reach the pinnacle of their careers. Meanwhile, mecha warriors in power armor escorted the logging robots toward the forest, braving a hail of arrows from the elves. There are two types of logging robots, the standard model and the destroyer. A standard logging robot stands approximately 7 meters tall, its outer armor constructed of lightweight titanium alloy. Only 100mm tank-piercing rounds can penetrate its shell and damage its delicate internal structures. Its dual circular saw blades allow for extremely efficient felling, but its slow reaction times often lead to its vulnerable joints being easily damaged, crippling it. Therefore, a standard logging robot must be protected by a soldier while operating, otherwise it is vulnerable to destruction. The destroyer-class logging robot, on the other hand, is a true battlefield devastation machine. Standing 13 meters tall, nearly twice the height of a standard logging robot, its armor and skeleton are forged from the precious alien material Titan steel. Its right arm is a chainsaw sword that emits a dull humming sound and continuously oozes black motor oil. Its left arm has been completely remodeled into a laser cannon, capable of unleashing a high-heat laser to devastate everything in its path. Its power core, sourced from a technologically advanced alien world, can sustain combat for 3 hours at full capacity. Its control chipset even incorporates self-evolution and autonomous learning modules. The formidable-looking destroyer logging robots possess a high level of technology, requiring only level 100 or higher mechanics to forge them. Currently, only Quan Guang Hayek has personally crafted 6 destroyer-class logging robots. They can not only cut down trees, but also kill. Li Mingyuan, a legendary mountain giant of the nature cult, was killed by the destroyer logging robots, wounded by laser cannons and then hacked to pieces by chainsaws. Thousands of conventional logging robots, braving a hail of arrows from elven archers, reached the forest's perimeter. During this time, the nature cult's archers concentrated their fire, disabling several of the logging robots. Their heavy, razor-sharp circular saw blades whirred rapidly, and the logging robots that reached the forest began to unleash their might. Their long, mechanical arms swung, bringing down trees in rows. The forest's area was rapidly shrinking under the reckless felling of the logging robots. In front, logging robots led the way, protected by elite mech warriors. Soldiers in the center, coordinated with tanks and infantry, advanced steadily. Rocket launchers were already in place in the rear, and in the rear lay the venerable mechanics, controlling their respective mechanical creations. Within the Brotherhood of Steel, mechanics held a position comparable to that of mages in the outside world. The warriors' weapons and mechas were all crafted by mechanics, naturally leading to their immense respect. Furthermore, mechanics not only provided support, but also created powerful mechanical creations with astonishing combat power. Mechanics enjoyed the safest protection. 2 legendary soldiers and a legendary sniper stayed away from the battlefield, protecting the mechanics from behind. Should anyone attempt to infiltrate the rear and kill the defenseless mechanics, they would immediately act and eliminate the intruder. The Brotherhood of Steel also specialized in training agents and espionage-based infiltration professionals. The Cult of Nature was not particularly adept at infiltration and assassination, and had never attempted to hunt down mechanic groups behind enemy lines. Quan Quang Hayek's plans were in vain. Rather than letting his guard down for 1,000 days, Quan Quang Hayek refused to allow a single moment of laxity to endanger his own mechanics. But today, Quan Quang Hayek wasn't staying back with his mechanics. Ready to reap the fruits of his victory, Quan stood before the camera, beaming and boasting about his exploits. He yearned for attention, eager to show off before the nation. Behind him, the meticulously maneuvered, fully mechanized Mecha Corps advanced. As logging robots continued to cut down the forest, the Brotherhood of Steel surged forward, successfully overcoming the outer defenses of the Yangtze forest, which had already shrunk by 1/5. The offensive was remarkably successful, and the Mecha warriors, dazzled by their success, concluded that the nature cult had lost their will to fight and were ready to surrender. Little did they know, danger was brewing. After more than a dozen crushing defeats, the Eternal Spring Forest now numbered only 7,300 elven warriors and 1,500 druids, a total strength of less than 10,000. This pales in comparison to the Mech Lord's 50,000-man army. The Eternal Spring Forest's extended frontier meant insufficient manpower to defend every point. Therefore, the 3 leaders of the nature cult, working together overnight, devised a strategy to shrink the defenses, actively retreat, and at the same time, intimidate the enemy, aiming for a decisive showdown on Jade Spring Peak. Jade Spring Peak was a low mountain, less than 200 meters above sea level, but its slopes were steep, making it impossible for the central tank unit to ascend. They had to cross the howling wind stream to reach the rear of Jade Spring Peak. By deploying an elite unit to hold the howling wind stream, the Mech Lord's tanks would be unable to pass through, severing the connection between the front and center, and quickly eliminating the logging robots deforesting the forest. Only then would the nature cult have a chance of victory. Yuquan Peak was the last barrier to the Yangtze forest. Beyond it, the road ahead was smooth. Conquering Yuquan Peak would leave the natural cult vulnerable and essentially allow them to surrender. Both sides possessed military experts, and the importance of Yuquan Peak was widely acknowledged. According to the prearranged strategy, the vanguard army should not advance rashly after reaching Yuquan Peak. Instead, they should wait for the Central Army's tanks to cross the Xiafeng Gorge and bring the back slope of Yuquan Peak into range before launching their attack. By attacking from both sides and capturing Yuquan Peak in one fell swoop, victory would be assured. However, Pan Junfeng, commander of the vanguard army, had different ideas. Chapter 196, Yangtze Forest, 5, Fear. Arriving at the foot of Yuquan Peak, Pan Junfeng ignored the tanks charging toward the mouth of Xiafeng Gorge and pointed toward the summit. Attack the mountain. Take Yuquan Peak, long live the commander. The mech pilots responded excitedly, their mechas cranking up to maximum power. The solid mountain threatened to collapse under the heavy stomping of 2,000 mechas. Pan Junfeng, having issued the order for the assault, had already committed battlefield disobedience. Reckless and aggressive, he had no intention of strictly following orders. He was a habitual battlefield disobedient. Pan Junfeng's repeated mistakes, yet his position as the army's vanguard, were undoubtedly due to his immense skill, his ability to take risks and always achieve success. For Quan Guang, disobedience was ultimately irrelevant. As long as victory was assured, disobeying orders was fine. In the event of defeat, even strictly following orders would inevitably result in a reprimand from the Legion commander. It was common for a Legion commander who prioritized results over rules to produce such arrogant and reckless soldiers as Pan Junfeng. Zhou Lixin, the level 89 mechanic and commander of the Central Army,
was helpless as Pan Zhenfeng refused to cooperate. He ordered his troops to force a crossing of Xiafeng Gorge as quickly as possible to clean up Pan Zhenfeng's mess. Zhou Lixin clearly understood Pan Zhenfeng's disobedience. He simply wanted to take the credit. If they followed the pre-agreed plan, they would wait for the tanks to cross Xiafeng Gorge and then attack from both sides. The credit for the advanced troops would then go to the Central Army. The arrogant Pan Zhenfeng simply couldn't tolerate anyone taking credit for his efforts, so he made the most unwise decision of his life. The cult of nature had already ambushed a large force on Yuquan Peak. Pan Zhenfeng led his troops to escort the logging robots up the mountain. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows rained down from the high slopes, accompanied by a whistling sound. Thunderclouds thickened in the sky, and streaks of lightning snaked down, illuminating the earth. While the forest on Yuquan Peak was still dense and undestroyed by the enemy, the great sage Dongfangbai swung a branch of the world tree, and dozens of towering trees transformed into war trunks. Their roots ripped from the ground, tangled and intertwined to form legs. Thick branches and leaves shed and condensed into a pair of massive wooden arms. A lush, verdant canopy overhead absorbed sunlight to fuel their movements. Ancient, majestic faces sprouted from their trunks, glaring angrily at the mecha gods who had invaded the forest. The battle instantly intensified. Previously a minor skirmish, both sides now engaged in a full-scale operation. All the legendary warriors of the nature cult descended upon Yuquan Peak, prepared for a desperate fight to defend the peak. Beyond Yuquan Peak, the tank troops crossing the mouth of the howling wind stream also came under attack. The narrow creek mouth could only accommodate 2 tanks at most, significantly extending the route and creating a natural ambush point. Drones flew through the dense jungle on either side of the high slopes, searching for ambushes but failing to find any. As the Central Army's various light and heavy tanks entered the ravine's mouth, unable to retreat, hundreds of druids, their bodies painted to blend in with the trees, appeared. A beast druid transformed into an eagle and swooped down. Just before landing, they transformed into a giant bear capable of flipping tanks. Their massive paws toppled tanks and sent soldiers flying, launching a fierce attack on the mechagod's central force within the ravine's mouth. The healer druid remained hidden in the trees, providing healing for the charging beast druids. The scarce spell druids mobilized the water, and suddenly a torrent of water roared forth, its murky yellow water almost instantly engulfing the tanks and the soldiers within. You finish your performance, then I take the stage. It's my turn, the central commander, Zhou Lixin, smiled faintly. He had long been prepared for such a trick. The tanks immediately underwent complex mechanical transformations, transforming into amphibious tanks. As the Mech Horse Legion boasts the most mechanics and the most advanced mechanical creations among the 6 legions of the Brotherhood of Steel, wouldn't it be unworthy of its reputation if its tanks weren't upgraded? Even the soldiers were equipped with water walking boots, specifically to mitigate the possibility of enemy water attacks at the narrow howling wind stream. If the cult of nature attempted to cause a landslide to bury them, 20 excavation robots hidden within the tanks could quickly clear the debris. The sheer scale of the tactics used by both sides amazed Lin Mingyuan. Such classic examples of terrain utilizing combat would undoubtedly be unheard of. Future warriors possess the power to overwhelm mountains and seas, and terrain advantages are completely useless against a terrifying attack capable of flattening mountain ranges. Fierce close combat ensued on both sides. Lin Mingyuan stretched his muscles. It was his turn. Before the soldiers arrived, auras arrived first, buffing auras, swift auras, healing auras, and kingly auras all activated. The debuffing aura, the shattering aura, applied a shattering effect to all Mech Horse Legion soldiers, increasing any damage they took by an additional 20%. Compared to the silent and inconspicuous shattering aura, Lin Mingyuan's first release of a fear aura shocked everyone. A crimson wave of fear instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. All the Steel Brotherhood's mech warriors, soldiers, tank crewmen, mechanics, and other classes on the front lines rolled their eyes and immediately underwent a fear check. As long as their combined 4 attributes didn't exceed Lin Mingyuan's, they would be in a state of fear for 1-3 seconds. The higher the attribute, the shorter the duration. With all skills and talents activated, what was the total of Lin Mingyuan's 4 attributes upon entering combat? 624. Currently, only legendaries on the battlefield could break 300 points in all attributes. The weaker legendaries of the natural cult had to benefit from Lin Mingyuan's King's Aura buff, which granted plus 15 to all attributes, to barely break 300. They weren't even half as strong as Lin Mingyuan's. Almost everyone experienced a full 3 seconds of maximum fear. In a battle between experts, even a single second could mean the difference between life and death, let alone 3 full seconds. The elven archers were in high gear. In a fierce battlefield where both sides were moving at high speed, aiming accurately and killing a single individual was difficult. Meanwhile, all the enemies were terrified, their faces pale and frozen in place, becoming targets. Or else fleeing in terror, exposing their weaknesses. The elven archers, already skilled marksmen, were enhanced by the auras of kingship and swiftness, their attack power and rate of fire even higher. They unleashed deadly arrows one after another, piercing the front row of the Brotherhood of Steel matches with arrows in the eyes or the back of the head, falling row after row like wheat being harvested. This scene was perfectly captured by the drone cameras in the sky, broadcast live to all the professionals watching the battle across the country. Lin Mingyuan, the instigator of the reversal, revealed his 37-meter-tall fire demon form, instantly unleashing a blazing firestorm that transformed the area thousands of meters in a fiery inferno, incinerating every tree and enemy corpse. No wonder the higher-ups of the natural cult disliked Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan did nothing but reveal his true form, and wherever the Fire Demon King's demonic might touched, everything withered. Lin Mingyuan's height continued to grow as his level increased. Recently, due to absorbing experience points stored in experience pearls and extensive experience gaining in Mijing Town, his level increased too quickly, and his body didn't immediately adapt to the level. Instead, over time, Lin Mingyuan slowly grew to his full height. At 37 meters, the destroyer logging robot looked like a younger brother in front of Lin Mingyuan, not even as long as his legs. Pan Junfeng, the commander of the front army, was formidable. He regained consciousness in just 1.8 seconds and sprinted forward, but he was still a step too late. He could only watch helplessly as the mecha warriors who had faithfully carried out his orders were slaughtered by the elven archers. Pan Junfeng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fiercely at the murderer, Lin Mingyuan. Mechas are a rare class. The frontline mech corps, numbering just 2,000, is comprised entirely of them. They are the Mech Legion's most elite ace. They charge into battle, often earning countless feats. Mechas can be seen breaking through enemy lines. But in just 3 seconds, the Mech Corps lost 1/5 of its personnel. Over 400 mechas, along with their power armor, perished within the 3 seconds of the aura of terror taking effect. Damn it! I want you dead, Pan Junfeng's fury surged. He summoned a mirror-like prism mech, a sleek, mirror-like device that deflected 40% of physical damage. Wielding a Yuji divine light sword, capable of severing space, in each hand, he recklessly charged towards Lin Mingyuan. Pan Junfeng, a level 83 mech, commander of the Brotherhood of Steel's Mech Legion's frontline, rushed towards his fate. In his previous life, the reckless Pan Junfeng, driven by his valor and reckless spirit, bravely entered the Brotherhood's encirclement and was besieged and killed. His deputy, Mu Gang, came to his aid but was unable to rescue Pan Junfeng, escaping with severe injuries. Character determines destiny. Pan Junfeng's character destined him to die at Yuquan Peak. The difference lay in the hands of his demise. Pan Junfeng, with his epic mecha and weaponry, was one of the top 5 strongest warriors in the Mecha God Corps and a trusted and beloved general of Corps Commander Quan Guang. But before the terrifying Fire Demon King, resembling an ancient titan, he seemed as weak as a stink bug that could be easily swatted to death. Pan Junfeng's fearless charge looked like a suicide pact to the 50 people watching the live broadcast, and it was indeed so. Too slow, Lin Mingyuan sighed softly, effortlessly catching Pan Junfeng in his palm. Many people instinctively assume that large units are inherently slow, a weakness artificially imposed on giant creatures in games or films. Without this weakness, how could the heroic and majestic protagonist defeat the behemoth? Lin Mingyuan's attack was so swift that Pan Junfeng couldn't react at all. As dozens of unmanned cameras broadcast a full, all-encompassing live broadcast, Lin Mingyuan clenched his fist. There were no gory or childish scenes. Before Lin Mingyuan could close his palm to crush Pan Junfeng, the eternal fire erupted from his palm, incinerating him to ash. Lin Mingyuan opened his palm, sending ash flying and scattering. Pan Junfeng, a newcomer to the legend, was slaughtered without resistance by Lin Mingyuan. It was easier than slaughtering a chicken during Chinese New Year. With the commander's death, morale among the frontline mecha units plummeted. Some considered retreating, while some mecha operators who had benefited from Pan Junfeng sought revenge. However, upon entering Lin Mingyuan's scorched earth zone, The mediocre mech's armors, unable to withstand the heat, melted their steel shells, and their internal circuits were damaged, spewing sparks, burning the mechas to death. Hail the fire demons! Slay those bastards of the Brotherhood of Steel, charge! Destroy the enemy, while enemy morale weakened, our own morale soared. Seeing the enemy commanders instantly slain by the powerful flame demon Lin Mingyuan, the nature cultists cheered. Even the elven warriors, clad in exquisite armor that was more neat than practical, charged forward. Elves are naturally intelligent and agile, but weak in strength and stamina. Elven warriors often prioritize agility, which allows them to thrive in small-scale mercenary groups. However, in large-scale legionary battles, elven warriors are as gaudy as their armor, serving only as a supporting role for the war trunts. The frontal battlefield collapsed, and the flank battlefield was also affected. The tank corps, which had countered the various tactics of the nature cult, had launched a counterattack. Under the command of Zhou Lixin, the tank corps, which had killed more than 32nd level archtroops, was about to break through the howling wind gorge and into the enemy's heartland to cooperate with the inside and outside, when they suddenly received a call from the headquarters. Zhou Lixin's face changed drastically. What did you say? Pan Zhonfeng died in battle. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Eternal Spring Forest, 6, The Demonic Might. Zhou Lixin couldn't believe the news. Less than 10 minutes after the two armies separated, Pan Zhonfeng had already been killed. How could it be possible? Level wasn't a perfect indicator of Pan Zhonfeng's combat prowess. The newly promoted legendary Pan Zhonfeng had even fought a close battle against the Elf King Akik at the Lantern Bridge ambush, desperately holding off Akik's elven counterattack, buying time for the army to annihilate Fengming Forest and secure victory. With such strength, Pan Zhonfeng could have held out for several minutes under siege until reinforcements arrived. Why hadn't there been any news before, only to receive the news of his death? Something must have happened. Zhou Lixin was certain that the nature cult lacked the ability to quickly kill Pan Zhonfeng. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the terrifying crimson wave that had swept through the entire army, causing the tank troops to lose consciousness for 3 seconds. Even Zhou Lixin himself had been stunned for nearly 2 seconds. If the tanks hadn't already crushed the enemy, that 3 seconds of days on the battlefield would have resulted in devastating casualties. Could it be that Pan Zhonfeng was seriously injured? Pan Zhonfeng's death must be related to the unknown force that unleashed the terrifying ripples. Just as Zhou Lixin continued to inquire about the specific cause of Pan Zhonfeng's death and the situation on the front lines, a dead tone came from the other end of the line. Oh shit, something's really wrong. It's a serious problem. Anxious, Zhou Lixin hurriedly activated his jetpack. Fueled by the tail flame, Zhou Lixin soared to a height of several thousand meters above the thin oxygen, overlooking the entire battlefield. The scene of the front battlefield that came into view shocked him. A massive fire demon, like a moving hill, wielded a greatsword, pursuing the fleeing mecha troops. Its blade swept in a shower of ash, and its massive feet easily crushed the mechanics' carefully crafted logging robots into molten metal cakes of no recyclable value. Even the destroyer-class logging robots personally constructed by Corps Commander Quan Kwang Hyuk were as fragile as a child's Gundam built from building blocks before the flame demon. A few punches and kicks shattered them. The incredibly powerful chainsaw sword sliced through the flame demon's flesh, sending sparks flying but failing to break its skin. Only laser rifles could leave charred, blackened burns on the unflinching flame demon, which then healed quickly. Oh my god, what kind of monster is he? Zhou Lixin gasped. The swiftness of the frontal defeat was beyond his expectations. Pan Zhonfeng's vanguard had practically been crushed by a single man. He finally understood where the turning point came from. A retreat was necessary. The vanguard had collapsed, and if the central army advanced any further, they would be cut off and isolated. Contemplating the dire outcome, Zhou Lixin made a hasty emergency landing. At that moment, a gaze that made Zhou Lixin's hair stand on end pierced his spine. Lin Mingyuan spotted Zhou Lixin in the sky. Pan Zhonfeng, the only one capable of challenging Lin Mingyuan, was enraged by the heavy casualties suffered by his men. He charged directly at Lin Mingyuan, believing a head-on confrontation would be suicidal. Lin Mingyuan decisively obliged him. Following Pan Zhonfeng's death, The mecha troops ahead were reduced to ragtag groups without their leader. Lin Mingyuan casually wielded the sword of judgment, clearing out the miscellaneous troops, his mind completely unconcerned. His gaze wandered as he spotted another legendary Brotherhood of Steel professional observing from the sky. Intrigued by the sight, he abandoned the pursuit of the remaining troops, giving the Cult of Nature professionals some room to maneuver. He activated the Heavenly Gate and vanished from the battlefield. A terrifying heat wave swept over, scorching the earth before anyone even arrived. A mechanic's physique could hardly withstand the heat. Jolixin raised his wrist, and the hands on his watch suddenly froze. Millions of nanorbits, hidden in the folding space on the side of the watch, swarmed out, surrounding Jolixin in a 360-degree, all-encompassing spherical, dark blue shield supported by countless triangular structures. The ability to withstand the damage of the scorched earth meant he was no small foe. Lin Mingyuan licked his lips. A worthy opponent. Lin Mingyuan was filled with fighting spirit, but Jolixin's desire was less intense. Pan Junfeng died at the hands of Lin Mingyuan. He was not much stronger than Pan Junfeng, but Jolixin was not afraid at all. He asked with his eyes wide open, "You should be the reinforcements invited by the natural sect. I admit that you are very powerful, but do you know the consequences of offending the Brotherhood of Steel? Good guy, another damn ghost who is eager to go to hell." Lin Mingyuan laughed instead of getting angry, and said sarcastically, "Why are every member of the Brotherhood of Steel I have met so ordinary but so confident? Did someone brainwash you when you joined the sect? Who gave you the courage to threaten me?" The sound waves caused by the devil's roar blew Jolixin, who was floating in the air, away and embedded him into the rock. Even with the protection of the energy shield, he was shocked and his internal organs were churning. Jolixin felt a sweetness in his throat and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The Brotherhood of Steel members were like dead ducks, rotten in the mouth, but still alive. Jolixin, knowing he was no match for them, maintained a tough stance, spewing blood as he said, "No one who offends the Brotherhood of Steel ever has a good end. I hope you, don't make a mistake." Lin Mingyuan shook his head with a look of "You're hopeless," wanting to destroy not only his life but his heart, dealing a heavy blow to Jolixin's convictions. "To tell you the truth, you'll die now, Ingli. I've already offended the Brotherhood of Steel, and yet I'm still alive and well. What can the Brotherhood of Steel, which you believe in as a faith, do to me?" Lin Mingyuan showed no mercy as the raging flames around him faded, his life force rapidly fading. He first wounded himself, then his enemy. This sword was called the Demon Flame Killing Sword. Jolixin's foolishness had brought retribution. Lin Mingyuan used his ultimate weapon to defeat him, leaving him no chance of survival. A massive, all-destroying flaming sword energy ripped through the mountain range, instantly annihilating Jolixin, despite his energy shield. The sword energy obliterated a layer of the mountain behind him, leaving a blank space between the upper and lower regions. Only the shattered mountain tops, scattering debris from the rocky peaks, filled the empty space. The broken mountain tops crashed down, tumbling for thousands of meters along the mouth of the howling wind stream, crushing over 90 modified tanks and hundreds of soldiers who hadn't managed to escape. After slaying Jolixin, Lin Mingyuan locked onto the tanks and, with a single strike, unleashed a river of magma, engulfing the narrow mouth of the howling wind stream. Against a professional so powerful he transcended his time, numbers meant nothing. Drones dutifully broadcast Lin Mingyuan's slaying of Jolixin and his ruthless and decisive destruction of the tanks. Lin Mingyuan in his Fire Demon King form would become a haunting nightmare for many viewers. A debate erupted within Northern Television over whether to broadcast a battlefield, where unexpected events had unfolded. As the mouthpiece of the Brotherhood of Steel, Northern Television station naturally had to selectively broadcast content favorable to the Brotherhood. However, they hadn't anticipated a decisive defeat. The two mechas, charging towards the Eternal Spring Woods, suffered a devastating defeat, their commanders and their troops annihilated. It happened so quickly, before the station's leadership could even reach a consensus. Northern Television station was faced with a career-shattering decision. Cutting the live signal at this point would undoubtedly prove the Brotherhood of Steel was helpless against the sudden appearance of the fire demons, but it would also prevent further damage to the Brotherhood's reputation. However, this also created a problem. If the mechas later defeated the fire demons and they failed to broadcast the footage in time, they would be in serious trouble. Oh, the mechas suffered a minor setback, and you cut a live signal. You finally managed to turn the tide and gain the upper hand, but you didn't let the nation see it. Those uninformed might think you were spies planted by the Brotherhood's enemies. Listening to his men bickering, the station director broke into cold sweat. They'd been flattering the Brotherhood of Steel, but how had the situation suddenly taken a turn for the worse, putting them in a difficult position? Internal discussion stalled, and the station director had no choice but to call Corps Commander Quan Hayek. The decision on whether to continue the live stream rested with Quan. No one else could bear the blame. Unfortunately, the call didn't go through. Quan was already on the phone with the General Staff. Chief of Staff Wei Chaoran calmly informed Quan Guang of Pan Zhenfeng's death. Quan Guang sighed, a hint of sadness on his face, and lamented to Wei Chaoran, "Pan Zhenfeng was my good subordinate, always earning numerous military exploits in every battle. He was unlucky. He fell on the eve of victory, just as victory was about to begin. How tragic. Spread the word, bury Pan Zhenfeng with honors worthy of a national hero. I've adopted his son. Anyone who dares to bully Pan Zhenfeng's family is disrespecting me." Quan Guang was genuinely heartbroken by the death of the fierce General Pan Zhenfeng. After all, the Mecha God Corps currently only had 11 legendary professionals, and Pan Zhenfeng's potential was considered high. But he wasn't particularly heartbroken. Quan Guang was cold-hearted, and the dead had lost all value in his eyes. If it weren't for the huge sum of money he had to pay for Pan Zhenfeng's remains, he wouldn't have bothered to attend to Pan Zhenfeng's funeral. The only person who truly valued Quan Guang was Chief of Staff Wei Chaoran, his right-hand man. As for Front Commander Pan Zhenfeng, Central Commander Zhou Lixin, and Air Force Commander Lu Jiangxin, they were merely war dogs fighting for him. Don't be too happy, Commander. We haven't won yet. The situation seems to have changed. Wei Chaoquan, receiving the footage from the front lines, frowned. The natural cult had summoned reinforcements, and the upcoming battle might not be so simple. As Wei Chaoquan spoke, Quan Guang looked astonished. He had just received news of the destruction of the destroyer logging robots. Who had destroyed the destroyer he had personally built? As good fortune never comes alone, misfortune never comes singly. Wei Chaoquan's calm tone on the other end of the line suddenly fluctuated, and he spoke impatiently, "Commander. Something terrible has happened. Zhou Lixin has also been killed in action, and the central tank unit has been completely annihilated." According to the live broadcast, he encountered the same massive fire demon that killed Pan Zhenfeng. In the throes of battle, the loss of one officer was acceptable, but the loss of two key generals in just a few minutes was enough to tell anyone that something serious was afoot. Quan Guang ordered his guards to immediately access the live broadcast. On the tablet screen, a fire demon, taller than a tree, trampled the remains of the tank unit as it advanced towards the incoming mechanized God Legion. He walked deliberately slowly, exerting immense psychological pressure on the incoming mechanized God Legion soldiers. The soldiers, knowing they faced certain death but still obeying orders to charge forward, grew war-weary. Any other army, upon learning they would face such a terrifying demonic lord, would have deserted. One army against one man, Lin Mingyuan was like a tiger pouncing on a flock of sheep. No matter how many sheep there were, what difference did it make? Within the scorched earth zone, soldiers with a constitution score below 50 could not survive. Their skin would be extensively burned by the intense heat, and if they stayed there for even a few seconds, they would be roasted alive. Soldiers with a constitution score above 50 were qualified to face Lin Mingyuan directly, but he didn't even need to make a move. The moment they entered the incineration zone, they would be instantly incinerated. Only the stronger captains and commanders could barely stand up to Lin Mingyuan, and even then, few could. Two near legends fell to Lin Mingyuan's sword, while another was crushed to pulp while blocking his charge. No one in the vast army could withstand him. The radio station, still undecided, continued broadcasting the event, fully showcasing Lin Mingyuan's unparalleled demonic might. Chapter 198 Yongjian Forest, 7, Ambush from all sides. To make the war easier for the average person to understand and better showcase the strength of the Brotherhood of Steel, Northern Television specially invited two eloquent military commentators to explain the battle. During the early stages of the Mecha God Legion's relentless advance into the Eternal Spring Forest, the two spoke with unwavering eloquence, discussing the various types and firepower of their machinery, the Legion commander's effective leadership, the devotion of the entire army, and the Brotherhood of Steel as China's future. For over 10 minutes, they never repeated a word. Just when even the commentators thought the outcome was settled, sipped their coffee and mocked the cult of nature for trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm,
the tide suddenly turned. The cult of nature launched a massive counterattack at Yuquan Peak, causing casualties on both sides to rapidly increase, leading to a brutal, meat-grinder-like battle. At this moment, Lin Mingyuan suddenly emerged as a formidable force. His aura of terror's wide area control effect inflicted heavy losses on the Mecha God Legion's vanguard. Pan Junfeng, the vanguard commander, lost his mind in rage and was killed by Lin Mingyuan in a single blow. The Mechanicus Corps suffered an unprecedented blow. Even the complete annihilation of Pan Junfeng's 2,000 elite vanguard troops would have had little impact on the Mechanicus Corps, which numbered over 50,000. However, the problem was that this elite unit, heralded before the war as invincible, was single-handedly destroyed by Lin Mingyuan in front of millions of eyes. All the previous praise had only served to propel Lin Mingyuan's reputation to new heights. After Pan Junfeng's death, the situation worsened. Zhou Lixin, commander of the tank unit attacking Xiafeng Gorge, was instantly killed by Lin Mingyuan. The bulky tanks were now like beetles being crushed by a child's feet. The contrast between the previous invincibility, fierce firepower and sturdy armor, and their current weakness was stark. The destruction of these two units was only the beginning. Lin Mingyuan led the nature cult professionals in a counterattack, reclaiming all previously lost ground. Faced with this situation, the two commentators, who had previously been eloquently extolling the Brotherhood of Steel Intermortal Kingdom, fell silent. After a long silence, they saw the cult of nature's army halt at the edge of the forest. The military commentator seized the opportunity and spoke with precision. Faced with the Brotherhood's fierce offensive, even if the cult of nature has a minor victory, they won't dare to advance rashly. For the cult of nature's professionals, leaving the forest is too dangerous. The audience watching could imagine the military commentators' smug expressions, and they could only curse them with shamelessness. Because the commentators were right. From the beginning, Northern Television had clearly supported the Brotherhood of Steel, making it clear that they were the voice of the Brotherhood of Steel. Speaking from the Brotherhood's perspective was perfectly natural. Silencing the commentator was the highest compliment to the cult of nature. Due to the large-scale deforestation by logging robots, the perimeter of the Eternal Spring Forest had shrunk considerably. When Lin Mingyuan led his men to the forest's edge, the elves and druids paused as they saw broken trees and bird logs strewn across the front. Without the forest's cover, the cult of nature fighting on the Great Plains was no match for the Brotherhood of Steel's modern equipment. This was a lesson learned through countless bloody defeats. As long as they were in the forest, the Brotherhood of Steel was powerless. Once outside, the nimble elves became targets, not to mention the druids. Is that all? Okay, keep watching me. Lin Mingyuan glanced up at the drone still diligently filming overhead, his smile piercing with fangs suited to tearing through flesh. Lin Mingyuan had been preparing for this moment of brilliance for over a month. He was going to plunge into the cause of the masses, declaring to the world that today, among the powerful who rule over all, a new master would take possession. Lin Mingyuan leaped 100 feet into the air, his towering figure blotting out the sun. Wielding the Judgment Greatsword, he slammed down, unleashing the ultimate crucible sword technique, mountain collapse and earth-shattering. The mountains trembled, the earth tore apart, and from the deep, wide chasms, deep enough to tumble a tank, searing magma erupted, engulfing all enemies within its reach. A level 78 near-legendary soldier, fleeing at the very edge of the chasm, was unable to escape in time. His legs were numb from the earthquake, and the gushing magma slew him, just like an ordinary level 30 or 40 soldier. Previously, in the Yangzhen forest, Lin Mingyuan had held back his full destructive potential to avoid damaging the forest and harming friendly forces. Now, charging into the enemy's position, free from restraint, he no longer needed to restrain himself. Burn, infernal fire, under Lin Mingyuan's command, the molten lava from the Earth's core erupted unchecked, illuminating the sky and Earth a crimson, and smoke billowed into the sky. Lin Mingyuan's true portrayal on the battlefield was that of a tiger among a flock of sheep, unstoppable and unstoppable. However, fighting head-on the vast open plains also exposed Lin Mingyuan to enemy fire. Tens of thousands of bullets rained down upon him every second, most failing to penetrate his defenses. Only a few, fired by elite soldiers, managed to graze his skin, yet still managed to penetrate his muscle, which was tougher than rubber compressed 1,000 times. Despite the dashboard, stats, levels, talents, and skills, reality wasn't a game. Even the most powerful bosses in games had health bars, and even the smallest amount of damage dealt to them would still forcibly reduce their health.
With enough damage, they could still achieve the feat of ants crushing an elephant. However, in reality, Lin Mingyuan, with 189 points of constitution once in combat, possessed a defense that ordinary professionals couldn't penetrate in a year, leaving the vast majority of damage completely ineffective. Against a truly powerful force, human wave tactics are completely useless. Those who are not skilled enough will only die, adding more bloody names to the list of the dead. In the future wasteland, the strength of a faction will be judged by the number of powerful demigods it possesses. Without a single demigod, a faction is undoubtedly weak and powerless. As long as a demigod is at the helm, even the Brotherhood of Steel, the Necropolis, and the Ark Corporation, the three major factions, will have to show some respect. The combat power of a demigod is so immense that the sanctuary is powerless to counter it. Once a demigod is angered, it will target areas where a major faction lacks a demigod presence, causing immeasurable damage. Targeting a single faction for a surprise attack can even bring down a major faction. Even the most powerful faction cannot guarantee a demigod presence in every important city. Every transport of supplies is accompanied by a demigod. Demigods are the highest combat power in the wasteland and a scarce, top-tier talent. The sanctuary is a high-end force below the demigod level. Unless they are unlucky enough to encounter a demigod, a sanctuary warrior can dominate everything. Legends are completely powerless against the sanctuary, just as a sanctuary would be vulnerable against a demigod. Lin Mingyuan, possessing sanctuary strength even before the cataclysm, was unstoppable in this battlefield where legends were limited. Lin Mingyuan, in particular, possessed no weaknesses, his attack power so high that no one could withstand him for long, even attritional battles and relentless tactics. His wide-area AoE abilities were effortless, dispatching enemies with the efficiency of a knife through the Mecha Legion. Lin Mingyuan's incredible defense and resiliency were the source of his unstoppable strength. Of course, at this point, Lin Mingyuan's resiliency hadn't yet fully manifested, and few could injure him, effectively oblivious to his extraordinary resilience. They still dreamed of killing him, completely unaware that he was unkillable. Realizing that concentrated firepower wouldn't be enough to penetrate Lin Mingyuan's defenses, the General Staff's operations officers immediately devised a countermeasure. They urgently mobilized engineers to pile and bury K3 Earthshaker improved nuclear mines behind the battlefield. They also ordered all rocket launchers and airdrop missiles to be ready to launch a devastating three-pronged attack the moment Lin Mingyuan entered the minefield. They avoided unleashing heavy firepower before he was ambushed, potentially alerting the enemy and raising his alarm. With their ruthless tactics, the operations officers worked together to quickly lay a massive trap for Lin Mingyuan. On the battlefield, few can maintain a clear mind, which is why feigning defeat has been so successful throughout history. Generals, blinded by their thirst for victory, would not miss the opportunity to crush the enemy and achieve even greater glory. Lin Mingyuan, supremely confident in himself, hadn't considered the possibility of a plot. Chasing the scattered enemy troops, he was led into a minefield. He vaguely noticed the soft ground beneath his feet, as if it had been recently turned over, but paid no attention. Supersonic fighters took off at high speed, firing missiles with pinpoint accuracy. In the distance, rocket artillery vehicles unleashed a volley of fire, each rocket's tail thrust creating a white blast that obscured the sky. Drone cameras locked onto Lin Mingyuan in the center of the battlefield. Oh no! Lin Mingyuan's been tricked. All healers, heal at full strength. Lin Mingyuan can't fall. Dongfang Bai accelerated the spawning of his treemen to prepare for the impending all-out assault from the Mecha God Legion. Suddenly, seeing Lin Mingyuan ambushed, his aged heart raced. Lin Mingyuan couldn't fall. Without his aura, the nature cult's professionals would be a notch lower in combat effectiveness. He can't heal. He's too far ahead. Our healers can't keep up. Old Oak King Kai's eyes widened, his breath rapid. Any professional who had experienced the effects of Lin Mingyuan's aura knew just how valuable he was strategically. His aura was comparable to the combined efforts of several legendary warriors, not to mention that he himself was a vital force. While friendly forces panicked and raged, the enemy was completely enthralled. Chief of Staff Wei Chaoran gazed into the distance, smiling. I thought he was a significant figure, but he's just a reckless idiot. In Wei Chaoran's view, no one could survive his ambush. Missiles and rocket launchers were already in position. Wei Chaoran pressed the detonator, and a deafening roar erupted, even greater than the earthquake and tremors caused by Lin Mingyuan's previous landslide. The K3 Earthshaker's modified nuclear mines completely shattered the surface, and the unimaginably massive explosion completely enveloped Lin Mingyuan. A mushroom cloud rose rapidly from the ground, and the subsequent explosions of incoming rockets and missiles further expanded the cloud. To fully capture the scale of the devastation, the broadcast director cut to a wide shot. The towering, majestic mushroom cloud was overshadowed by the lush green mountains in the distance, dwarfing the nature cult professionals in the face of modern weaponry. The two military commentators, who had remained silent for a long time, rejoiced. Lin Mingyuan, the troublemaker for the Mechanized Legion, was finally dead. They could continue their boasting. From the footage just now, we can see that the Mechanized Legion possesses nuclear weapons, but they are a benevolent force and have not been the first to deploy them. Having them but not using them is a display of martial virtue. Teacher, he is right. The Mechanized Legion offered the nature cult an opportunity, but they didn't cherish it. Instead, they used a forbidden ritual to summon abyssal demons to fight for them. Since you didn't practice morality first, we don't need to practice martial virtue either. Since Lin Mingyuan was already dead and unable to speak again, the two military commentators simply pinned the demon summoning accusation on the nature cult. Cheers echoed throughout the city from workers, peasants, and soldiers alike. All those who had watched the Brotherhood of Steel's battle for dominance in the north erupted in jubilation. The enemies who had stood in their way of unifying the world were dead, and no one could stand against the Metrolegius's torrent of steel. Witnessing the mushroom cloud's detonation, the nature cult professionals crumbled in despair, their hopes dashed. It was common sense that no one could survive the barrage of nuclear bombs, missiles, and rocket artillery. Only a handful clung to the hope that a miracle might occur, that Lin Mingyuan could escape the detonation alive. But could that ever happen? The answer was, no. Chapter 199, Eternal Spring Forest, 8, Immortal God of War. The answer was obvious. Those familiar with Lin Mingyuan knew that facing an attack of this magnitude, Lin Mingyuan would not simply flee in panic. Back during the Battle of Dragon's Nest, Lin Mingyuan had already demonstrated his formidable ability to withstand a nuclear explosion. Although he only circled the blast's edge and didn't dare face the center, Lin Mingyuan's physique back then wasn't as strong as it is now, much less possessing superhuman resilience. Rounding it off, Lin Mingyuan felt he had the ability to withstand a nuclear bomb. So, he remained motionless, silently enduring the impact, using his body to feel the power of the explosion. The violent explosion tore at his body, the terrifying heat licked and burned his rough skin, and the pervasive radiation attempted to alter his cellular structure. Lin Mingyuan withstood it all. As the mushroom cloud slowly dissipated, the soldiers on the battlefield and the television audience witnessed this scene. Lin Mingyuan's skin melted, his flesh dried and scorched. His legs, having endured the full force of the nuclear explosion, were reduced to mummies, supported only by the thick thigh and foot bones. Burns and lacerations covered his body. His face, once considered wickedly handsome by the demonic aesthetic, was now scorched and withered, his charred skin covering his bones. His appearance was even more terrifying than a demon fresh from the 18th level of hell. Those with lesser mental fortitude experienced goosebumps and trembled with fear. Despite his horrific appearance, Lin Mingyuan remained alive. Instead, his eyes shone brightly, even more dazzling than usual. Among the Fire Lord's many titles, one that's often overlooked is Lord of the Fire Elemental Plane. The Fire Lord, enjoying every amusement and indulgence in the endless abyss, rarely returns to his true home, the Fire Elemental Plane. Fire demons are not native demons of the abyss. Like the fallen angels, dark elves, and other abyssal races, they are powerful races that have either actively or passively surrendered to the abyss, believing in the abyssal law of destruction is rebirth. Gifted by the abyss, they possess some of its abilities, their bloodlines infused with a very order of the abyssal demons. While there can be many fire demons, there can only be one fire demon king in a universe at any given time. This is because the fire demon king alone rules the elemental plane of fire, and their eyes connect to that plane. The biggest difference between ordinary fire demons and the fire demon king isn't their size, but the lack of the key to unlocking the elemental plane of fire. If it weren't for the devastating nuclear bomb attack today, Lin Mingyuan likely wouldn't have noticed the abnormality in the fire demon king's eyes. Despite the devastating damage to his entire body, Lin Mingyuan discovered that his most vulnerable eyeballs were completely unscathed, even gazing directly at the boundless light and flames unleashed by the nuclear explosion. This piqued Lin Mingyuan's interest, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that his eyes weren't connected to the optic nerves and brain, but to a searing, red world. In excruciating agony, Lin Mingyuan suddenly felt a connection to the elemental plane of fire. The cracked ground burned with an eternal flame. Before him lay the 10,000-foot-tall city of brass. Above, scorching steam clouds occasionally rained down rains of fire. The guardian of the city of brass, a fire giant composed of pure energy, grew slightly as it bathed in the magma rain. Ancient red dragons, over 10,000 years old, slumbered within the ever-active and violent craters of the elemental plane of fire. From the towering cliffs, lava slowly dripped down, forming cascades of glowing crimson. There were also fire dwarves mining, and fire giants guarding the passage to an unknown underground prison. All sorts of bizarre sights, beyond Lin Mingyuan's imagination, filled his vision. He saw everything, yet it seemed as if nothing was clear. What dwelled within that boundless and majestic city of brass? What was held in the prison that led to the very core of the earth? These doubts remained unanswered. While Lin Mingyuan survived the peak of the nuclear blast without incident, the painful nerve surge forced a channel open again, severing its path. Lin Mingyuan was still unqualified to control the fire elemental plane. As the world marveled at the visible healing of Lin Mingyuan's massive, wounded, and dying body, his eyes throbbed with pain. During the brief communication, a flood of energy from the fire elemental plane surged into his eyes. He narrowed his gaze and released the energy. Instantly, a massive crimson laser beam erupted from Lin Mingyuan's eyes. Tanks and mechas melted into molten iron at the slightest touch, and human bodies were vaporized, leaving not even ash. It was as if two divine swords, the Divine King's judgmental swords, slashed the earth, leaving a 1,000-meter-deep wound. Soil, rock, steel, everything touched by the crimson laser beams was obliterated. Old Oak Wenkai, who was cheering for Lin Mingyuan's survival just a second ago, looked at Dongfang Bai with a complicated expression when he saw the rapid recovery ability and terrifying destructive power displayed by Lin Mingyuan at this moment, and said, "Where on earth did you meet such a monster?" Dongfang Bai lowered his head slightly and smiled. "I'm afraid you won't believe it, but a few months ago he was still the leader of a small camp who was cornered by the Brotherhood of Steel branch. Not everyone was scared by Lin Mingyuan's ability to withstand the nuclear bomb, revive with full blood, and release I-ray attacks. Instead, the commander of the Mecha God Legion, Quan Guang, was aroused by Lin Mingyuan's fighting spirit. He took off the brocade cloak that was useless except for decorating eggs, and he was ready to join the battle. Since conventional means can't kill you, I must take action." Quan Guang raised his chin. As the strongest of the Mecha God Legion, he had to step forward to stop Lin Mingyuan. The 6 Legion commanders of the Brotherhood of Steel were all distinct individuals with distinct personalities and upbringings. There was Jin Guan, born into a military family, Lin Jingbai, who grew up in poverty and endured immense hardship, transforming into a dragon when faced with adversity, and Quan Guang, a socially awkward and ostracized young man who had few friends throughout his childhood and a penchant for mechanical science. His interpersonal shortcomings were fully compensated by a favored heaven. Quan Guang possessed exceptional talent in mechanical science, personally creating and realizing several demigod mecha blueprints and single-handedly constructing the Black Emperor, an artificially intelligent bionic robot with a potential to become a god. While it's true that mechanics aren't good at combat, there are always exceptions. Quan Guang, having risen through the ranks to become the leader of the Mecha God Legion, possessed the strongest combat prowess of any mechanic in the Brotherhood of Steel. Having decided to join the war, Quan Guang Hayek immediately produced a complex, sophisticated remote control boasting hundreds of buttons. Fingerprint unlocking, iris unlocking, DNA testing, and other identity verification tests were completed instantly. Quan pressed a few buttons, and countless mecha components flew through the air, rapidly assembling like Iron Man assembling his suit, forming a 6-meter-tall mecha. The Athena I its right hand held a silver, retractable, technologically advanced spear of the stars, and its left the shield of Aegis. The entire mecha, including its weapons, was epic equipment. The Brotherhood of Steel had plenty of money, and Quan Guang Hayek was even more willing to spend. Even the simplest screws on the Athena I were crafted from aviation-grade materials, requiring both lightness and strength, as well as exceptional resistance to both cold and heat. The Athena mecha would be upgraded to a demigod version in the future. Currently, it was only the initial legendary version. Mechanics don't wear mechas, they build themselves. They're often gifted to mech pilots. Wei Charon is Quan Guang's right-hand man because he's the best mech pilot in the Mecha Corps and the pilot of the Athena I. As we all know, mechas have parameters like kinetic energy and speed, which are categorized into 4 basic attributes: strength, agility, physique, and intelligence. While a mechanic can only utilize the mech's inherent attributes, a mech pilot can combine their own attributes with the mech's, leveraging the mech's greatest strength, its human-machine unity talent. Upon entering the Athena I cockpit, Wei Charon's attributes are as follows: Wei Charon, LV92, race, human, occupation, Mecha Master, strength, 62, plus 85, agility, 53, plus 100, constitution, 68, plus 70, intelligence, 49, plus 65. Note, the attributes in brackets are additional attributes after equipping the Athena I Mecha. Talents: C. Mecha Driving Mastery, C. Endurance, B. Mecha Combat Mastery, A. Man-Machine Integration, A. Cold Weapon Specialization, A. Hot Weapon Specialization, S. Sky Shield, S. Steel Soul. Skills: Strengthen Armor, strengthen your equipped mecha, increasing the external armor defense by 20%. Mecha Overclocking: the mecha enters an overclocked and overheated state, increasing all attributes by 50% for 1 minute. After the overclocking state, the mecha will enter a cooling state and cannot be used normally. Rapid Cooling cools down the mecha quickly, removes the overclocking state limit, and allows a second overclocking. Epic Blade Dance, Mechanical Waltz, controls the mecha to perform a chain of precision attacks, each strike dealing damage to the enemy's weak points and critical hits. Epic Electromagnetic Healing restores the damaged mecha to its peak condition. Legendary Sublimation enables the mecha to complete a full-scale upgrade, lasting 3 minutes. After the sublimation effect, the mecha will be completely scrapped. Equipment: Star-Piercing Spear, Aegis Shield. Chapter 200, Yongzhen Forest, 9, Mecha Master. The stat panel reveals a mech pilot's combat style. Most of their talents are mech-related. Equipped with a mech, they become an invincible mech pilot, roaming the galaxy. Without it, they might even be outmatched by lesser professionals of the same level. Beyond their mech-related skills, a skilled mech pilot also masters marksmanship, cold weapon techniques, combat skills, mech modification techniques, and more, making them a highly versatile profession. However, the mech pilot suffers from the same drawbacks as any versatile profession: a significant gap between the upper and lower limits. Top mech pilots are invariably exceptionally gifted, possessing the physique of an Olympic athlete, the combat skills of a commando, the inventiveness of a scientific leader, and the financial resources to rival a nation. After all, mech pilots are not for the poor. In the wasteland, the rich rely on technology, the poor on mutations. At this stage, the Brotherhood of Steel doesn't have many talented mechas to join. It will have to wait until the Brotherhood unifies the North and demonstrates its immense strength and potential before it will attract future mechas to greatness. While Wei Charon is certainly inferior to the talented mechas who will become even more famous than the Legion Commander, his combat prowess, under the wing of Quan Guang, is no less than that of a top-tier mech. Legion Commander, rest assured. I will slay the fire demon and spread the prestige of our mech god Legion. A fully armed Wei Charon swore his oath to Quan Guang before heading into battle. Wei Charon isn't considered a top-tier mech simply because he lacks any talent for mech modification. Every mech he owns is custom-designed and built by Quan Guang. Therefore, Wei Charon always treats Quan Guang with the utmost respect, willingly serving as his second-in-command because he can't do without him. With Quan Guang's help, he's on par with top-tier mechas. He even has a slight advantage in cold weapon combat and free fighting, thanks to his background in underworld boxing. Go boldly. I'll support you from the rear, Quan Guang said sternly. Remember, shame can only be washed away with blood. I've ordered the northern radio station to continue its live broadcast. Either our Mecha Corps will be crushed head-on by him and lose face, or we kill him and regain our lost face. Understood. We must win this battle. Quan Guang's words were so resolute that the usually calm Wei Charon was stirred to life and roared, charging forward. The six-sided, barbed tip of the star-piercing spear in the Athena I mecha's hand began to spin rapidly, its tip gleaming silver, rivaling the moon's brilliance. With a quick aim, Wei Charon hurled the spear in the standard javelin thrower's stance. Instantly, the star-piercing spear broke the sound barrier, piercing Lin Mingyuan's shoulder with a resounding explosion. piercing through 1,000 meters and embedding itself deeply into the thick muscle. Lin Mingyuan, freshly recovered from the nuclear explosion, reached out to pull out his spear. The rapidly spinning spear resisted, but he held it firmly. How could a weapon without its master withstand Lin Mingyuan's unparalleled power? He yanked with all his might, the spear's barbs tangling in his flesh. He screamed, tearing a chunk of flesh from his shoulder before freeing the star-piercing spear, blood dripping. Eternal fire emerged from his palm. And the silver spear in Lin Mingyuan's grasp glowed red, like unformed pig iron fresh from the forge, being crushed by him. His foot thrusters erupted, but Wei Charan, already rapidly closing in on Lin Mingyuan, remained unmoved. The star-piercing spear was a standard epic equipment. The right arm armor of the Athena I Mecha opened, revealing a weapon slot containing 3 star-piercing spears. He drew out a half-meter-long silver short spear and flicked a switch, causing it to expand and transform into a 6-meter-long, deadly weapon. Wei Charan, maneuvering the mech, lowered his shoulder and slammed Lin Mingyuan, sending him stumbling. He then leaped up and used the Aegis shield to slam Lin Mingyuan's head, stunning him. I thought you were so powerful, but that's all you can do? Then die. The combo succeeded, and Wei Charan's face in the cockpit lit up with a flicker of joy. He unleashed a meteor spike, stabbing Lin Mingyuan's chest with a fierce stab. In a flash of cold light and a shimmering shadow, he unleashed a staggering 33 jabs in a single second. After all, it's said that even in a single second, a single agility-based character with over 100 points of agility capable of breaking the speed of sound can accomplish so much. From Wei Charan's charge to his combo landing, piercing Lin Mingyuan's chest like a hornet's nest, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. Such outrageous explosive power was terrifying, but even more terrifying was Lin Mingyuan's defense and recovery. Wei Charan's expression shifted from surprise to horror in a split second, stunned to discover he couldn't break through Lin Mingyuan's defenses. Indeed, Wei Charan had stabbed Lin Mingyuan severely. His muscles, tougher than 1,000 times rubber stacked together, were punctured like a colander, and blood gushed out like water, staining the Athena Mecha red. But even with Wei Charan's full-strength attack, that was all he could do. He couldn't even touch Lin Mingyuan's bones, let alone shatter his sternum and threaten his heart. The incredibly thick muscles healed from being ripped apart in a matter of seconds. His damage was inflicted at the same rate as Lin Mingyuan's recovery. Even if Lin Mingyuan stood still and let him pummel him to death, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Growing increasingly frightened, Wei Charan's attack softened, losing the ferocity of his charge. Lin Mingyuan's grin revealed a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth, a smile tinged with a sinister aura. Feeling good, huh? It's my turn. Before he'd finished speaking, Lin Mingyuan clenched his short, sharp claws into fists and slammed a powerful punch into the Athena mech's chest. The sturdy deck buckled, and the aftermath of the punch sent the surrounding earth churning. 95% of the damage was absorbed by the mech itself, while the remaining 5% struck Wei Charan directly. Wei Charan's vision went black, and the beeping of the emergency alarm confirmed the mech's severe damage. His strength and speed surpassed mine even in the mech. How could such a terrifying professional exist? Only then did Wei Charan realize that Lin Mingyuan had been standing still while punching him, testing his damage output. The lofty ambitions he'd held before the battle were shattered by the harsh reality. Wei Charan knew he wouldn't stand a chance if he didn't unleash all his hidden tricks. A massive electrical current unleashed from his mech, knocking Lin Mingyuan away, and the damaged armor quickly recovered under electromagnetic repair. Electromagnetic healing was followed by armor enhancement, which enveloped the mech in a layer of shimmering white light, increasing the defensive effectiveness of its exterior armor by 20%. Then, mech overclocking, and the legendary skill, sublimation, were both activated. The mech's overclocking effect increased all its stats by 50% for the next minute. Furthermore, Wei Charan possessed a rapid cooling skill, allowing him to overclock a second time after a single overclock. This meant that within the next 2 minutes, Wei Charan's overall stats would surpass Lin Mingyuan's. The effects of the sublimation weren't as detailed as the mech's overclocking, simply stating that it enhanced the mech's overall capabilities for 3 minutes, after which the mech would be destroyed. The side effect of a mech overclocking, which boosts all its stats by 50%, is simply that it will be unusable for a few minutes due to overheating, requiring it to cool down before normal operation. After the sublimation effect wears off, the mech is immediately destroyed. With such a powerful side effect, how much more powerful must the sublimation boost be?
Beneath the simplest description lies the most chilling murderous intent. For any mech operator, sublimation is a divine skill, transforming the entire mech into legendary 1, a legendary mech into demigod 1, and a demigod 1 into an artifact. Wei Charon's stat panel now shows that all of his equipped mechs and weapons have become legendary. To date, excluding legendary special items like the Jiuquan Cup and Xerxes' Skull, Lin Mingyuan possesses only 2 pieces of legendary gear, the Hunching Cloak, which has accompanied him since the early days of the Cataclysm, and the Great Sword of Judgment, which reached legendary status after slaying countless evil zombies. Lin Mingyuan knew all too well how powerful legendary gear was, and Wei Charon's upgrade to legendary consisted of his entire mech suit plus 2 weapons. Not just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, but the entire mech suit plus the weapons. If one were to break down the mech into its armor, chest armor, leg armor, helmet, and so on, then 8 or 9 pieces of equipment would have been upgraded from epic to legendary. This was an incredible upgrade, a 3-minute surge of absolute power at the cost of permanent damage to the mech. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.